Everybody for your patience. If I can call for your attention, please. All right, thank you for your patience. Welcome again to Naarm, which is Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country. Always was, always will be. As we begin today, it's my privilege to introduce Keyera Hunter of the Jiri Jiri Cultural Dancers, who will be acknowledging country for us. Keyera, please come.
Nungojin, thank you, and good morning. A beautiful morning this morning with the sun's finally out in Melbourne, which we love. And yeah, my name is Keyera. I'm a proud Wurundjeri woman, and I will be doing just an acknowledgement of country. Unfortunately, I'm not an elder, but hopefully I can still give you some information and give you a good acknowledgement. But I'm going to start off by speaking a bit of my language, so a bit of the Woiwurrung language, which is the language of the Wurundjeri people. So, Bladunya wanat naranik kira, Waranjay Willambik, Waranjay Balakut, Mundanai, Murup Galar Birarang, Mundanai, Bubup Nakarenik, Ba Kirapik, Ba Liwik, Ba Bubups, Ba Burais, Mundanai, Bik Ut, Bik Dui, Banyabik, Murnmutbik, Wurubik, Ba Darangokbik, Ba Bunjalal, Willable. Did anyone recognise any of the words I just said then? Keyera? Bitterang? Yeah, good pick up. Bitterang. Wurundjeri? Yeah. Got a few words, I like it. I always love asking that because sometimes I get nods like this, like I have no idea what you just said. Sometimes I get hands fly up. Sometimes I get, oh, you said Keyera, you said your name. Especially with young kids. I was at a school yesterday with young kids and first they were always like, your name, Keyera. You said Keyera. I was like, yeah, cool. Any other words? But what I did just say was Bladunya wanat, hello, how are you all? Naranik Keyera, so my name is Keyera. I acknowledge that I'm a proud Wurundjeri woman and that we stand here on Wurundjeri country. I acknowledged the Bitterang, the Spirit River, the Yarra River that flows through the heart of Naarm, of Melbourne. I acknowledged my family, my elders, my ancestors, my Kirapik, my friends, so all of you here today, and I acknowledge the Bubups and the Burais, so the babies and the children's, because they are our next generation and our future leaders. I also acknowledge the 6 layers of country, which I will talk a little bit about later on because I am going to do a dance that honours those 6 layers of country, so I'll go into more depth about that. But just to speak, maybe I speak a little bit about what I'm wearing, because hands up if you're like international, you're not from Australia. Cool. So just ask that just so I can go into a little bit of depth about who I am and what I'm wearing and why I look like this today. But this, which you'll see when I come dance, is what we wear when we dance here on Wurundjeri, or Wurundjeri people. You'll see I've got a possum skin on, and that is a belt that I get when I become a woman. So when I was younger, I would have worn an emu feather skirt and when I danced, but then I'd get to the age of about 10, 11, 12, and I go from being a young girl to becoming a young woman, and I go through a ceremony called Murum Turukuruk ceremony, which is a women's coming of age ceremony, and it's basically where we trade in our emu feather skirt for our possum skin belt. We make our own belts and then we get gifted our belts to us by our elders, but we're gifted more than just our belts. We're basically given responsibility as soon as we are given these belts, and we have something called cultural law, and that's law spelled L-O-R-E. And in one word, to sum it up, it's basically just respect. So respect of oneself, respect of those around you in your community, and respect for country. So if I was to decide to not respect those 3 things, or just make some really poor decisions in life, or just not be a good person, my elders would strip me of my belt because I've shown them that I don't deserve it. However, you can always earn it back. So the belt's always there for you to earn back, as long as you can earn back that respect from your community and show that respect to those three things. And they're like our cultural obligations, so we don't just wear these dance belts just to wear them and because they look cool or keep us warm. They are very warm and very soft. But we have a responsibility to uphold and cultural obligations to uphold when we do wear these dance belts, and they're really important. And maybe at the end, if you'd like, I'll take it off and show you the inside, because on the inside of our possums we have designs, and they're all our own individual designs that tell our life story. And mine's a bit old now, it's probably over 10 years old, so it's getting a bit worn, so eventually I'm going to make a new one. And on that possum, instead of doing the same designs that I have on this one, I'll add different designs, and those, because my life looks a lot different now to what it looked like 10 years ago, so it's going to be more to my story. And then eventually if I do become an elder and I earn that respect to become an elder, I'll sew all my life possums together, and on the inside it'll have my whole life story as well, which is really cool. And I've also got a reed necklace on, and then the lead beater possum to honour him as well. And then ochre on my face. So the Jitty Jitty, we named ourselves the Jitty Jitty Dance Group because the Jitty Jitty is the willy wagtail, so the little black dancing bird, and that is why we named ourselves after that bird. And they have a white stripe on their nose, which is why we put the white ochre on our face to honour him, and then the brown is to connect to country. But I will do some dancing now. I won't talk at you too much. But my very first dance is our woman Jika Narka, or our welcome dance. And I like to explain this dance as almost a smoking ceremony, but in dance form. So hands up if you've seen a smoking ceremony before. Cool, majority, cool. So for those that haven't, we have a fire, we get the embers to a heat that the temperature that we need, and once it's at the temperature we need, we put gum leaves onto the fire, wet gum leaves, and we change that brown, not so nice smoke to a real white mist that we use to cleanse our murup, or our energy, and it gets rid of any bad vibes, bad energy we may be holding onto, because we only want good vibes. And that's what we would do if we were going onto someone else's country. They would smoke us, or if they were coming onto our country, we would smoke them to get rid of any diseases or any bad spirits they may be holding onto. And then again, when they would leave our country and go back home, we would do the smoking again so that they don't take any illnesses or bad spirits back to their home country as well. So this is our woman Jika Narka, our welcome dance. Nungodjan, thank you. This next dance that I'm going to do is our Biknarka, or our country dance. So briefly, at the very start in language, I acknowledge these 6 layers of country. So we have the Big Ut, which is the below country. So that's where we get the ochre from that I'm wearing on me today. It's where the roots of the trees are. It's, you know, the grubs. It's all like the under system where they all live. And we get the ochre from, if we were to collect ochre, we would only collect it from Wurundjeri country. If we wanted to get some from, say, Tanarong or Bunurong or Djajarurong, we would ask their elders for permission, or we would trade. So we still do trade. We then have Big Dewey, which is on country, so that's where we are right now, and we have to balance our day-to-day life from our work life, our social life, family life, and absolutely everything in between in everybody's crazy busy life these days. But most importantly, we want to keep our mental health and our spiritual life and our cultural life strong, because that's what makes us strong as people. When you know your culture, no matter what it is or where you're from, it makes you staunch as an individual. So as a young girl, I was the shyest kid you would have ever seen. I would have not spoken to anyone but my immediate family. And now I'm currently up here by myself, talking to you guys and dancing. And that's because of Auntie Mandy, who started this dance group. She is a very proud Wurundjeri woman, elder, and she saw that young shy girl and basically taught me everything that I know about my culture and my language now. And just the way that that has brought me out and made me staunch and strong as a person is really cool. So especially when I'm around young kids, I'm like, you know, grab everything you can about your culture, ask your family, look it up, find everything about it, because it's what makes you strong. So that's on country. We then have Banyabik, which is water country, so the life-sustaining layer, from the rivers, the creeks, the oceans, to the water we drink, to the water vapour up in space. And back in the day, we would have used to get water from the Bitterdung, the Yarra River, and get you to drink it when you come on country, but we wouldn't want to do that anymore because it's not very clean. So I doubt you would want to be drinking that, but I think I have heard that there are plans in place to get it cleaner, so hopefully one day. Maybe not drinkable, but maybe swimmable. We then have Murunwatbik, which is wind country, so it's been very, very windy the last few weeks. And we say that our voices, they travel in the wind. So when we're young, we learn by listening, and we learn our language by listening, and sometimes we're saying things we shouldn't be saying when we're younger, but it's just because we're just copying, because our voices, they travel in the wind. And when you watch the smoke from a smoking ceremony, you'll also notice the smoke as it dances in the wind too. We then have Wudawudalbik, which is sky country. So this is where we see our creators in their physical form. So down here on Wurundjeri country, we believe our creator to be Bunjil, the wedge-tailed eagle, and it's very different all across Australia. There's so many different stories. Just like, for example, Europe, there's so many different cultures and languages, and they're so different. Here in First Nation Australia, all the cultures are so different. All the languages are so different. There's 200 plus languages in Australia, but then there's 600 plus dialects. In Victoria, there's 38 languages alone, just in Victoria. But then you add the dialects and it's over 60 languages. Like, it's so diverse, and there'll be language words down here that might be similar to somewhere in like WA or Northern Territory, but they mean completely different things. There are always similarities, I will say though. So the jitty jitty is, I think it's in WA, they also call the willy wagtail jitty jitty because it's the sound that the bird makes. And just like down here, wah, the crow, can you guess what that might be? Wah? Is the crow. I just said the crow. But yeah, it's the sound that it makes. So a lot of language words are quite literal as well. But yes, so sky country, where we see Bunjil in his physical form, and Wah the crow, Dun Dun, the rainbow lorikeet, and many more. And then the last layer up the very top is Tarangolkbik, which is star country. And it actually means forest country above the clouds. So this is where Bunjil lives in his spiritual form. So if anyone's into stars, the star Altair, a part of the Aquila constellation, is who we see as Bunjil, the wedge-tailed eagle. And I know there's a couple cultures across the world that also see that same star as being an eagle as well, which is really cool to see that there's similarities in Australia, even though there's a lot of differences, but also across the world. There's so many similarities in cultures. Lots of differences, but so many similarities as well, which is really cool. So this is our Bik Narka, our country dance.
Waranjere, waranjere, narapo, 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 narapo. Waranjere, waranjere, narapo, 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 narapo. Taranga, taranga pe, punjula, punjula, willamu. Punjula, willamu, 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 willamu. Wuru, 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 big punjuang, punjuang, nga, 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 nga. Wuru, 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 big punjuang, punjuang, nga, 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 nga. Murmut pik, wurunga, wurunga, ngulu, 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 ngulu. Murmut pik, wurunga, wurunga, ngulu, 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 ngulu. Ban pik, yumurala, yumurala, murenda, 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 murenda. Ban big, yumurala, yumurala, murenda, 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 murenda. Big to a yambulok, yambulok, narka, 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 narka. Big to a yambulok, yambulok, narka, 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 narka. Big kutero, nururu, ngarembel, 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 ngarembel. Big kutero, nururu, ngarembel, 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 ngarembel.
Nungojin, thank you. I do have one last dance, as long as I'm not taking up too much time. This last dance is our Babandaran, and Babandaran means mother tree, and mother tree represents culture. It represents language, song, dance, ceremony. Our young ones, our elders, our ancestors, everything that culture is what this mother tree represents. And what happened to this mother tree, as some of us know, is it was cut down. And that represents invasion. It represents culture being taken away, language being taken away, ceremony, song, dance, children, lives being taken away. However, even though that tree was no longer visible, it was still there. Throughout its life, it had dropped a lot of seedlings, and it had a really strong root system. So we like to say language and culture, it never died, it just went to sleep for a little while. You couldn't visibly see the tree, but it was always there. And as generations go on, those seedlings and those roots are now breaking through the soil. And that represents the next generation, bringing back culture, bringing back language, ceremony, song, dance, bringing it all back. and being able to share it and do it in places where we also feel safe enough to do so. And the most important takeaway from this is that our young ones are not going to remember when they started learning their language and their culture. So some of us older ones, including myself, we remember when we started learning our language and our culture. So as I said, Auntie Mandy, she saw me, she started learning, teaching me. But now our mission is to make our young ones, they're just going to know it. They're just going to be immersed in it as soon as they're born, or as soon as they're in mum's tummy. Mum's dancing with them in their tummy. As soon as they're born, they're strapped to mum's chest. They're just immersed in it from the get-go. As soon as they start walking, they're up on stage with us. Even if it means they're attached to our leg the whole time, they're still immersed in it. They're there, and they're giving it a go. And that's just the most important takeaway. So that ceremony I mentioned at the very, very start, it hadn't happened for over 180 years, which is such a long time. And now we've been doing it every year for the last 10 or 11 years. And I was there for that first one that we did, and I went through with some of my elders. So I went through maybe a couple years older than when I should have gone through. So I kind of just got it in time, but I got to go through with my elders that never had it at all, and they are much older, but they finally got it, and it was a really special moment for them to still be able to go through that, which is really awesome. And now our babies, they're going through baby naming ceremony a few months after they're born. They're getting their spiritual protectors, their totems or language names, and then when they hit, when they become women, they're going through that women's coming of age ceremony. It's just always there. They get excited for it because they know it's coming. So I'll let you think what coming of age means for becoming a woman, instead of having that bad connotation about, oh, it's that time of the month. They get it and they're like, yes, I'm going through ceremony. I'm going to get my possum skin belt. And it kind of changes it, and it's really cool. It's really cool to see in our young ones. And there were some young ones there on that very first ceremony day when we did it. And now the past couple of years, they're getting their belts. So they were there to see their older cousins and aunties get their belts. So they've grown up around it, and now it's finally their turn, and they're just so excited, which is really awesome. But this will be my last dance. I've talked your ear off enough. But thank you, Ngrgadjin, thank you so much. And for those that are visiting Naarm, Melbourne, to connect to country, grab a gum leaf, crush it up, smell it, that eucalyptus oil, just give it a sniff. Take your shoes off, walk on the grass, connect to country. There's so many different ways you can do that. But big Ngrgadjin, thank you, and this is my last dance.
Kira, thank you so much. That was just wonderful. Please join me again in thanking Kira and the Jitty Goody dancers. There's us. All right. Oliver and I were co-chairs of the Plenary Planning Committee, and we're just so delighted to welcome you here to NARM, Melbourne, for the 12th Plenary meeting of the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health. We'd also like to thank very much the efforts of the rest of the program committee, which is up on the slide here, who called in at various ungodly hours over the course of several months to put together a program that we hope you will agree is sort of very much enriched for the region and sort of the global south, if you will. So we're very excited to have a GA4GH meeting in this region.
I guess my turn. Works. Yeah, it's really good to see this turnout. I think we had almost 300 people register for in-person attendance, and I think most of you made it to Melbourne at this point. We had more than an additional 300 people register for virtual attendance, and so anyone who's listening potentially at a very bad hour again, very much welcome. Many of you traveled here quite a distance to make it to the first plenary and GA4GH meeting in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you for making the journey. But I think we're also just as excited to see many, many new faces, not just from Australia and New Zealand, but from China, Japan, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, and many other countries from the Asia-Pacific region, where genomics is starting or has started to play a larger role in healthcare. I think you're making a very strong case also for future GA4GH Connect and plenary meetings in new locations and with new communities.
And also, I mean, it's great to see sort of a diverse crowd here as well, not just sort of the diehard data people, but, you know, policy makers and community members and clinical people and many bioethicists, etc. So I think that's a real testament to the importance of the conversations we're having this week and the need for sort of collaborative approaches to the implementation of health genomics.
Many of you may not have had a chance to engage directly with GA4GH in the past, so we're hoping that the selection of Connect sessions and plenary talks give you an idea where to best engage and direct your energies. On a practical note, if you are not registered for the GA4GH Slack, plenary is usually a very, very good time to do so, and it's very useful, not just to ask questions or to organize face-to-face meetings, but also the local team has put in quite a bit of effort to provide pointers to what to do, what to see in place to pick up food, coffee, and how to navigate the public transport system. So please do register.
All right, so we have got a little bit of housekeeping as ever to run through. So I think many of you have navigated your way around the sort of area here in the hotel in the context of the last couple of days and our lovely event last night. But we will be sort of heading out, so the bathrooms are out through the foyer and food, etc., upstairs. So I'm sure you'll, you know, tap us on the shoulder if you get lost, where there's a lot of people around to help out.
You'll feel this, or
sorry?
You'll feel this?
Oh, with the
No, that's okay.
no.
Yeah, if anyone needs to mask, test, anything else on request up on the reception, and as always, like respect other people's choices. This goes to the code of conduct. We'll talk about that in a second.
There is a Wi-Fi network available for your use. You would have noticed by now there is not power at the tables, but you'll just have to be patient and either plug in during breaks or up in your rooms later. All right, the mobile app that I'm sure many of you have already downloaded in the context of the Connect meeting the last couple of days QR code there to take you to all the information you need that doesn't involve cutting down trees and printed programs. All right, we also will be running Slido today. In fact, my Slack is going nuts, so that's good, it's working. So there's also Slido for the purposes of fielding Q&A throughout the next couple of days. So please do access, as Oliver just has.
And it works.
Great.
I think.
Do we need more time? People have got that. So we might start with a warm-up question. What are you excited most about for the context of this 12th plenary meeting in Melbourne? And this magically does something, does it? Do I have to do anything from here? Advance the slide.
Floating map. That one didn't make it. There we go.
Hey.
Yep, I think we're working.
Great. Koalas. Thank you, koala person, whoever you are. Lovely. Excellent. All right.
Okay.
Lovely. And we particularly would like to thank or not? Stop it. Okay. We particularly like to thank our funders and sponsors of this meeting that, of course, make it possible for us all to come together and share these perspectives. So thank you very much, the Victorian State Government, CIHR, CSIRO and us. All right. I think that's us.
Code of conduct?
Oh, Code of Conduct, of course. So the 12th Plenary Code of Conduct is up on the screen. We do want to create an inclusive environment, and any abuse or harassment, etc., just won't be tolerated in this setting. And you'll answer to me. No, joking. No, you will. All right.
We do have
a
safe committee.
Safe committee. So you don't have to answer to me. You can find these people. Lovely. All right, let us get proceedings underway. And just click to exit. Oh, there we go. Good. So, opening our first session, I'm handing over to Heidi to introduce, am I? Oh, Ewan. Ewan Burney, everyone. Thank you.
Great. So it is a great privilege of mine. Well, starts off, thank you so much for that welcome to country, and I think it's just such a great way to connect to where we are right now. But it's great. I have a great privilege here to introduce our first keynote, very appropriate, both for the topic and for this context of Australia. Who is Alex Brown. So Alex Brown is an international leading Aboriginal clinician researcher who's worked his entire career in Aboriginal health. He's from the Yuin Nation with family connections on the far south coast of New South Wales. He did his undergraduate in the University of Newcastle, that's the one in Australia, not in England. Did a master's in public health in Israel, and then did a PhD in the University of Queensland, focusing on depression and heart disease in Aboriginal men, so sort of Indigenous epidemiology. But then I think he's connected to his second passion, which is genomics, and has become really a leader. I heard about Alex before I came and met him, so his reputation has gone around the world, and has led the establishment of 4 different research groups in Indigenous health, starting at the Menzies Schools of Health Research in Alice Springs, and then the Baker IDI Heart and Diabetes Institute, before moving to the Adelaide Medical Research Institute, to establish the Aboriginal Research Group at the South Australian Heart Health and Medical Research Institute. Most recently, Alex has joined the ANU, the Australian National University in Canberra, and the Kids Institute as a Professor of Indigenous Genomics. And I'm sure he will give us a tour and give us a challenge as the audience. So welcome, Alex.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Sorry, the audio didn't come on as I was walking. I was expecting the Rocky theme. So obviously there's been some challenges with the AV. It's a great privilege and pleasure to be here on Wurundjeri country, and I'd like to pay my respects to the elders and acknowledge the country we're on and say how wonderful it is to see you all in Melbourne. And I used this gag yesterday, but it's a good one. Welcome to the 4th or 5th best city in Australia. It was 3rd or 4th, but it's dropped in the rankings. I'd also like to respectfully and humbly acknowledge the genomics community. I'm not a geneticist, and I've only just learnt to spell DNA, but I've been welcomed into your world to hopefully provide insights from Indigenous perspectives to make our work better. And I'd just like to thank you all for welcoming me in. Let's get into it. This slide is fairly confronting, but I'm often asked the uncomfortable question of why Indigenous people don't want to engage themselves in research, why they don't like to be involved in conversations around genetics and genomics. And the truth of the matter is that science wasn't just an innocent bystander in the process of colonisation within this country. Our history is marked with the profound marginalisation and denigration of Indigenous peoples and their interests. Science was used as a tool, as a weapon in the process of colonisation in this country. And as a consequence, communities still have difficulties trusting the process of science, and particularly the complexities that exist within the genomics communities. But we also face other challenges. We face esoteric challenges about where genomics fits within the world of health and well-being for our communities. We have significant expertise and strength in the Australian Indigenous research community from a population health perspective. The epidemiological basis, the public health foundations that we have been trained in, makes us ask all sorts of questions about where genomics fits and what it means potentially for the health and well-being of our generations to come. And we struggle with these questions about the focus on the micro as opposed to the focus on the health and well-being of entire populations within the context in which the health and well-being is preserved and sustained, or whether or not this context influences the sickness and disease that we experience at rates that are unacceptably high and unequal. And where genomics focuses in on these smaller matters, Indigenous Australians are worried about the entire world in which we live, the ecosystem, the context within which we find ourselves. And the question is, how do we reconcile these two worlds? Clearly there's a path forward, but it will require significant effort from us as this community to make sure this occurs. The fortunate reality is you are all part of witnessing the birth of the field of Indigenous genomics. It's been around for a while, but it's been very quiet. It's been largely at the forefront of ethical, legal, social implications. That's the bucket in which most Indigenous genomics efforts have been placed. But with the growth of expertise and training and voice of Indigenous people the world over, we're starting to see not just the application of genomics for Indigenous communities, but the realisation that the way in which we can do this work should be informed and influenced by Indigenous ways of knowing as well. And as many of you would know, most of the efforts to date have focused on How do we include a few more brown people in our international reference databases? I can tell you this is not nearly enough. But there is a case for inclusion, as you all know. The reality is, most of the efforts to date in international genomics have focused on European populations. Most of you have written these papers, presented these slides, and talked about the next wave of genomics that must include diverse communities and those with diverse ancestries. This is clearly a requirement for this field moving forward. But it's not just going to happen by saying, hey, would you like some genomics? It's going to require a lot more work than that. And the question is, are we up for it? And are we going to listen? The truth is, we might not listen as well as we need to. And hopefully Indigenous peoples can help have these conversations at a broader scale. So why would we want to include Indigenous Australians? Well, Indigenous Australians have been around for a while. I don't know if you guys have heard, we've been here on this continent for at least 65,000 years. That's a pretty long time. There weren't so many buildings around then, but, you know, we had a lot of time to work some stuff out. We were part of the first dispersals. And contemporary Aboriginal Australians, like myself, have the blood of the first peoples coursing through my veins. We have a direct lineage to the first people who arrived here. And that's something of great strength and pride, but it also comes with enormous senses of obligation and responsibility. And so what does it look like if we were to examine the genetic architecture or profile of Indigenous Australians and compare that to what we see in other populations, the majority European populations in existing genomics efforts? Well, we're really quite different. That's a good thing. Diversity is not just a bumper sticker. There are lessons to learn here about what's unique about Indigenous Australians compared to other population groups. And the data at hand would suggest that we're not just unique from the majority European populations that have been involved in genomics research efforts to date, but we're unique even between communities. And this is important, and reflecting on Kira's welcome to, or acknowledgement of country this morning about the diversity that exists within the diversity. And the great thing is the genomics community has in their hands tools to be able to unpack these stories and make sense of these unique patterns of variation and how this influences the health and well-being of populations. Now, the other cause for concern by not including Indigenous people or other diverse communities in our genomics efforts is that all the tools you guys might build, and beautifully so, will not quite get the job done for Indigenous and other diverse communities. We know that if you don't build a tool with the inclusion of all populations for whom you wish to apply it, it won't do the job. This in the context of PRS, the further the population is away from the population in which it was built, it doesn't work anywhere near as well. And the inclusion of diverse communities, multi-ethnic communities in our tools, in our efforts, can increase the utility and accuracy and usefulness of the tools we develop. You can see here in the context of PRS, including diverse communities makes your tools better, not just for us as Indigenous or diverse communities, but also for you guys. So the reality is there's a benefit for the work that you do and for the communities you are working for by including the uniqueness and stories of Indigenous and other ancestrally diverse communities. But more importantly, we're not just going to help you build your tools a little better. There's fundamental questions about what Indigenous people can offer. And rather than having conversations about, oh, Aboriginal people in Australia are all so sick, you're all in jail, you don't get an education, you don't work, you're all unemployed, This is the negative narrative that frames the way in which policy in this country reflects on Indigenous peoples. There is great strength and knowledge and wisdom from 65,000 years of surviving in a pretty harsh place, uninterrupted. We weren't just hanging around waiting for a whole bunch of people to arrive on boats. We had some stuff sorted out, and it worked pretty well. Indigenous people have important roles to play to inform and educate the broader community about how things can get done better. We have unique perspectives that can influence the way in which we conduct this work and how we can frame the work that needs to get done to better understand health and well-being of all of humanity within the context, the environment, the life course in which we all live. And that's the job beyond inclusion that we must endeavour to follow. But if we are to include Indigenous people, it can't just happen by saying, hey, would you like some genomics? It's just not enough. There are questions community have, appropriate questions about whether or not we do things the right way and how will we respond to the concerns of communities who have been largely ignored, whose voices have not been heard, and who have never been asked their position or opinion on how to move forward. Communities are worried. They don't trust necessarily, because of the history of our most recent few hundred years, how science has been used as a weapon against us. Genomics is a part of that, certainly in the Australian context, to dehumanise Indigenous people and present that they weren't somehow as human as everyone else who'd just arrived. This was a cover for the policies to separate, segregate and undermine Indigenous interests. There are questions from community about who's in control. There are questions about who has access to data and how is it going to get used. There are concerns with exploitation. There are questions around what is the benefit here that's going to be delivered, not in some theoretical sense, but in real terms for communities who are suffering profound disadvantage and inequity. There is a bigger job to be done because inclusion won't deliver us to an equitable set of outcomes. So what's the case for equity? Well, I suppose if Uncle Eric says so, we should do it. This is the latest report from the NIGHR, which clearly states an ambition to ensure that the benefits of genomics will be equitably shared with all communities from ancestrally diverse populations. This is a lofty but critically important ambition. The question is, what does inequity look like currently, and how do we get a step ahead? Well, in the context of Australia, inequity is profound, and the most clear sense of that is in the context of life expectancy differentials. You can see here two fundamental realities. One, life expectancy gaps for Indigenous Australians are large, and as large as you would see in many lower and middle income countries around the world. But we also see gradients of inequality within Indigenous communities, here patterned by geographical location. So those in very remote areas have a lower life expectancy than Indigenous people in major metropolitan centres. So we have diversity within our diversity, and we have inequity within our inequities. And if you look at the major causes of death for Indigenous Australians, like cardiovascular disease, still the leading cause, we have a peak of mortality in people's 40s, as opposed to non-Indigenous people whose peak of mortality from heart disease is in their mid-80s. This is a profound gap, almost impossible to comprehend, and the question is, what tools can we bring to the table from a genomics perspective to help unpack and alleviate this inequity? Our interest in diabetes is also a clear marker for why we need to apply the tools that genomics offers to the very essential drivers of inequity in and of itself. Here, in the context of diabetes, much higher rates at every age Not only that, Indigenous people with diabetes are 9 times more likely in Australia to die from diabetes than non-Indigenous people with the same condition. Unfortunately, Australia leads the world league tables on poor outcomes from diabetes. In a country like ours, this is an unacceptable reality. So we established a large-scale, longitudinal, multi-omics study of diabetes for this very reason. It was purposeful. It wasn't because we pined for being geneticists. It was because we wondered whether or not there were tools that would help us understand the high burden of disease, the early onset of chronic conditions, the aggressive course and complications we see, and how do we do a better job in the healthcare system to respond. And the challenge we face in the context of equity in genomics is how do we make sense of the complexity of context? Where does genomics fit in the world of trying to understand the fundamental drivers, the structural drivers of inequity that exist for our communities? Is there a genomics cure for poverty and disadvantage and racism and discrimination? Well, clearly there's not. The question is, how do we fit this within a world that requires a lot of change for those who do not have to get a better shot at a healthy life for them and their kids? And then we're currently facing this enormous challenge where people are saying, okay, you're asking us to include Indigenous people in this agenda, but you're holding us back. We must avoid equity gaslighting, where it's our fault for some unknown reason that you're not including Indigenous people in your efforts. Mostly it's because you haven't bothered to ask. And there's work to be done to get that done right. So we have this opportunity to apply genomics to improve health outcomes, but there's lots of questions we have to answer as well. Will it actually deliver equitable outcomes? How do we more appropriately target personalised prevention? How do we stop disease at its root cause? What are the ethical and legal and social implications, frameworks and approaches we need to develop that will in some ways be bespoke for Indigenous interests, but should inform better ways of doing things for everyone? Who's going to be in control of these conversations? Will we have access to things that we need? Do we have the right models of care? Have we built the right workforce? Can we shift the lens of genomics to the reduction of inequalities in and of itself? This is an equity agenda. This won't be solved by inclusion alone. And the other reality is, equity is about holding to account the systems that are responsible for driving inequalities in health and social outcomes. Unfortunately, all the keys sit in the hands of those who have been part of a system which has oppressed and marginalised vulnerable and other ethnically diverse communities. So we argue for a case beyond inclusion and beyond equity, noting that the only real way to get to both of those will be a sovereign agenda for Indigenous interests and Indigenous rights. And we have the foundations of this. Most of our countries here, certainly the countries with larger Indigenous populations, are signatories to the United Nations Declarations for the Rights of Indigenous People, which clearly stipulates that Indigenous people have the right to maintain, control, protect, develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions, as well as the manifestations of their sciences, technologies and cultures, including human and genomic resources. We have the foundation on which to build a better way forward for Indigenous interests in genomics and for a better way of doing genomics for all across the globe. And you will note careful consideration and frameworks for ethical research in the genomic space led by Indigenous scholars and academics and communities and service providers centre sovereignty at the very heart of a way forward. And the question is, well, where does an Indigenous agenda fit within a genomics architecture and a genomics future for all? It has to be built from our ways of knowing. We have to use it for the right purpose. It has to be negotiated with Indigenous people about what it means, what it can do, and how we should move forward together. It could be very useful building a sovereignty agenda for Indigenous people to lead their own destiny in genomics, to demystify what this genomics thing is. We can find common ground and two ways of knowing. We can use it as the foundations for understanding and awareness and building the next generation of Indigenous people in genomics and science more broadly. It has to be about holism and context, and it has to be our story. We can do all of that. And we've learnt a lot of stuff along the way in the last 60 to 70,000 years. We established in Australia, in response to this agenda, the Australian Alliance for Indigenous Genomics. Fledgling, yes, important, profoundly. And the great thing is, we've brought together a whole bunch of disparate folk and tried to build a critical mass of people working together for a common goal of improving outcomes in health and social wellbeing for Indigenous Australians. We brought together the fragmented system that existed. We've tried to move beyond the sort of competitive funding architecture that exists, where we all gobble each other's children up in the process of getting that grant that keeps us going for another 12 months while we wait for the skies to open up and rain money down upon us, which never comes. We want to build a sustainable national effort here, and we think that that agenda could connect very strongly with Indigenous agendas that exist in communities across the Pacific and more broadly. We have a moral and ethical obligation to do so. We need to hold genomics and the way it gets done and the way in which governments consider supporting genomics efforts to account for what they do and don't do for the most vulnerable in our communities. It has to have a sovereignty agenda. What it looks like, we built it, not thinking just that if we build it, they will come. We didn't know who was out there. We just built it knowing that we needed to. Our first job was really to bring together Indigenous people to lead on their own terms in genomics efforts in this country. Our job was to identify the key policy imperatives and respond to them, to guide, to build, to model, to communicate, to find best practice and what it looks like in this field, to build the capacity so that we can say in 10 years' time we're a part of building the future of Indigenous genomics and science. And we had to be very clear and purposeful about genomics, not for genomics' sake, but if you think you've got something to offer, I need you to take me through what that roadmap to benefit actually looks like. Because theoretical benefit for communities facing profound disadvantage is just not good enough. I know that you have to dream big, but our dream is not the unproven opportunity that genomics may offer our communities. It is being able to articulate how we're going to get there together and what difference it's going to make for our kids in the future. And what is our remit, approach? Fundamentally built by Indigenous governance. To build that from scratch, how do Indigenous people make decisions on their own terms about their involvement in genomics or not? People have a right to say no. We completely appreciate that. People also have a right to say yes. We want to make sure Indigenous people have their hands on the steering wheel of their own destiny. And how this is playing out is the establishment of nodes across each of the jurisdictions in Australia, with a particular focus on their areas of expertise to model user case scenarios that will make a difference in Indigenous people's lives, whether that be pharmacogenomics led from our Queensland colleagues, or the immunogenomics efforts led from our Victorian friends, or precision medicine in New South Wales, genome biology in Canberra, or the rare disease community led out of Western Australia. And as it so happens, there's lots happening in the policy space within Australia where Indigenous genomics has now got a place at the table, largely because of the efforts and support of the genomics community and Australian genomics and all of you sitting here in this room. So thank you. for being there for us and getting us a seat. Now, a seat's not enough, but it's a good start. One of the other challenges we face is the inevitability of the conversation we're all going to have about data sharing. We get it. Can't do the work you need to do without sharing data. But that doesn't mean we can't ask questions and find solutions to them. The questions are, as Indigenous peoples, as Indigenous communities whose data may be developed, should we share? I think personally the answer to that is yes, but the question is under what circumstances? For whose benefit would we be sharing? Are we allowed to share? Do the community or the participants or the family or the health service that we got that information from give us approval to share that information? If we could, should we? If we should and can, how would we? And then how do we apply these sets of questions for communities to make their own decisions about their data? And if you look at what the data architecture and protocols that exist are out there, there's a very clear demarcation between the standards that exist from a data and non-Indigenous perspective, very data-centric. I understand why, very appropriately so. But if you compare that with Indigenous interests, informed by a very careful review by Indigenous colleagues, it's all about people first, data second, not data first for the purposes of your agenda. So we have these emerging issues that we're going to have to deal with. What does justice look like in the context of delivering equitable outcomes for Indigenous and other ancestrally diverse communities? Is this global push just about getting a few more brown folk into your database? Is it a new biocolonialism? Or is it fundamentally about delivering the goods to all? If it is, there's a few steps along that path. From my perspective, I don't think we can be fair without caring. And there are Indigenous frameworks to guide data sharing, which we should be conversant with and we should use to inform our thinking moving forward. Is open access to data consistent with Indigenous protocol and the community mandate we get when engaging with our partners? What does the benefit look like? Is it a theoretical benefit or is it real? And fundamentally, can genomics actually alleviate or reverse health inequalities? So we have questions about what does an equity agenda look like in the context of genomics. It is founded around the right principles to consider the way in which we need to move forward together. It is about empowerment, it's about building trust, it's about respect of culture, of ethics, of decision-making, of sovereignty of Indigenous interests and rights, and it's about delivering benefit. We need to invest in the right foundations. It's going to take money. It's going to take a workforce. It's going to take the right infrastructure and the right way of building infrastructure that works and supports our sovereign agenda as Indigenous people and with the rights enshrined that we have to decide our own future. It's going to be about developing an equity research agenda within genomics. Do we apply genomics to the context of the diseases and conditions which drive inequalities in the first place? Or is it just about adding genomics and some people within a genomics data system? And it has to be embedded within an implementation mindset. What's it going to take to do this at scale to deliver benefit to the most people in need? What are our medium-term targets in the Indigenous genomics field? Emerging across our work with the National Centre for Indigenous Genomics, the Align Network and our work at Black Ochre Data Labs is developing the next generation of Indigenous scientists in genomics to understand more completely genomic variation and the uniqueness we have as Indigenous people within our story, housed within our DNA. It is about building national resources for all to benefit and to apply to the health and well-being of Indigenous peoples. It's about deploying the expertise of this community to the applied targets of reducing health inequalities in the context of precision medicine, and is about understanding our place as Indigenous people on this earth, within place, across time. And genomics is an important tool that could be used to unravel those very clear and important understandings across people and place. So where are we heading? As I said, we have an important job to do in the context of inclusion, but it won't happen unless we've got an equity mindset and a commitment to be held to account for what we do and how it delivers equitable outcomes for all. Neither of these will happen without Indigenous people in control in a sovereign agenda to guide their own destiny in genomics. And I commend you for your openness to have these conversations and to work with us for a better way forward for all. And I suggest, if you're not going to help us, get out of the way, because we're coming. Thank you very much. Hi, Ewan.
So that was great. Apologies, I got a course on something. Can we take any questions? The slider, yeah. Let me go here. So which one should we start? At the top? How to engage Indigenous people to participate in genomics efforts and make sure the health benefits is greater than social risks.
Yeah, so thanks for that question. We get asked this question pretty much at every conference that we will present at. The broader agenda here is to make sure that people understand the only way to do work with Indigenous communities, in my experience, is to build relationships. Now, that sounds really twee. It sounds a little bit sort of self-evident. Common sense is often quite self-evident, and often really, really clever people aren't great at common sense. I'm not suggesting that's the case in this room. Fundamentally, the only way to engage with communities is over time. I think we have to be really careful about overselling the benefit of what we do. I think researchers are very good at profoundly overselling the benefit to get the grant. We all do it, don't lie. I do it, I'm admitting it, I'll come clean. The other thing we do is we tell everyone that everyone else who's done any work in this field is pretty stupid and you should fund me because I'm better than everyone else, which is a horrible narcissistic reality. Maybe that's just the Australian system. But I think there's a very genuine openness that's required to build the relationships on which engagement will occur. And that can't happen by just saying, hey, would you like some genomics, and translating it into a different language and developing some snazzy flyers. Ainsley said the word snazzy this morning. It's now stuck in my head. Thank you for the 1980s. There's more work to be done, and it is about respect and engagement over a longer period of time.
Okay, that's very good. And then we've got a highly rated one at the top here. How does data management fit into a public health system where more data might be generated and consented, captured, shared without an acknowledgement of Indigenous principles and concerns? So there's data management, public health, and genomic integration.
Yeah, it's a great question, and something we've wrestled with for some time. In fact, at the end, or the start of conversations around the Human Genome Project, Indigenous interests were largely kept to the side, and what came from that was the birth of the Indigenous data sovereignty movement as a space of self-protection as well as international brother and sisterhood of Indigenous scholars in ethics, which helped us to frame up a way of thinking through these complex questions. The Indigenous data sovereignty movement focuses on two large agendas, sovereignty being the umbrella that guides it all. But it is about how is data managed, How is it collected, for what purpose, and ensuring that Indigenous people are at the table for those decisions? And then how is data governed? So who makes the decision about what data is out there, how it gets used, who can access it, for what purposes? We can't possibly hope to have the unlocking of the potential of large-scale administrative data that exists. We have data on Indigenous Australians that is outstripping the amount of data that we would have on other populations within Australia, largely because we're highly scrutinised and watched constantly. The question is, how does that data get used and who makes that decision? And I think that unlocking the data assets that exist within the public health system, that exist within government administrative data, and what will come if we do our job right within a genomics and health systems response perspective, there is enormous potential for what we can do. It starts with Indigenous people in a position of influence and decision making, which is fundamentally Indigenous data sovereignty agenda. Let's do some of that, please.
Okay, the next question I think is going to be interesting to hear your response, Alex. So is there a risk that different ways to share Indigenous data will impact equity benefits derived from this data use? In other terms, by not being able to share Indigenous data or having vastly different processes to do so, we actually prevent its reuse. Are you in the way would be the short summary of that.
Yeah, so thanks. This is a really important conversation for us to have. It's an uncomfortable question, and I'll note that. As I mentioned in my talk, there's an element of equity gaslighting here, and I'm not sort of saying that it's a problem of this person. I've been told 100 times I'm getting in the way of Indigenous people getting the benefits of genomics. I would say to you, how do you expect to include Indigenous people and deliver benefit if you're not having a respectful conversation with them in the first place? Who's going to want it? Aboriginal people are not banging down my door saying, hey, can I have some genomics, please? I'm having to go to them and saying, are you interested in being involved in this? Is the potential. How do we do this the right way? They are not begging to be sequenced. In fact, most people we talk to don't want to be sequenced. What are they going to get from it? The theoretical benefit of a polygenic risk score, which incrementally increases your C statistic by 0.03? Like, really? As a public health physician, we don't get out of bed for an odds ratio under 0.4 to 0.6, right? That just won't happen. So we are trying to construct a more sensible and appropriate and respectful way forward for all of genomics, not just for the utility or use of genomics with Indigenous people. And I don't think we need to fear that set of adequate conversations. In fact, those conversations are going to be the foundations for genomics for all for the future. You don't want to have those conversations, maybe you're doing the wrong stuff. We should have those conversations because it's respectful, it's right, and it will make sure that genomics delivers the promise to all. And I think that's our job.
Great. Right, I think we should take the next two. How can researchers and institutions build trust and establish meaningful partnerships with Indigenous communities? The how question.
Yeah, it's, again, a good question. One, don't screw us over. That's a starting point. I had a stronger word, but those of you who know me will know I would never swear in a public forum. Oh, thanks for your support. I think the other essential component is to employ Indigenous people in positions of power and influence and who can work the right way with communities. And they should not be token positions. They should be real. And if you don't have the talent, you think you don't have the talent, invest in those people who you believe in so that they can become all that they're capable of becoming. The fundamental bit is you can't engage with communities appropriately without adequate foundational core resourcing for Indigenous interests. You want to make a difference as an institution in Indigenous health or Indigenous issues, you have to put your money where your mouth is. If you're not prepared to do that, get out of the game. We don't want you there. Not that you don't have something really important to offer, lots of people, and you should do that work. But don't kid yourself or Indigenous peoples that you are up for the challenge of what it really takes to do this properly. Institutions have to build trust. They have to become trustworthy. They have to invest. They have to build the next generation of Indigenous people to lead their own agenda. This is what a sovereignty agenda means. Do that, and the rest will follow.
Great. And then I think we can take the next two almost together. So what are some effective models of collaboration between Indigenous communities and genomic researchers? And then maybe just add in that bottom one. I can see the Canadian Indigenous groups. So the joint projects, you had that nice table with, you know, the different Indigenous groups looking, I mean, it's kind of a very Anglo perspective slightly, isn't it? You know, US, Australia, Canada, New Zealand. But still, you know, that between country collaboration and within country Indigenous community to genomic researchers.
Yeah, so thanks. So the great news is there are effective and wonderful and culturally informed partnerships that exist between Indigenous peoples and the genomics efforts, communities, projects in many countries, including Canada, the US, Hawaii, Aotearoa and Australia. Increasingly now in Sami communities, in Greenlandic Inuit communities. There is a large-scale biobank in Taiwan that includes Indigenous peoples. So there are efforts occurring around the globe. If you want to know what works in the context of Indigenous partnership and good collaborative projects, look to our good friends First Nations community in Canada with the Silent Genome Project, with the Northern BC Biobank, which Nadine will talk about later. Speak to Phil Wilcox about the Variant Project and all of the efforts that Phil's invested the last 25 years in pursuing in partnership with Māori interests. Have conversations with a raft of US scholars now building significant momentum in Indigenous genomics and data futures and assets, the native biobank in North Dakota. There are efforts afoot in all of these locations that you need to talk to. How can we harmonise approaches internationally? I think there is a growing movement for the establishment of Indigenous Federation of Genomics, and we've got a lunchtime meeting later to start those conversations with GA4GH. The reality is Indigenous peoples involved in genomics have been working together since the birth of Indigenous data sovereignty as an agenda. We have Canadian interests, US interests, Native Hawaiian interests, interests for Māori and Pacific people, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians already engaged. We are strengthened by each other's power, mana, our spirit, our abilities, our capacity, our elders and our ancestors and the wisdom that they've handed down to us. We are stronger because of one another. We all have unique skill sets to bring, and we need the international community to get behind us and enable us to do this work together so that we can have a better future, not just for Indigenous peoples, but I think for everyone. And that is our solemn obligation and commitment to the future of the global community.
Great, thank you very much. So I think we should end it there. Thank you very much, Alex, for a great talk. And now are we breaking? That was the, thank you, AV. That was perfect. I hope I get an exit theme. Okay, what's happening now? Is it coffee? As Jim. So next up is Angie to introduce the next speaker.
Thanks. Yes, hi, I'm Angie Music. I'm with the All of Us Research Program in the U.S., and I'm pleased to introduce our next speakers for the next session. We will have 3 speakers, and we are requesting that we save questions till the end, and we'll have a panel up on stage. So our first speaker, Nadine Caron, is the first Canadian female general surgeon of First Nations descent, as well as the first female First Nations student to graduate from the University of British Columbia's Medical School. And since 2005, she's been working as a general and endocrine surgeon at Prince George Regional Hospital. What? Oh, sorry, wrong order. Okay, our first speaker, starting over, is Jimmy Breen. He's the chief data scientist of the Indigenous Genomics Research Group, Black Ochre Data Labs, which is co-funded by Telethon Kids Institute and Australian National University. He's an adjunct associate professor of Indigenous Genomics at the National Center for Indigenous Genomics at ANU and a key investigator on the National Australian Alliance for Indigenous Genomics program that aims to deliver equity and benefit to Indigenous Australians through genomics.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's great to be back in Melbourne. For the international people here in the audience, I'm actually a former fantastic Australian rules football player, and so I always was coming to Melbourne to get the crap beat out of me. So, in fact, you'll probably see the Melbourne Cricket Ground, which is pretty close to here, and that's where we play AFL, and we also play cricket. For the Americans in the audience, cricket's just a better version of baseball. So, there's that. I would also like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri and the Boonwurrung people here in Melbourne. Just want to acknowledge the deep attachments that these people have to their place. I want to acknowledge all the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here in the audience today, Indigenous people from around the world. And Indigenous genomics plays a massive role in the work that I do, so I'm really, really thankful and privileged to work in this area. I'm actually, some people used to describe me as a semi-professional Western Australian. I grew up pretty much everywhere in WA because my parents were primary school teachers, so I moved around a lot and I was privileged to live on lots of incredibly amazing Indigenous lands. I live and work now on Kaurna country in Adelaide, which is, as you can see, most of Australia. We produce the best footballers and cricketers, by the way. I'm also a chief data scientist, and as Jean said about my work, I'm also president of the Australian Bioinformatics and Computational Biology Society, which Alex described me as the king of the nerds. I actually have a long career in, funnily enough, non-human genomics research. I've actually got a PhD in wheat and barley genetics, and I have to say the wheat and barley is way harder to work with than humans. But I've also done lots of different stuff, ancient DNA, viticulture, reproductive biology, fertility, but now I'm working with this Indigenous genomics. So what I'm going to talk about here today is sort of building data systems for Indigenous genomics, so really trying to build that healthcare inequality. Am I actually able to get the slides down here on this screen here so I don't have to turn around? I'll keep going anyway. I'm also going to talk about Indigenous participants and what they expect out of a modern genomics data system, and also opportunities for GA4GH and using GA4GH toolkits, policies and things like that. So Alex pretty much did all the work for me in terms of talking about the inequality between Indigenous Australians and sort of non-Indigenous Australians. There's a massive sort of 10-year gap in life expectancy. And we're also seeing sort of, especially with type 2 diabetes, that the next generation of people who come through are getting type 2 diabetes at an earlier rate. As you can see here in terms of First Nations peoples, some kids are getting type 2 diabetes in their teens, and that's really incredibly awful scenario to be in. In terms of Australia, I actually have to correct Alex here, but cancer is now the #1 disease risk in Indigenous Australians, but cardiovascular disease and complications from diabetes is a massive driver as well. And as you can see, the healthcare gap between Australians, non-Indigenous and Indigenous, have even with the advancements in healthcare, in which a lot of the people in this room have been partially responsible for, we really haven't bridged that gap between them. And in fact, in most cases, it's widening, and during COVID, it probably also widened as well. In terms of hospitalisations from a lot of the work that I do is in cardiovascular disease. We basically still have a large amount of hospitalisations of Indigenous people compared to non-Indigenous, and that gap is also increasing up until very recently. And also, but when it comes to the hospitalisations, the Indigenous people are not getting the appropriate care, and they're not going through to treatments and procedures. And that is really one of the reasons why this systemic racism that Alex told me is really important that we pursue. Given that, as you can see on sort of the bottom right-hand side there, is that young Indigenous people are going into hospitals and potentially having procedures, but as they get older in their life, they see the inequities and the racism that happens within that system, making it incredibly difficult to go on, and they just don't bother. So, in terms of using precision healthcare for a prevention, how can we accurately predict things like cardiovascular disease or diabetes risk in Indigenous Australians? And obviously we have the traditional risk factors of BMI, smoking, physical activity, diet, diabetes. And using these risk factors, we've done a particularly bad effort of actually trying to accurately predict it in Indigenous Australians, especially in Indigenous women, where these risk calculators are just not particularly great. And so we're working to try and to help that by potentially with polygenic risk scores and using these non-traditional clinical factors like your genetics, your epigenetics, metabolomics profile, things like that. These things can really bridge that gap and get a more accurate profile. So when we're talking about sort of the how genomics and precision healthcare can help ease the burden for Indigenous Australians, we have this sort of precision medicine agenda in which Alex was talking about, in terms where we can do proteomics, whole genomes, transcriptomics, building a sort of a database to be able to do a personalised care for the individual, but then developing that for whole populations of people like Indigenous Australians, and putting it forth through that. However, the key element here is that, as Alex mentioned, we have a lot of inequities in the entire systems that Indigenous people have and their interface with the public healthcare system. In terms of housing, policy, sort of incarceration, justice, these all need to kind of be built into an Indigenous or precision healthcare system to tease apart those psychosocial and societal factors to people's health. So what do Indigenous participants expect out of modern genomics data system? Sometimes I feel like, the engineers at Apple, and Alex is coming to me like Steve Jobs and going, I want all my music in my phone right now. And we're kind of doing that with precision healthcare as well. It's a really, really difficult task because there isn't a whole lot of data with Indigenous participants, because the fundamental thing that we want to push is sort of data governance and data sovereignty, which is not a really key component of a lot of different data systems that non-Indigenous people use. So in terms of the Australian Alliance for Indigenous Genomics, we're working to really get community input into what that is. And so we recently had a symposium in Adelaide, and a few of the people in this room came, and we asked people and during community engagement about what they expect. And we're also looking to operationalise, I guess, a lot of this Indigenous data sovereignty within genomics research and look at the roles of data sharing, much like Alex said before. Indigenous data sovereignty is the heart of everything in which we do. and we're describing participant-led as opposed to researcher-led genomics and precision healthcare platforms. The North American Indigenous scholars that we've learnt a lot from, a lot of the time people describe the data that we're giving in terms of the blood and so the genomes that we're producing as gifts. They're not gifts, they're loans. They're basically a down payment on the inequities they find and really finding solutions for all that. There's lots of different frameworks that we're using. Obviously, there's a Canadian OCAP framework of Indigenous data sovereignty, which is ownership, control, access and possession. And there's also the fair and care model, where, okay, everybody in this room probably knows about fair data, but are we talking about collective benefit? We're talking about authority to control. We're talking about the responsibility and ethics of the data systems in which we're building. So where does GA4GH and the people in the room here? Well, we're working with lots of different people. Boris Gunnerwig, who's in the audience today, and our head of epigenetics, Sam Buckberry. We have a MRFF grant where we're trying to build a lot of these particular data systems. The key fundamental point here, and this is really key for everybody, is that Indigenous data sovereignty is non-Indigenous data sovereignty as well. If we can build a lot of the data governance mechanisms and components into a lot of the databases that we want to develop in the future, then I think everybody's going to be happy, especially here in Australia, where we've had data leaks from healthcare companies to lots of different ways. There's a lot of non-Indigenous citizens that are like, well, I didn't realise my data was in that particular data system, and now it's hackers from Russia have my data. So we've got to really be aware that we can build strong models and really get that balance, I guess Ewan and Alex were talking about, of something that's usable for a clinician, but also has all of the things an Indigenous person wants in terms of governance and care of their data. So in terms of the GA4GH toolkits and sort of policies that we can build, obviously phenopackets to get this flexible information on phenotypes and build in psychosocial information, everything like that. Mandating a lot of the data governance and sort of and coding it into the data with things like data passports, which I think is a really great thing, and sort of the fine-grained access with GRIP4GH, where data access committees can be organised within community. But there are some sketchy internet sort of services in sort of remote areas of Australia, so we're working in which ways in which this could happen. Whereas the vetting of a person through an institution and then with their relationships they have in community can give a password for a researcher, which is then coded into the information, which is a really great way of doing it. There's also things in terms of the fine-grained access controls with GRIP4GH. Given the reluctance of a lot of Indigenous people to give them the keys to the kingdom in terms of their genomes, and given that it is incredibly unique, having a way in which you could give, okay, well, I only want to look at type 2 diabetes, and I only really want to give these people the 1,000 variants that are found in a recently published polygenic risk score paper, then we will have the opportunity to do that. And we can code it in with these particular components, and these are things that Boris and Sam are working with at the moment. In terms of where we're heading in the future, I think everybody is in the realm of federated data systems and trusted, in research environments and airlocks, where individual communities can hold their data on country and then be able to access by researchers and then do all the work within that sort of environment, using toolkits like DRS and TRS to do a lot of this particular work, and really have these benefit sharing policies. And our friends from Aotearoa about biocultural labouring and traditional knowledge labelling, sorry. It's a way in which communities can actually put permissions on a lot of those particular data types and found within these databases, and really enable a permission system and a label for these data to be given to researchers to hold dearly. So that's all from me. I just want to also acknowledge, given that Alex never does this, the team, which is at our place, and all the funders. And really, I just want to say to all the people in the audiences is that we do actually, we have a really great opportunity to kind of work together on a lot of these GA4GH components and build these data systems. And we're really wanting to partner with a lot of different people in this room to be able to make it happen. And I'd love to talk to anyone over the next 2 days to make that happen as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jimmy. Great talk. All right, our next speaker is Azure Hermes, who serves as the Deputy Director of the National Centre for Indigenous Genomics at the Australian National University. In her role as NCIG's Community Engagement Coordinator, she's tasked with engaging Indigenous community leaders, senior custodians, and families, facilitating processes of consent with cultural sensitivity and ethical integrity. Through her leadership, she endeavors to ensure the appropriate implementation of genomics initiatives for the benefit of Indigenous communities.
Oh, geez, those lights. Wow. They really hit you, don't they? Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the warm welcome. My name is Azure Hermes, and I would like to commence today just by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands of which we're meeting and pay my respects to their elders, both past and present. And I'd also like to acknowledge all First Nations people in the room today. It's always really exciting to have so many of you under the one roof. I am a very proud Gimoi Wallabarri Dindi woman from Cairns, far north Queensland, and I currently live on Ngunnawal Ngambri land in Canberra. I'm the Deputy Director for NSIG, and I've been there now for, I'd say, about 9 years. Started off as a Community Engagement Officer. And it's not working. There we go. My notes aren't there. All right, here we go. Thanks for waiting. So today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about a project that I'm working on called the Building Knowledge of Genomics in Partnership with Indigenous Communities and Health Services Providers. Now, this project is led by the National Centre for Indigenous Genomics, and we have support from the Kids Institute and Australian Genomics. You've met Alex, and I've introduced myself, but I'd like to also introduce you to two other team members. We have Louise Lyons, who I think is in the room somewhere. She's over there, hands up somewhere. And we also have Alice MacArthur, who's the Community Engagement Officer for NSIG. Now, both of these people have been very instrumental in this project and in the development of this project. Now, this isn't a typical research project. It's about partnering with communities to develop resources that help everyone better understand genomics. So what I'm going to do today is just kind of talk you through what we've been doing. So just to give you a bit of a context around who NSIG is, we're going to talk about how we started, what we aim to do, and how we got there. I'm going to show you what we've made so far and talk about how we've been responding to what communities have been asking for. So let me give you a bit of an overview of who we are. So NSIG, we look after a collection of blood samples. We have 7,000 blood samples from 35 different Aboriginal communities across Australia. Our role includes overseeing the governance of this collection, building genomic reference materials, and connecting with individuals or their families to discuss their preferences for these samples. Now, for many Aboriginal people, and Jimmy, I'm going to have to disagree with you here, a sample of blood or saliva is more than just a biological specimen. It's a gift. It really is. It's a link to our ancestors, and it's something that should be respected. Saying something is on loan means that you can get it back. It's transactional. It means you're going to give them something. And my 9 years of experience in working in genomics, we're not quite there yet. So over the past 8 years, I've been working in remote communities, and I've been going out in the grassroots having conversations about genomics. And one of the things that we found over this time is that there are more and more Indigenous, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are utilising genetic counselling and clinician services, but not having the resources or culturally appropriate resources available to help them make informed decisions. We don't think that that's right, and we thought that as researchers we needed to step in to see if we can help fix that. So in 2022 we received some funding through Australian Genomics Implementation Fund, so big shout out to Tiff and Kathy for your ongoing support. Our goal is to work with communities and health services to create resources that reflect what communities have been asking for when it comes to genomics. It's a broad aim, but it's all about collaborating to make sure that these resources are helpful and culturally relevant. We kicked off this project by engaging with 5 different communities and organisations across 2 different jurisdictions. Now, these included Varcho here in Victoria. We have Girrini Aboriginal Health Corporation in Yarrabah in Queensland. We've got the Mikado Joseph Disease Foundation, who services both Galawinku and Groote Island in the Northern Territory, and a research advisory community from the Tiwi Islands, also in the Northern Territory. Each of these groups brought unique perspectives on genomics, ranging from personal experiences with rare disease to really deep knowledge of community health systems. Our process was all about listening and responding to what communities wanted, creating resources together and making sure to share and evaluate along the way. We held a workshop in 2023, which I'll talk about in a little bit, basically to set out our priorities and have regular catch-up meetings online. Now we're looking into the next 10 months to involve more communities and partners and to see how our resources fit into the health systems. So our 2023 workshop, we laid out the values that guide our work, like respect, deep listening, and keeping the benefit to the community front and centre. We made sure to acknowledge each other's perspectives and to respect cultural and religious sensitivities. We also came up with some key principles for our resources, like keeping them transparent, using simple language, and including personal stories. We tackled the challenge of creating imagery that's engaging but not too culturally specific, since we want these resources to be useful across the country. Now, through this workshop, we identified some gaps and learned a lot of lessons. Things like timing and how we present this information was really important. As does things like timing and how we present is really important. Sorry, this is going ahead, like it's just skipping. Anyway, our partners highlighted how vulnerable people can feel when engaging with genomic health services, often due to a lack of appropriate information. We aim for our resources to support everyone, patients, participants, and clinicians through these interactions. We aim for, another big point is the need for training for those being involved in genomic research, given the complexities around genomics and Indigenous knowledge. We have one participant who puts it succinctly, saying, genomics is fresh and it isn't really understood in the community yet. So the education needs to come, and that's one of the reasons we're here, because we want to work out the best way to bring the messages across to our people and give them a better understanding. So, as a group, we identified several different ways for resources to be developed and how they can address community priorities. And they include an app, training and educational modules, fact sheets and frequently asked questions, videos and animations and explaining what to do next or what to expect. We received advice on the need for diverse approaches to communicate information to each of our diverse audiences. We're working on various resources to introduce key terms, address worries and increase advocacy capacity, but by providing information about what to expect, as well as creating connections and breaking down stigma around genetic conditions. Among other resources, we're also developing an app to act as a safe and trusted source of information, provide links to other resources, and allow us to present information in different languages. We've also drafted answers to a set of frequently asked questions, and we're also working with the University of Melbourne on a Know Your Rights piece. We've created videos to help people know what to expect when engaging with these services, including personal stories and information about genetic counselling services. Now, most of these videos, they're almost complete. They're not quite done yet, but we're really excited to share with you a sneak peek of one today, and hopefully that's all ready to go.
I'm Katrina Connolly. I'm a proud Gimoy Wallabara Yidindi woman. I'm also a Kuka Taipan and Yalanji, but I'm also a mom of 6, and my youngest child is currently living with a rare genetic condition.
I'd like to share my family story with other families to encourage, bring awareness, and share knowledge from my own personal journey as a mom with a child living with a rare genetic condition. Sharing knowledge and yarning with mom is important because it gives hope, empowerment, and confidence in taking that first step to reach out, seek medical attention for more and future generations.
I went to the local clinic back in 2019 because I had a concern about my son. I knew from my observation that something wasn't right because of his development delay. Common illnesses are more prevalent and are more talked about. It's like diabetes and heart disease, stroke, cancer, because there's a lot more awareness around. His delay affected the whole family. His siblings identified that he was developing different to the other kids his age, and I had to explain to them the reasons and the differences. We attended all the appointments, the 2, 4, 6, 12, and 18 months child health appointments. I was worried if something I did, something I ate or drank, that may have caused a genetic issue. And this was something that I hadn't experienced or heard about during my pregnancy or with my previous kids. And I didn't know anyone else with this kind of condition.
Learning about his condition and getting his diagnosis of a rare genetic condition helped me to understand that this was not something that I had caused or had control over.
Getting the genetic test was very hard because I felt very uncomfortable and confronted and confused by the information. Receiving his diagnosis was just the beginning of a new journey for me and my family. It's a long journey and we're still on the journey, and there's still a lot of testing and follow-ups to come. So during this period, I had to remain very strong. I tried to focus as much as possible in being around my kids, my family, and community members to build my strength.
So we'll just pause it
As
there.
part of my experience, I'd like to...
Because it's quite a long video, and I'm very happy to show people at a later date. So on top of that, we decided that we would create those videos, but on top of that, we also decided that we would create some of these animations. During our work, there were some really big questions that were asked. What is DNA? What does it look like? How does it affect my family? What's a chromosome? And we knew that these questions were way too big to put into one animation. So we divided those into three. And those things were, the three that we created were an introduction to what a rare disease was. We did a video explaining what DNA is. And the third animation is around the consent process that you'll go through with your GP. Our resources are for all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and I think I've said that a lot through this. But creating something that is culturally appropriate is tricky when you've got lots of diverse communities across Australia. There's over 500 communities in Australia. So while, you know, some of our participants talked about for us to create individualised artworks within these animation was really important to people, it wasn't actually feasible for us to do that. So what we did was focused on using thoughtful language and imagery to make sure our resources feel safe and that they resonate with everybody. Looking ahead, we want to engage with more communities, refine our resources to be as inclusive and as relevant as possible, and gather feedback from other communities and health professionals. We've recently received further funding from Australian Genomics to translate our resources into the top 5 Indigenous language that are spoken here in Australia, which we're really excited about. And if all goes well, we hope to be able to then roll that out to other communities. Through this process, we've learned that just having resources isn't enough, though. While engaging with our communities, our community partners and our communities, it became clear that many genetic counsellors and researchers are eager to support our First Nations patients that they have, but often don't feel that they have the tools to be able to do that. So as a result, we've decided to launch a phase 3 of this phase. Not funded, we'll get there. Anyone in the room who has some money? Shout out. Talk to Alex. So these modules, we're working with the University of Technology in Sydney and University of Melbourne, who both run the genetic counselling courses. Our aim is to be able to work with those two universities as well as our communities to develop culturally appropriate models which will be inserted into their training courses. And at the same time, we hope to gather more information from our communities about what other resources are needed in order for us to better serve our communities. The other thing that we're really quite interested in is developing some accredited courses for our Aboriginal health workers and practitioners that are in our communities. More often than not, these practitioners and healthcare workers are the ones that will be the front of this work and who will support families through this process. So making sure that they have proper training and education around genomics is really important, but also that they have a proper certificate which allows them to be paid for their knowledge and services. I'm going to wrap this up because I think I'm really well over time and I know Nadine needs to come up. But what I would say is that this project is really just a step towards making genomics more accessible for all of our communities. Thank you so much for your time. I know that there was a few technical issues, so thanks for bearing with me. We really appreciate all the contributions from our partners. And if there's anybody in here today who's really interested in this space and would like to work with us in developing different resources, be really happy to let you be involved. Thank you.
All right, now to our final speaker, and one housekeeping item. Given that we got a little bit of a late start, we're going to push the agenda down 15 minutes, so we'll break at 11:15 and have lunch at 12:45. Okay, Nadine Caron is the first Canadian female general surgeon of First Nations descent, as well as the first female First Nations student to graduate from University of British Columbia's medical school. And since 2005, she's been working as a general and endocrine surgeon at Prince George Regional Hospital, as well as a tenure-track faculty member in UBC's Faculty of Medicine, Department of Surgery, and teaching in the Northern Medical Program, and is currently chair of the BC Medical Association's Committee on Aboriginal Health. Welcome, Nadine.
Ani, good morning. Thank you so much, Chimigwich. It's an honor to be with you here this morning and this week. Thank you to my colleagues for joining me. I too would like to acknowledge the original owners of this traditional, unceded, and absolutely stunning territory. And I do want to pay my respects to our elders, the Indigenous elders globally, past, present, and future. So let's see if I can figure this out. So actually going back a little bit, we're talking about equity, and I sometimes call it the elusive chase for equity. But in this space of genomics, I'm going to walk you through some of the things that we've taken, and by we I mean a major, big, huge group of colleagues who have become friends, mentors who became colleagues, and organizations that really came on board and supported us in terms of this chase for equity. So basically, Canada has three distinct constitutionally recognized Indigenous groups: the First Nations, the Métis, and the Inuit. In Canada, we have a few provinces and territories, but I'm from British Columbia, which is the most westerly province in Canada. And British Columbia is divided into 5 geographic health authorities, with the most northern being the Northern Health Authority, and by far the largest, taking up about 2/3 of the province. To put it in context, about the size of Germany. I don't know why we always say that, because it's an odd reference, but everyone always says that in the north. But it does give some context in terms of the size of it, and it is very sparsely populated. And I think this is really important. I currently call home, and have since 2005, the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Lheidli T'enneh peoples, which is otherwise known colonial as Prince George. It's interesting, the most colonial place on the map, Prince George, British Columbia. I'm based there, which is where the Northern Medical Program for UBC is based. But I'm from the Sagamok and Anishinaabe First Nation, which is actually located in central Canada. It's not central because it's close to Toronto, which Torontonians would think. It's actually central in terms of being in Ontario. Now, professionally and personally, this is how I kind of look at the perpetual Canadian Venn diagram. It's not drawn to scale. But this is looking at some of the populations and the areas that I work with and that I live in that are relevant to me in terms of my professional career and personally are these overlapping northern, rural, remote, and Indigenous. They're overlapping for multiple reasons: the challenges and the disparities in access to health services, to health status, and the research that drives it. But also overlapping because the more rural, the more remote, the more northern in Canada, generally speaking, the rule of thumb is the higher the percentage of Indigenous peoples that you will find there. And then now, as a healthcare provider, as a surgical oncologist, anyone that walks into my office, they're going to identify with at least one of those circles, being northern, but often rural and remote, and have a high percentage of Indigenous peoples in the north. In fact, there's over 200 First Nations in British Columbia, and 55 of them are located in the Northern Health Authority. So there are actually 3 projects that I want to briefly run you through, so hang on, because I think they're examples of what we're doing in Canada to address this genomic divide and actually really kind of put Indigenous peoples in leadership roles and in projects that I think are making a difference with respect to the Indigenous voices in Canada. So these are Northern Biobank, which is based in northern British Columbia, the Silent Genomes Project, which is a national project, and the Marathon of Hope, which has some applicability and how a non-Indigenous project has really brought in the importance of diversity. So I'm going to have a little bit, obviously, of a perspective of Indigenous in all of these, but there is a lot of overlap that's important to recognize. So let's see. So in the field of genomics, there's research, and then there's clinical applications, and more there's this kind of bridge and overlap of those. And I think overall, perhaps the most elusive pursuit for equity in the spectrum of all of this is genomics. I think part of it is the paucity of leadership in research foundations and funding agencies. We talk about the lack of funding and the lack of resources in order to do something. As Vera just talked about, the fact that there's the next step, it's this amazing thing, it's obviously needed, and then all of a sudden the issue about funding. And I think part of it is that leadership being the voices that need to be heard. Can you imagine if Alex Brown was at the top of your national funding agencies, how this would really overnight actually reverse? But I do need to recognize that the funding agencies in Canada that I've had the opportunity and the honor to work with really are making massive steps to address this. And I'm really proud to be part of that. And I think that my colleagues and I, when we accept money, I think we actually really do take a look in the mirror and we kind of go, are we accepting money from people who really understand this, who really get this, who really support this, and who really care? And there's a lot of people in the room right now, and I think that are probably watching virtually, that I think they know who I'm talking about in terms of the steps that they've made. There's a paucity of Indigenous identifiers in biobanks globally, and I'm going to talk about one project that's helping to address that. But these are research platforms that need to be there in order to be at the table for these research projects, including genomics, and the biobanks just aren't there. There's a paucity of Indigenous researchers and healthcare providers. This is really out of scope of this entire talk. It's a major issue, and you just heard it referred to as an issue also in Australia. And I think the 3 points above it and the points that follow would really be addressed if we could change this point right here. But we're talking upstream about determinants of health like education and access to opportunity. There's the understanding of ethics via an Indigenous lens to include Indigenous voices, and we've already heard multiple times about Indigenous data sovereignty. I don't know if it's about ethic or about understanding, though. I think that's really being soft because we're filled with a bunch of people that either do research in this room or actually care about research and believe in research and the impact of research. And the basic scientific mind, when you don't understand something, it's a question. And then what do you do when you have a question? You actually try to understand it. You want that knowledge. You thrive on that knowledge. You desire that knowledge. But I don't know, sometimes if there's not an understanding of the research ethics when it comes to Indigenous populations, the tendency is often to say, I don't understand. And people who really have the courage say, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm really anxious about doing this wrong. I'm scared that I'm going to screw it up. And it's interesting, Laura, I think it's not so much an understanding, it's a reluctance to go into that really scary space. But I think if you think it's scary or you're a bit anxious, reaching out to your Indigenous colleagues and people, and the questions that were asked, even virtually, I think are a first step. There's the publisher's knowledge of what is ethical and culturally respectful. I think this is really important because I think publishers are downstream. They're kind of the safety net. It's the publisher peerage phenomenon. And I think really, if publishers would just actually take a manuscript that was submitted and kind of look for the proof that it was ethically done, that the consent process that Azure was talking about was actually there and present. And I think if they passed that, you had to pass that bar before it was sent out for peer review. I think it would be amazing if it had to be morally correct before it was scientifically valid, would be an amazing responsibility and obligation that the publishers could take on. And then we're going to talk about this, but we've heard it already, the lack of Indigenous identifiers in reference databases. And therefore the applicability and the ability to really have that equity with respect to precision medicine and clinical care in the field of genomics. So, in the beginning, how did I get there? I'm an Indigenous surgeon. I live up in northern BC. I am nowhere near the genomic sequencing centers in Vancouver and otherwise. I am not a genomic scientist. How the heck did I get up here on this stage filled with a bunch of people in this room who have IQs in this field way beyond me? How did I get here? I actually can remember it was a phone call. It was a phone call by the name of, from someone, Dr. Mark O'Mara. He was the lead of the Terry Fox Research Institute in British Columbia, and they were having their inaugural research day, and he asked me to do the keynote address. And I was like, what the heck am I going to say to a bunch of really smart people in the area of genomics when this is way out of my box? And he said, say something that'll make them think. And so I started thinking about it because I was on the other end. I was the one that wrote prescriptions on things that were based on this type of research. And I totally understood and I valued and I respected, I was in awe of the translational research, that bench to bedside phenomenon. This was back in 2011, so I said, I totally get this. And before I go on and tell you what question I asked to the audience, I want to acknowledge the gentleman here in this picture, Terry Fox. Terry Fox is a Canadian hero. Who here in the room knows the name Terry Fox? The reason why it's important to me is because it's very, 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 very hard to get me to miss the Terry Fox run. And I was on a plane coming here because I missed it on Sunday, where across the country in Canada, hundreds and hundreds of communities ran the Terry Fox run in honor of Terry, who inspired the nation in 1980 when he did a run called the Marathon of Hope, starting at the Atlantic with the aim to get to the Pacific to raise money for cancer research. He inspired a nation, and after Terry died in 1981, the legacy continued on with the Terry Fox Foundation. I think it's really important because I think it's every September you understand this, and globally there are Terry Fox runs. In the next 2 weeks, elementary schools and high schools across the country will have Terry Fox runs. It's an amazing, inspirational kind of story, and the Terry Fox Research Institute uses the money that's raised by those runs across Canada and globally for this type of research. So I stood in front of this group that was about this size, and I said, okay, I totally get it, the bench to bedside. One of the things I did not get is, has anyone ever asked a question about what bedsides are getting to the bench? This is fundamentally the equity question. This is are you getting a representative sample of the people that you are trying to help with your research? What bedsides are getting to your bench? Because no one questions the bench to bedside. What bedsides? And so a potential solution started to take form because, first of all, the question was put out there. And it was basically those rural, remote, northern, indigenous, that Venn diagram, they were not getting to the bedside. So what were the barriers? Or more importantly, before you talk about barriers, are they real or are they just perceived? Are you just thinking about it? Are they potential, but are they really there? Is it convenience? Is it cost? Are we not interested up in the north for some reason because of the blood flowing through my veins as a First Nations person? I don't think I'm going to care about genomics. And have you asked? There's a lot of perceived, but I hear this, and Indigenous people hear this, and northern, rural, remote people hear this. It's like, we're just so hard to reach. I have to say, I heard it yesterday. I've been hearing it kind of in different conversations, and I've heard it since I started this and even beforehand. We're hard to reach, apparently. And I think a fundamental solution is really to change that narrative from hard to reach to impossible to ignore. Who here can ignore Alex Brown? Like, really, who here can ignore him? And I think we just really need to change that narrative. So why a Northern BC Biobank? So first of all, it's a research platform that allows Northern British Columbia, so this is provincially based in that Northern Health Authority, based in Prince George. It allows, if we can create this biobank, then we can actually participate in this type of research. It will start to be relevant to our communities. The reliance on generalizability will have a little bit of a dent in it, and the more we include these otherwise hard to reach populations, the more the reliance on generalizability does not have to be the only solution. It obviously will build capacity. It will enable research to be more diverse. It'll enable the North to be part of it, but it will also enable other researchers across the country and globally, if they apply to actually have access to the Northern Biobank when it's built, to actually have that diverse applicability. The NBI could also partner with those metropolitan academic southern-based biobanks and the research that comes from it, and I could talk about it more in the Q&A. Okay, so we had this plan to do a Northern BC First Nation or Northern Biobank, but what about the First Nations? Because we talk about it, and there needs to be these additional sort of governance in place, this respect that there are some differences. There's a lot of overlap. We heard it from Jimmy. There's a lot of overlap. Quite honestly, it's going to be the same freezer. It's going to be the same FFPE. It's going to be the same formaldehyde. It's going to be the same pathology diagnosis. It's going to be the same of a lot of things. Governance needs to be different, and it needs to be created by First Nations, led by First Nations, governed by First Nations. And so why do we need a First Nations biobank that would be embedded within this Northern biobank? Because I told you, there's like 55 First Nations in Northern BC. Aren't they going to be included? Not their identifiers. And so that First Nations-based research would not be able to be done with proper governance. And so why a biobank? Just because I'm First Nation doesn't mean I'm not going to care about cancer or diabetes or, or anything else, rare diseases, you name it. I also have those concerns. I also can benefit from this research. Basically, for the most part, there's a paucity of opportunities for First Nations, so that's why the First Nations Biobank will benefit. It will address the equity, the cultural safety that will be embedded in the process because of who's building it. The historical ethical violations in genomic research, they won't be really softly discussed. They are, I won't do it, but absolutely yelled into microphones across the communities I've talked to. And you know what? Some communities have actually really suffered from these violations. Some of them have heard about them. Some communities, you're building trust. Some of them, you're rebuilding trust. And I think that's important. There's a lack of representation across the research spectrum, and this BC First Nations Biobank can do that. We've heard about the partnerships, the relationships, the Indigenous data sovereignty, and Jimmy already went over the OCAP principles and the CARE principles. So that's the why. I want to summarize this by just saying this has taken a long time. It started with that question I asked in 2011 after Marco said, hey, why don't you do this Keynote? And then all of a sudden, from 2011 to 2014, lots of conversations, lots of coffee, lots of dialogue, lots of meetings, prior to even considering finding a grant opportunity to even fund the idea. And then from 2013 to 2016, creating a team and writing the grant when we heard from communities, the northern community, the rural communities, the Indigenous communities, that they wanted to do this. And then from 2017 to 2021, we started to do that, and we created a retrospective biobank to start off with, and we did an immense amount of formal consultations. And then just like here, COVID hit. And so then we did the post-pandemic reboot, and the Northern Biobank and the Northern BC First Nations Biobank are both progressing. The Northern Biobank, hopefully this fall, will start collecting the specimens when we get the final okay from the Research Ethics Board. And the First Nations Biobank, we now have proposed with a resolution with the 55 First Nations chiefs, our proposed governance structure that was given to us through all those consultations. It was unanimously approved, and now we're hoping to create that governance actual committee so that we can proceed with creating this First Nations Biobank. Skip over to the next project. That was the biobank. Does anyone look at, do you see Terry Fox there? So, Marathon of Hope by the Terry Fox Research Institute. This is the national one. So skip ahead a few years, and now the Terry Fox Research Institute has created this Marathon of Hope Cancer Centers Network in Canada. It's inspired by Terry's run, uniting patients, researchers, clinicians, hospital administrators, the public, the government, to accelerate precision medicine for cancer. And yes, it does include the aim to create this gold cohort of 15,000 individuals who will donate their tissue and actually have their genomes, the genome sequence for these tumors, and create the largest cancer resource for research in Canada. I think what's relevant here that I want to talk about is the TFRI's response to the importance of ensuring that this actually reflects Terry's vision. Terry, by the way, his family has subsequently come out and actually announced, and the Canadian public is so thrilled to hear their Métis heritage, which has really brought this so much full circle. And I'm really grateful to his brother Daryl Fox, who's been so supportive of all this work that I've been involved in. It's intended to benefit all Canadians, and the Canadian Spectrum Working Group, which I co-chair with my colleague Gina Ogilvie, is meant to create this ability to generate a network so that we can represent all of Canada. It includes that Venn diagram, those hard to reach, to make it absolutely a necessity to ensure that what emerges from this reflects Terry's dream. When he was a teenager and he wanted to do this, he said he wanted every Canadian to donate $1. not people in Toronto and Vancouver to donate 10, and people in Prince George to donate 50 cents, and people from a rural little community north of Prince George to donate 10 cents. He wanted every Canadian to be equally involved. So the Marathon of Hope and the Biobank are now basically partnering. We have been really lucky to be able to do this. I'm going to just summarize it by a map. As you can see, if you were to think of this as a population demographic, this is Canada. This is where the consortiums are located and where the Terry Fox the Marathon of Hope Cancer Center Network is located. As you can see, they're in the south, they're at metropolitan centers, they're where the major academic centers are, they're where the genome sequencing centers are, they are where the academic rock stars live, and then all of a sudden, oops, there's this little dot that's in this place called the Northern Health Authority in a city called Prince George, a biobank that is about to open. And I think that really is a representative, maybe just an exemplar of what can be done. And I think the BC node is going to really have the best opportunity to be representative of the research and the population they pull in, to be representative of what BC is. And BC is proud of their rural, remote, northern, and Indigenous populations, and we deserve to be part of this amazing initiative. I'm not going to talk about silent genomes except for to briefly say that I am absolutely honored to be part of it. Laura Arbour, the lead, actually presented this in San Francisco at this meeting last year. It's progressed and continues to progress. I had an opportunity to talk with Dr. Wyeth Wasserman yesterday to let him know how this meeting is going. He's the co-lead with me. This is a project to reduce healthcare disparities and improve diagnostic success for children with genetic diseases from Indigenous populations. Essentially, the biobank is the research platform, the Marathon of Hope is the mixture, and the Silent Genomes is really focused on diagnosis. It's a massive project. I shout out not only to my colleagues that are here, but the dozens and dozens of other colleagues across the country. In addition to that, our steering committee, who have been with us through thick and thin, and I have learned so much from, and our International Indigenous Genomics Advisory Committee. I think overall, to summarize it, how do we deal with equity in genomics and otherwise, is we keep our promises. Basically, Canada, like many other countries in this room, pretty much all of you, I'm guessing, have actually signed on to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Alex walked you through some of these, but the first one he didn't mention is 24, which basically says we have an equal right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical health. And if you don't believe that the research in genomics is actually improving health and our ability to diagnose, to treat, and the impact on the quality of life, then just leave the room now. If you honestly think that genomics has no role in that, but if you do, then this is a promise Canada made. And Canada made it not just by signing on to it and saying, okay, sounds good. They actually legislated it. Federally and in the province of British Columbia, it's been legislated into law. And essentially, Article 31, which Alex already basically walked us through already, but it does include human and genetic resources. Like First Nations biobanks and Indigenous background variant libraries like Silent Genomes. Canada is trying to keep its promises, and I think it's doing it through these 3 funded projects, but I think there's a lot more to go. And I want to just sort of focus on the concept of promises. Basically, Hugo Black, like in the Smithsonian Museum in DC for the Native American, basically, this is on the wall in the display of some of the treaties that Native Americans signed historically, and those broken promises. I love this quote. I put something in a little bit in like parentheses. You'll know what it is, but the bottom line is, here's what it comes down to. Great nations, like great men and women, should keep their word. Great nations, like great men and women, should keep their word. So this elusive chase for equity, how do we do it? Well, first of all, you have to commit to cross a chasm. I guess, first of all, you have to admit that there's a chasm. The second of all, you have to commit to cross it. And how do you know? How do you think that, we know if you're not completely committed? I'll tell you one thing. Here's the final quote, and I love quotes, and I can't remember who said it. I just added it at the very last minute. I love this quote, and you know who actually believes it's a chasm and who actually believes they can cross it? You can't cross a chasm in 2 small jumps. Any proposal, any idea, any solution that you hear proposed by an Indigenous person in a community, at a university, at an organization, listen. It may sound impossible, but it's not. It may sound hard, that shouldn't matter. You're either gonna make a running jump with us and we'll meet you on the other side. Otherwise, like Alex said, stand and cheer us on, but don't stand in our way. Chimigwich.
Wow, what a great set of talks. Thank you all. Now it's time for questions. Do we have? Okay. Okay, so we have some that are directed to specific people, so we'll start with those. Jimmy, how do you ensure meaningful participation from Indigenous communities in bioinformatics?
Does that work? Maybe. Can you hear me now? Oh. I can hear me. I guess well, first of all, actually getting Indigenous bioinformaticians. As at the Our DNA symposium yesterday, I think Alex has said that there's only one Indigenous bioinformatician in Australia, and he works with our group, thankfully. But I mean, in Australia, we don't really even have an undergraduate course for bioinformatics, and so it's almost an impossible task in terms of kind of developing sort of the participation in bioinformatics through that particular way. We can, go into communities and teach them about sort of bioinformatics and sort of genomics in general, but it's a really esoteric, field of research that has all these different concepts and parts of it, which is really complex. So it's just going to be a long process of being able to, and a commitment through the levels of both education, getting people early and talking to them about sort of the subjects that they need to do, but also trying to come up with a sort of a way of meeting Indigenous participants in the same way of bioinformatics, because as Alex said, being on a continent for 65,000 years, they have concepts of bioinformatics that we probably don't even understand or use right at the moment. So so really coming in sort of a more sort of collaborative way as well and building that capacity. Yeah.
Great. I think we'll jump to the next most popular question, which is not directed to anyone in particular. How can we build a nationally agreed and consistent genomic data system, including for Indigenous genomics, when there is no nationally agreed health data policy that governments across the Federation have developed, let alone signed up for? Who wants to take that?
Another really hard one. I think, a lot of the work that we've been doing and Azure as well at the National Centre for Indigenous Genomics is very much in this research context and framework. And the national healthcare systems and in Australia, we have like state-based ones as well, have all completely inconsistent data systems and research frameworks and policies and things like that. It's an almost impossible task to be able to get sort of data out. Up until very recently, a lot of people weren't really asking people whether they were in Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander. So the capture of the data which is in their systems to be able to do it is really, really difficult to come up with. We can, with this group and the Australian Alliance for Indigenous Genomics, come up with these particular frameworks, but it really does need a figurehead and governments to kind of have a bit of a come to Jesus moment about like how we want to build everything together in that particular respect. We're still a really, really long way around it, and I'm sure Azure probably agrees with me in terms of that. Our Indigenous bioinformatician Adam, who lives up on the Gold Coast, he he spent the last couple of months getting data from the AIHW about sort of summary data about Indigenous participants and in different sort of disease contexts and things like that, and it's a mess. So I don't think we really have a good answer to that question right now. But really, we need governments to kind of be able to come to us and sort of understand sort of what Indigenous people want out of their governments and do that sort of thing. And I think that we are getting some headway for that, I think, right now.
Do you think consensus at any point in time would be achievable?
Yeah. I don't want to continue to talk. Especially being the only non-Indigenous person on this panel.
All right, we'll move to Azure. Great presentation, thank you. What do you think have been the most effective strategies for engaging Indigenous communities in genomic research, especially in obtaining informed consent in a culturally sensitive manner?
I think in my experience, I've started off on the back foot, right? Like I'm dealing with the historical collection of samples taken from the 1960s to the 1970s without informed consent. So I'm starting at that point when I talk to communities about genomics. I think the thing that works or has worked really well for me is being really open and honest and taking accountability for what happened with those samples. Making sure that people have time and space to think about what it is that they want to do in moving forward with those samples. Giving people space to, I guess, come to terms with their emotions and how they want to deal with that, whether that's anger or sadness or shock or frustration, whatever that might be, but giving people the space to actually work through those feelings as well. At NCID, we don't hide behind anything. We tell the truth and we be honest about those samples and how they were collected and why they were collected, and we be honest and truthful about potentially what you can use with those samples, but also the negative implications that come with those. We try to give as much information as possible so that people can make an informed decision about what to do next. And if people decide that these samples shouldn't exist, that they don't want us to hold the samples, that they don't want us to hold that data, then we talk about how we dispose of that in a way that's culturally appropriate for that community. And that might mean that we destroy those samples in Canberra, or we take them back and repatriate them back to community for ceremonial reburial. But it's really about putting those decisions back into communities' hands and actually respecting what it is that they say that they want to do, really.
Great. We'll take one last question. Greatly appreciate this shared understanding that we as a genomic and genetic society must address the missingness in Indigenous leadership within organizations, institutions, and the like. How can this best be achieved, especially considering changing diverse demographies across nations?
Sure. Yeah, this is a great question, a huge question. And I think part of it is in Indigenous leadership, I think there's two fundamental things. Is one, in Canada, we're still celebrating firsts. The first Indigenous person doing this, or the first First Nations person doing this. And I think it's great to really acknowledge what an individual has overcome. But I think what society is doing, it's really hiding behind, you can say they take that exact same story and say it's the only. You know, it's 2024 and this is the only Inuit person doing this, or the only First Nations person doing this, or the only Métis person doing this, and they take this like this fact and celebrate it and hide behind that celebration, which is really great for the individual, but address the gaps in society, I think, is really important. That individual, then you're thrown into leadership right away. There's people really early on in their careers in Canada, I'll speak from the Canadian perspective, where once you sort of hit the ground running, which sometimes means when you get into medical school, not when you become a physician, or when you get into whatever professional program it is, not till you get there. You're all of a sudden on committees when all your friends are studying for their exams. You're going to committees because there is no one in that field. And then when you graduate, you're kind of thrown into these sort of quasi-leadership roles, but they're not leadership roles. You're on a committee that you're going to be absolutely suffocated by the fact that you are the only Indigenous voice. And then when you kind of get through all of that, you start to become someone, I think, that you kind of grow into that role, and you're starting to see a few Indigenous people behind you. But then, like Alex said, there's leadership roles, and in Canada, there's so many more leadership roles that Indigenous people have at universities, in government, at research funding agencies, in organizations. But if you kind of take a look at it, the leadership roles they have actually didn't exist. So they're actually, the leadership roles are the head of Indigenous engagement. But they're not actually moving into Indigenous roles that actually existed before that. It's not a bad thing. It's getting our foot in the door. But when you look at ultimately these kind of organizations, right, like especially in the world of academia, there's very little Indigenous representation in really those big, valid and leadership roles that can actually pull the strings and move organizations in the proper direction. And I think that's pretty key. And it's something that's moving, because we never used to be in the room. We never used to be in medical school to actually be the medical student pulled onto the committee. And then we never used to have Indigenous physicians to actually have those kind of roles just being at the table. And then there were no formed leadership positions because no one seemed to care. And then finally, we're at the point where I think, I'm feeling like maybe I'm having a positive day, but I actually think that sometimes I'm in rooms, I'm on Zoom meetings, or I'm having a conversation with colleagues that I actually really think from the bottom of their heart, they are in it for the long haul. And so I'm optimistic. I think it's shifting.
All right, on that note, we'll give a final round of applause to our panelists. And now it's time for a break.
right, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Please make your way back to your seats. We are pushing timing back about 15 minutes through to afternoon tea, and that will just be a shorter break this afternoon to accommodate. All right. Yeah, that might be helpful. Thanks, Oliver. All right, we might kick off in the interest of time and people can join us. I'm very pleased to chair this session on community-driven genomic implementation, which is a topic very dear to my heart. We've got three excellent speakers. The first today is Tamra Lysaght. Tamra is an associate professor at Sydney Health Ethics at the University of Sydney. Her research interests lie around the ethics, regulation and governance of emerging science and biomedical research. She has expertise in empirical bioethics and works on policy-relevant ethical issues along a range of novel health interventions. Today she'll be sharing with us her work in Singapore on engaging diverse communities on the ethics and governance of genomic data sharing. Thank you, Tamra.
All right, thank you. Thanks very much to the organisers for inviting me to speak at this really interesting meeting, and thank you for bringing it down under. I am a non-Indigenous Australian woman, and I've just returned to Australia after living and working in Singapore at the National University of Singapore for 14 years. So I am absolutely freezing at the moment. So as the introduction says, that I am now at the University of Sydney, and before I start, I'd just like to quickly acknowledge and pay my respects to the elders and communities upon which the University of Sydney's campuses stand. There's actually a lot of them, but the one that I work at is at Camperdown, which is on the land of Gadigal, and this site has actually been a place of learning and shared knowledge exchange for many generations, and it always will be. All right, so I can't see my notes, if you can put them up for me, please. So why engage diverse communities in genomics? Well, besides shoring up your consent processes, so you can use the right language and recruiting research participants, it actually has both instrumental and intrinsic value. Intrinsically, it is a way of demonstrating respect for the people and communities who you are asking to bear some degree of risk to participate in the research programs or health interventions. It's also a way of enacting inclusion. These are the instrumental values, and by enacting these, it can also help you achieve instrumental goals. And one of those goals would be to gain trust and by public buy-in for your social licence. So social licence is a concept which implies that you gain broad-based and ongoing community support to collect, store and share data in the absence of specific consent. It is not something that you just go and get one time at the beginning or when you've got your research idea. It's something that needs to be monitored and maintained over the life of the program and potentially beyond, because community values change. They evolve over time in response to new information and events that unfold. Okay, so I've got the old version of my slides anyway. Hopefully I can deliver it. So where are we? All right, keep going. All right. My experience in Singapore with the social licence has been involved with the National Precision Medicine Strategy. Of course, Singapore, for those who don't know, it is it's a very high income city-state in Southeast Asia. It has invested in a very robust health system and a research infrastructure that is extremely well funded. So in this photo here, it is with the purple, this is called the helix bridge, so it's a representation of the double helix DNA. So the government and its people have very much embraced this area of biomedical science. It has a population of, actually it's 5.9 million people, that's a typo. But the resident population, which includes only Singapore citizens and permanent residents, is 4.6 million, so which is about 70% of the population. And the rest are foreign workers, which included myself. It's a very ethnically and culturally diverse population, with a majority of ethnic Chinese, Malays and Indian, Tamil Indians, with the rest being made up of Europeans. So this is the National Precision Medicine Strategy, which was launched officially, I think, in 2021. This represents a very significant investment into genome science and precision medicine. It is currently overseen, the implementation of it is being overseen by a government agency, government-funded agency called PRECISE, or Precision Health Research in Singapore. It has been rolling out over 3 phases. The first phase, which was completed in 2020, started with the whole genome sequencing of 10,000 Singaporeans. Phase 2 was 100,000 Singaporeans. I think that's almost complete. And the third phase, which will start rolling out from next year, is, the ambition is to sequence 1 million Singaporeans. And so again, if you remember the 4.1, so that's almost 25% of the resident population in Singapore, so it's a very significant coverage. So I've been involved in and leading a number of projects, public engagement research for precision medicine. Here's a timeline of some of the studies that we've been doing. It actually started earlier in 2015 with a small qualitative study where we interviewed some cancer patients and health professionals on the ethics and governance of collecting genomes for a cancer panel test. The second sort of lot has gone from 2019 up to 2022. This was research funded under the Social Science Research Council in Singapore. It was a community-based mixed methods research, starting with some focus groups to explore various governance strategies and ethical concerns around collecting, using and potentially sharing genome sequence data. We also did we ran a national survey with 1,000 Singaporeans to measure the sort of relative importance of who uses the data, for what purposes, what sort of models of consent and data sensitivity. And we also did a citizens' jury, which is a deliberative methodology where we got together a small group of Singaporeans and got them very deeply informed and asked them to deliberate on the question of when and under what circumstances it would be acceptable to share genome data or precision medicine data with the private sector. We have subsequently got further funding to do some longitudinal research, using a series of qualitative focus groups and quantitative surveys. And so far we have asked we put a number of questions and issues to participants in these studies, so asking a bit more information about what sort of counts as kind of public benefit and public interest, how should we categorise, the sensitivity of various kind of data, and we are also talking to members of data access committees to look at the sort of differences between these two groups. Obviously, I don't have anywhere near enough time to present all the findings that we're getting from this research, and of course some of the analysis is still ongoing. So I'm just going to point to a couple of key findings. The first one is that relationships are absolutely central to trust. And if you don't have trust, you won't be able to secure a social licence. So we did find overall that there was broad but very conditional support for storing, linking and sharing genome data sets under an opt-in broad consent model. There's also the willingness to share very much depends on knowing who is using the data and why, more so than how sensitive the data sets are or what model of consent is used. And quite interestingly, so you can see from this is the 2021 survey, we got a respondent that indicated that 64% of respondents would be willing to share their data with or de-identified data with for research purposes that's been approved under a kind of ethics committee or IRB. 36 were not, and this is, broadly consistent with other surveys that have been done internationally. When we ran the survey again with an online panel of 780 participants last year, you can see there's quite a marked difference, increase in the willingness, so 83% with only 17% indicating they wouldn't be willing. Now, of course, any kind of survey research context is super important. Of course, on the first survey, we were talking quite generally, like sharing data for research, whereas in the second one, because the National Precision Medicine Strategy had been launched at this point, so we were able to show precise. We showed them the website, and there was a nice corporate video, and this information was being delivered by very prominent, well-respected scientists and health professionals in Singapore. So it was not like an abstract hypothetical question anymore. It was a very real proposition being fronted by people who looked very credible and quite trustworthy. Okay, so the other interesting finding, which I probably wouldn't find everywhere, is there are very high levels of trust in government agencies in Singapore. So this was a graph from the most recent one. These are various government departments. The one that always seems to come out the top is the Ministry of Health. And they, I was going to say, keep going, which is quite unusual for other countries. I wouldn't expect to see it, but there is a kind of word of warning that these kind of high levels of trust shouldn't be taken for granted. So these are one of our quotes from a more recent focus group that they are watching, and there has been some prior histories of either data breaches, so there's quite a significant one. I think in 2018, the medical records of 1.6 Singaporeans were breached. Also throughout the pandemic, the contact tracing data called Trace Together data, which was only supposed to be used for the purposes of contact tracing, until it sort of got revealed in the media that it had been shared with law enforcement. And of course, this wasn't made transparent from the outset. So these kind of indiscretions, I suppose, can have quite lingering effects on trust. Probably not surprising to hear me say that there's generally much less trust in the private sector. So this is a graph from our 2021 survey. So all in blue, so these are all government agencies or local publicly funded organisations and institutions. And in pink, these are sort of private sector. And you might see that private genetic testing companies didn't rate so well, neither did private insurers. Interestingly, neither did overseas universities, which is a bit of a worry if the kind of intent is to link up and share these data sets with international institutions. They did do better than Facebook, which is a bit surprising given how much information we give to social media platforms. But once we kind of went through in our citizens jury process, we went through sort of pros and cons and trade-offs of sharing data with private companies. There was much more. Singaporeans are actually quite pragmatic if you've ever met them. But the sharing with private companies would be acceptable under certain conditions, and sort of one of those would be that there would be strong mechanisms for accountability and transparency in place, and so information about who is accessing it and why needs to be made publicly accessible. There also needed to be strong independent oversight mechanisms in place and empowered to be able to enforce penalties for breaches. And the other important condition was that research had to be in the public interest. So they were very concerned about, pharmaceutical companies, for example, sort of coming in, taking all the data, using it to make a very expensive drug that no one could afford, or it's going to push up everyone's private insurance. But not just the benefits, there was also quite a strong social justice element in that there was concern about minority groups and communities not being further disadvantaged or stigmatised as a result of the data use. And in particular, there was still a lot of resistance towards sharing data with private health and life insurance companies. And there's a reason for that. I can maybe share my thoughts on that later. If anyone's interested, please come and ask. So the other final point I just want to make before I finish is do not oversell or hype the benefits of your genome projects or precision medicine, because it will undermine trust. And if you undermine trust, you lose social license. And once both of those are lost, they're very hard to give up. I'm sorry, because these are older slides, they're not going to be coming out in the order that I was hoping. But these kind of quotes kind of reflect some research that was done in the UK quite recently, where they went and talked to some of the underserved communities in the UK, and they were much more suspicious of very flowery language that can often go into grant proposals, but also end up in press releases and media reports around the potential benefits. It's going to revolutionise medicine and your healthcare, when that's just not the reality being experienced by these groups. So even though there might be the minority, if you want to realise those kind of intrinsic values of inclusion and diversity, then it's really important to reach out to those communities. And just a final acknowledgement, I am by no means the person doing all of this research. I have quite a big team, both external and internal to NUS, as well as advisors. So thank you very much for your time.
All right, we will be taking the questions at the end of the session, as per the last session. So the second speaker in this session is Sean Murray. Sean is the CEO and founding director of the Mito Foundation, an organisation that supports and advocates for the Australian mitochondrial disease community and drives research into mitochondrial disease. He's also a founding director of the Childhood Dementia Initiative and chairs the Australian Genomics Community Advisory Group. Across these settings and beyond, Sean applies his lived experience to advocate for community perspectives and priorities in health and research. Sean.
Thanks very much, Tiff. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. It's my pleasure to be here. I also would like to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we gather and pay my respects to elders past and present, and to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining in person or listening in online today. I come from Gadigal country up in Sydney, and also pay my respects to their elders, past and present. Another community I'd like to acknowledge today is the mitochondrial disease community, or MITO community. These are people who are living with or have been impacted by mitochondrial disease. And today it's an important timing because this is Mitochondrial Disease, World Mitochondrial Disease Awareness Week. We kicked that off, so check that out, and please feel free to learn a little bit more about mitochondrial disease if you don't know much already. The community that the Australian mitochondrial disease community in particular has had been very active in advocating for better outcomes for themselves, and in my talk today we'll touch on a couple of those advocacy initiatives. But first to mitochondria and to mitochondrial disease, or MITO. So the mitochondria are known as the energy factories or the power plants or batteries of our cells. One of their main functions, and they have many, is to convert the food that we eat, combining it with the air that we breathe and pumping it through their little power plant and producing a form of chemical energy that sustains life. Mitochondria exist in almost every cell of our body, in the cytoplasm of the cell. And for those of you who aren't biologists or scientists, etc., if you would consider a cell as this egg, as if this fried egg was representing a cell, the mitochondria would be sitting in that egg white, in that cytoplasm of the cell. Depending on the energy needs of that cell, there can be hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands, or in sometimes hundreds of thousands of mitochondria in each cell. Different cells, different energy needs, different levels of mitochondria. In this representation here, the nucleus of our cell would be that big puffy egg yolk, the home of our DNA. Now, it's been said before that if this DNA from the nucleus of our cells, or our nuclear DNA sitting in that egg yolk, if this nuclear DNA is the chicken of the meat world, then of course the other white meat is, of course, the mitochondrial DNA, the other genome. I think that was a Nature paper that came out last year, really. Check that one out. The mitochondrial DNA is, of course, distinct from the nuclear DNA. It resides in the mitochondria, in that egg white, while the nuclear DNA sits in the egg yolk, in the nucleus of the cell. Now, the mitochondrial DNA is relatively tiny. I did do the maths. If it's about this big, just 37 genes that would make up the mitochondrial DNA, compared to the 20,000 or so. Now, these are circles, not lines, so I couldn't quite do the line long enough. The 37 genes to the 20,000 odd genes in the nuclear DNA. So different. It's not apparently a double helix. It's structurally different as well. And we said there are not only there are multiple copies of mitochondria in each of the cells, but there are multiple copies of mitochondrial DNA in the mitochondria. So why keep it simple? Let's make it complex, shall we? And now the thing is that changes in either the mitochondrial DNA or the nuclear DNA can cause mitochondrial disease. Complexity on complexity. And because we have mitochondria in just about every cell in our bodies, mitochondrial disease can cause symptoms in any organ. It can do so at any age, and it can follow any form of genetic inheritance, I'm told: autosomal dominant, autosomal recessive, X-linked, or mitochondrial or maternal inheritance, because we get all of our mitochondrial DNA from our mothers. It can also occur as a result of a spontaneous genetic change. In that case, it's not inherited. The understanding of mitochondrial diseases is relatively new, and as we can see, they're particularly complex and particularly nasty. Mitochondrial diseases are progressive in nature and can be ultimately fatal. which is where the Mito Foundation comes in. The Mito Foundation was established about 15 years ago, 2009, and it supports Australians impacted by mitochondrial disease, supports research into mitochondrial disease, and drives key advocacy initiatives, which we'll touch on a couple of those today. The Mito Foundation, one of the things we did was put our support into the first iteration of Australian genomics. It included a mitochondrial flagship project. This project set out to test the utility of whole genome sequencing compared to whole exome sequencing and mitochondrial DNA sequencing for the diagnosing mitochondrial disease. It achieved a diagnosis rate of about 50%, which I understand was a vast improvement on the norm, and it clearly demonstrated the utility of the use of genomics for diagnosing mito. Mito MDT is an MRFF-funded project supported by Australian Genomics and led by Professor Thorburn from MCRI. Mito Foundation has also supported this application at the time by committing funding to it, should it be successful, using that leverage and that advocacy from community to hopefully increase the chance of success of that application, which was ultimately successful. It's looking to build on the Australian Genomics mitochondrial flagship project, taking the diagnosis rate ideally from about that 50% up to 60 or 70% or so. Now, being a community-centric and community-driven organisation that exists to serve the Australian community, Mito community, the community insights are central to everything that we do at the Mito Foundation. Over the past 15 years or so, we've listened to the Mito community, and we've realised that despite individual experiences often being one of isolation through these diseases, community members end up being isolated either socially because of the impact that the disease is having on them. It can be very isolating because they're constantly having to tell their story over and over again, explain it. Even within the medical profession, typically their family members, no one in their network has heard of mitochondrial disease, etc. And that was certainly the case of my experience of having seen mitochondrial disease in my family. So despite this sense of isolation, what we've observed is that there are often common experiences that are shared by our community members. And it's these insights that we have identified as opportunities for change, and they drive our work at Mito Foundation. These insights we've gained from people like Shelley, pictured here with her partner just a few years ago. After watching her brother and mother die from Mito, Shelley was also diagnosed with Mito, and Shelley's symptoms are progressing. Shelley has been a phenomenal advocate in many of the initiatives that the Mito community in Australia has undertaken. Insights that we've gathered from people like the Hill family, pictured here. They're impacted by a type of mitochondrial disease called Leber's hereditary optic neuropathy. And with Dane, pictured here up the top there, rapidly losing his vision in his early 20s. Their type of mitochondrial disease is maternally inherited, and so Ashley, pictured on the right of screen there, is also at risk of developing symptoms and or passing this disease on to her children. Insights we've gained from people like Tom, pictured here. At the time of this photo, Tom was in his 30s, which for his type of mitochondrial disease was most unusual. The photo shows Tom here, non-verbal at the time, in a wheelchair, having completed one of the Mito Foundation's bloody long walk events with the support of his carers, a couple in the background there, and his mates. Tom there, you'll see, he's smiling. He really loved being on the TV that day. The news cameras came down and he was front and centre. He loved it. Tom died just a few years ago. Using these insights that we've gained from these community members and many others like them, the Mito Foundation helped this community rally in support of an application to the Medical Services Advisory Committee here in Australia to make funded genomic testing available for those suspected of mitochondrial disease. Community advocacy, supporting the health economic evidence from researchers including Australian Genomics, that demonstrated the utility of the genomic testing for Mito. It ultimately led to the testing for the diagnosis of Mito being available and just coming up for 1 year ago today. This is Dion. At just 3 years old, Dion succumbed to a type of mitochondrial disease called Lee syndrome, one of the more particularly nasty and types of mito that often presents in childhood. Once Dion's family obtained a genetic diagnosis for Dion, they were able to pursue appropriate reproductive options to continue growing their family and have children who are free from mitochondrial disease. And Dion's mum has said to me that it's the gift and the legacy of Dion is that he allowed his younger 2 siblings to be free from mitochondrial disease, bringing in all of that research into the diagnosis, access to diagnosis, and actually translation of real-world application of what diagnosis means. Community-driven advocacy there. Mitochondrial donation is an IVF-based technique that can reduce the chance of an affected person passing on mitochondrial disease to their children. It's achieved by transferring that nucleus of an egg cell into another egg cell that has had its nucleus removed, that other egg cell that is free from mitochondrial disease, where that egg white doesn't have those faulty mitochondria, and then the normal IVF procedure is followed. And a pretty phenomenal approach to reducing the transmission of mitochondrial diseases. In Australia, it fell foul of 2 pieces of legislation. You'll see them up here. We were inspired by the success in the UK of legislative change that legalised mitochondrial donation there in the UK, and we commenced a campaign to support and advocate for the legalisation of mitochondrial donation in Australia. It was a pretty significant effort. It's kind of disheartening to see 10 or so years of work reduced to a slide, but it involved community members, scientists, clinicians, medico-legal ethics, etc. We had our first conversation with the then Labor government back in 2013. When I first approached a lobbyist to support some of our work, and they said it was going to take 5 years, as a project manager by training, I said, sure, we'll get it done in 3. But, it took 10. And after countless meetings, countless phone calls, countless reviews, expert committees, etc., back in 2022, so just coming up for a couple of years ago, the legislation changed. It only took a conscience vote, which apparently isn't very common. Why would we keep mitochondrial disease a complex thing? Why would we keep the legislative change process any less complex? But it was, we were thrilled that that legislation changed in 2022. It was founded on solid science. It was progressed with bipartisan political will and support from the Australian public, and it provided a mandate to introduce mitochondrial donation in Australia. And it was called Maeve's Law. And this is Maeve. She and her family generously lent her name to this community-driven effort, and it was Maeve's family's advocacy to the then Health Minister, Greg Hunt, that was the tipping point for securing this political will. Without that, it wouldn't have been possible. Without pretty much every step of the way, none of that would have been possible. Countless other members of the mito community lent their name to the efforts as well, advocating directly to their elected officials, etc. This was community advocacy supporting health innovation. Shortly after Maeve's Law was passed, within about 2 weeks, the Medical Research Future Fund announced a $15 million funding opportunity to conduct the Australian Mitochondrial Donation Pilot Program. Just over a year ago, that program, named Mito Hope, officially commenced. The Mito Hope Consortium is led by Professor John Carroll out of Monash University here in Victoria, and Mito Foundation is advocating strongly for the Mito community's priorities through its role as a partner organisation in that program. John Carroll has on occasion called the feedback we've provided as unflinching. And while we're representing the Mito community, we make no apologies for that. To guide our advocacy, we collected and documented the community's insights about their expectations and their hopes for the mitochondrial donation pilot program. These expectations have been shared with the government, the Department of Health, the NHMRC, the Mito Hope team, anybody else who would listen. And Mito Foundation will use these community expectations and priorities to hold the Mito Hope program team, the government, the department, to account in delivering this mandate, that is the implementation of mitochondrial donation in Australia. So hopefully we've shown that community advocacy is a very powerful tool that can support research, combining to create the perfect pincer move to overcome any resistance to health innovation, be that resistance being systemic, political, bureaucratic, legislative, etc. So just quickly, what's next for the Mito community in Australia? Well, with insights being the core of what we do, we repeatedly find that we're repeatedly coming back to community to seek their insights, to hear their stories. And what we found and we're hearing is that they're getting a bit tired of having to repeat their stories over and over again. So we came up with an idea. From this, the idea was born of the Mito Stories project. We're looking at approaching a way of documenting and storing these stories and the insights in a reusable way. The community members are interviewed, their stories are transcribed, they're coded, they're stratified, anonymised, stored in a database. This is a HREC approved project, God help us. But we're undertaking 2 specific studies at the moment: experience with healthcare in the Mito community and disability and support needs, things like the National Disability Insurance Scheme. One thing to note is that this data will live perpetually. This is not, we don't have an end date. We've attained perpetual HREC approval, which I understand is not necessarily the case with many other projects. And we will seek patterns in the Mito community's experience to gain insights to inform our work. And finally, this is Noah. Noah lives with an ultra-rare form of Mito. He started high school last year. Sometimes things are a real struggle for him and his fabulous mum, Kat. Noah is the captain of this Mito movement. And by sharing his story, he helps keep tens of thousands of people who support our work at the Mito Foundation each year in understanding a little more about how Mito affects him, and he makes Mito understandable for them. So thank you very much. We're really grateful to the clinical and research networks, to Australian Genomics, for your engagement with us. And I would particularly like to thank the Mito community members like Shelley, like the Hill family, like Tom, like Dion, like Maeve, and like Noah, who share their stories, who bravely bare their souls to support positive change through community advocacy, if not for them, for the next generations, to end suffering from mitochondrial disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So the final speaker for this session is Catalina Lopez-Correa. Catalina is the Chief Scientific Officer at Genome Canada and was previously CSO at Genome Quebec and then Genome BC, where she was instrumental in raising the profile of Canadian genomics on the global stage. Catalina was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2023 and since then has been advocating for patients' access to precision oncology and the importance of genomics for diagnosis, treatment and prognosis for cancer patients. Thank you, Catalina.
Well, real pleasure to be here today. I'm going to share a little bit of the work we're doing in genomics and a little bit about my story and how it fits into the whole world of genomics. So, as many of you know, Genome Canada and what we call the Genomic Enterprise is really supporting genomics research across different sectors. We have about 50% of our projects in human health, but we do have also projects in many other sectors, going from climate change, biodiversity, agriculture, you name it. There is life, there is DNA, there is genomics, and we are supporting those sectors. We work in a bit of an interesting model. We have Genome Canada, that is the federal entity, and we have the genome centers. that work with the provinces to advance the use and application of genomics across the entire country. And with that, those genome centers, we have sequencing centers that we have supported. We have large-scale projects that have been supported. We have been around for 25 years. This year, we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. So we have created capacity resources in genomics across Canada. But one of the challenges we have is that these resources that have been created are a bit fragmented. So we have invested extensively. We have all kinds of cool and interesting biobanks projects, but they're not all completely well connected. Now, we're excited to announce in the next weeks, and Rob, Anna, and our CEO will be talking much more in detail about these, a precision health initiative that is really hoping to tackle that challenge of fragmentation and start really working on coordination, collaboration to make sure that we really put everything together and that we advance the use and application of genomics and really the utilization for precision health. So again, we'll hear more about that at the National Initiatives Forum on Friday, where Rob will present everything. But this is a little bit of the flavor of that initiative, which is really generating data. Of course, we'll generate new data, but we'll also use existing resources, and we'll try to bring all these existing resources, data, to really accelerate health outcomes. So all this is building on many, many years of investment and many large-scale projects that have been invested, and close to $1 million of investment in health, focusing on prevention, diagnosis, treatment, prognosis. So really, the entire healthcare continuum has been supported by the projects we're funding with Genome Canada. So as CSO at Genome Canada and CSO at Genome BC before that, and Genome Quebec before that, I have been going around the world talking about these wonderful advances in genomics, talking about one of our flagship projects, which is called All for One, which is a rare disease project where we have scientists working in close partnership with delivery partners, healthcare providers, ministries of health, to advance whole genome and whole exome for rare diseases. So a project that has been very successful across Canada, advancing the implementation and the use of genomics. Nadine Caron mentioned a little bit the silent genomes, which has been also one of our flagships, and really advancing the use of genomics and the application of genomics, led by Indigenous communities, led by Nadine Caron and her colleagues. And of course, I've been talking a lot about cancer genomics and precision oncology, and how today, of course, we are implementing genomics, and genomics is here and is changing clinical practices, and it's changing everything we do in the world of healthcare, because, well, genomics is, as I say, from prevention to diagnosis to treatment to prognosis, genomics is everywhere. So I have been talking about these beauties and really advancements across the world, and all that, in a way, stopped for me in April 2023, when I was diagnosed with breast cancer. So as you can imagine, that came as a huge shock for me. And as Susan Sontag wrote a few years ago, or many years ago, she said, we are all born with two citizenships. We're in the kingdom of the well, and we're in the kingdom of the sick. And I've been, with my jobs and everything, the passion for genomics in the kingdom of the well. And here suddenly I'm finding myself in the kingdom of the sick, which is not fun at all. But then, as a passionate scientist and as a stubborn person, I took this journey really to my heart, and started first day, my first appointment with the surgeon, the oncologist and the surgeon. I say, okay, can you sequence my tumor? What kind of test can I have? I think I'm I will say, if I was an oncologist, I think I'm a bit of a painful patient. Like, I don't know, I will come every appointment with my list of questions, the things can you do this test? Can you do this other? I read this, I read about this new medication. So sure enough, I'm well trained. I'm trained as a medical doctor. I have a master and PhD in genomics. I have been working in the field of genomics for 25 years. And I could ask all these questions. And I started to think, like, what about the other patients? What about the other people that are diagnosed with this and don't fully understand genomics? How are they navigating this journey? How are they really facing all this amount of information? As, again, lucky enough, I got Oncotype DX, which is profiling of your tumor, where they study 21 genes and use that information to decide if you need or not chemotherapy. The score for that test goes from 0 to 25, you don't need chemotherapy. More than 25, you need to go through chemotherapy. I had 26, my score. So I got through chemotherapy, and I had to go through all the hassles, losing my hair, all the painful process of chemotherapy, but I was happy to know that this chemotherapy was really needed in my case, because my genome, my profile, my tumor was developing faster, it's more aggressive, even though it was caught very early. So genomics were really helping make clear decisions for me in my case on, do I need chemo, do I not need chemotherapy? I also was enrolled on a super cool project on microbiome. That was my surgeon that offered and say, well, I know you're passionate about this, so do you want to be part of this study? It's a microbiome research where they're trying to correlate the estrogen production from your microbiome and with potential development of breast cancer. So the results for that will be, of course, published, will not be given back to me as a person, but it will be aggregated in a publication and will be shared, of course, with the community. Then I was also excited, and I'm super excited to be enrolled in the personalized oncogenomics, which is a flagship for the province of British Columbia, and Nadine alluded to that a little bit. This is part of this large marathon of hope that Nadine Caron talked today, where we are really advancing a large-scale initiative across the country where we're sequencing many cancer patients, doing whole genome sequence of the tumor and constitutional DNA, to understand and refine the diagnosis, look for new therapies, new options. So I have been enrolled, and I'm a proud now participant of this Marathon of Hope. And I also started, of course, as I've been talking for many years, as I say, about precision oncology, and one of the slides I always show is the one with Angelina Jolie. When Angelina Jolie did the hereditary cancer test and decided to do the double mastectomy and really take action when she discovered that she had the BRCA1 mutation and that she had an increased risk of about 80% increased risk of having breast cancer. So of course I started asking, can I have the hereditary cancer panel? Is it another question for my oncologist? Is this a possibility for me? In my case, because I don't have a family history, because there is no other really risk factors, I was not eligible to get the hereditary cancer panel covered by the healthcare system in Canada. But I decided to pay myself out of pocket and say, I'm a scientist, I want to know if I have this BRCA1, BRCA2, or I have any of those variants. And sure enough, my results were negative for BRCA1, BRCA2. There was only one gene that was positive. But what is interesting is that we mentioned, and Heidi gave us yesterday a super interesting presentation on all the need for diversity in our data sets. Well, I'm originally from Colombia. About 80% of my DNA, of course, is from Hispanic origin, from Indians in South America, from Hispanic ancestors. And my variant that appeared in my panel of hereditary cancer panel was of unknown significance. So here I am facing this real challenge that we have now as a community where, we're advancing this science, we're making these breakthroughs, and yet we don't have the answers for the patients because we don't have the diversity we need to have in our data sets, because my population of Latino origin is not represented in these international databases. So I'm now one of these yellow bars. I'm another statistic that says unknown significance. I've been working for 25 years in this, and I'm unknown significance? Like, what? So very frustrating to see that this lack of diversity is not just a buzzword. It's not that equity for equity. And it's not that advancing diversity is cool, and as some of our speakers today, Alex and Nadine and many others have said, it's not just adding numbers in terms of diversity because it's cool, because it's trendy, because it's nice. It's because it's really having an impact in our healthcare, in how we are receiving and how we are diagnosed and how we're receiving healthcare. So that journey started to open my eyes also to many inequities in health. So just learning for me that depending on where you are diagnosed with breast cancer, your possibility for survival completely changed. That, maybe I should have known that, but that for me was an eye-opener. I started to see, like, what? It's not just about having or not access to genomics, having or not access to one test or the profiling of your tumor, or maybe your hereditary cancer panel, or like I was lucky having my whole genome sequence and my tumor full, whole genome sequence. Is really the care, is really inequities at all levels. And I started to learn a little bit more that this, of course, is the level of education you have, even the language. We spoke yesterday too about Australia being so diverse in languages, same as Canada. Like, lots of these patients will come to the consultation and will not be able to understand what they're being offered or even to ask a single question about genomics. So how can we as community, as a genomics community, pretend that genomics is really having an impact in healthcare when we are not addressing these disparities and these challenges we have in terms of equity and in terms of access? So another slide that I used to present often when I was talking about precision health and the wonders of precision medicine is this one on having the patient at the center. And here I am, a patient, and I feel everything but being at the center of my healthcare. I was like, I'm being moved from one side, being moved to another one. I'm not the center. I'm a part of, I don't even know. So I think, again, for us, we are here. We're the community that is developing these tools. We're the community that is really pushing the healthcare of the future. And we're not really thinking about the patients. We're not really thinking about these journeys and how the patients are really the receptors, but should not just be the endpoint, should be really part of the entire journey. Like, we should have patients today with us. Well, we'll have one, and we have patients, organizations represented, but I think we have to think about that more actively in every one of the steps of the research and development process. Think about the patient, include that patient voice. Canada is doing some advances in that, and we have the Marathon of Hope, in fact, is really having working groups with Indigenous, with also patients. CIHR is an organization in Canada that is really pushing that hard. So we are, I think, doing baby steps, but is still a lot that needs to be done to make sure that the voice of the patient is heard and that the voice of the patient is really informing the work we are all doing. So a bit of a painful process with this diagnosis and this journey. I was like, what can I do? I was seeing all these inequities, all these challenges. So I started writing these little articles that I published in LinkedIn, reporting some of these inequities that I was observing, and I'm still observing, of course, in the healthcare system. I am starting to speak in public forums, be part of panels, and try to bring to our attention, to the community, this understanding that we can be developing tools, we can be developing amazing science, but that science is not really changing the life of a patient. We're basically wasting our time. So my call for you today, my call to action is each of you. Equity and diversity is not about the others. It's about each of you thinking, what are you doing in your day-to-day work? If you're developing an informed consent, if you're developing a tool for data sharing, if you're developing, a new whole genome sequence project, what are you doing to advance equity, to make genomics accessible to all around the world, not to the people that live in the big cities, not to the people that have really easy access. What are we doing, the leaders of genomics today, the leaders of genomics of the future, what are we doing to make this accessible to all? Thank you.
Thank you, Catalina. So we are over time, as we know. We will take a couple of quick questions. So Slater is there. I've got it open. I'm going to start, Tamra, with you. Your reference to the overhype and avoiding the hype in messaging with publics and patients. How do we communicate the potential of genomics more realistically without resorting to these exaggerated claims?
Oh, I think we've got, yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the question, Anonymous. There's a few Anonymous in the room. Look, I'm not a health communications specialist by any means, but it also does speak to sort of transparency and being a bit realistic about what we know and what we don't know about where the science can lead us. I think it was quite interesting. I really like, something that you were saying that's really struck a chord here, that in terms of who gets to realise benefits. I mean, there's kind of underlying inequities within health systems, and I'm kind of really struggling to sort of understand how the promise and potential of genomics can be realised without kind of addressing some of those as well. Those kind of root things, and just in terms of being able to access just standard of care without the genome sequencing. So I'm sorry if that's not the best answer, but perhaps.
Catalina, there's a question for you at the bottom there. Around the challenges you've faced scaling genomic health initiatives and making genomics more accessible to patients, I mean, with rare diseases, it says the question, but if you can speak more broadly.
Yeah, so I think in my experience, well, my two hats, my hat as CSO, I think one of the biggest challenges we have is really, even though cost has decreased and genomics is now ready for prime time with reduction of the cost, advances in the technology, we're still facing many challenges to really see these regulatory challenges, policy challenges, even cost challenges to see it really implemented full-time in the clinic. In my experience as a cancer patient, I think the biggest challenge is, well, again, in my case, I'm lucky enough to have the education, to have the contacts, to have the knowledge to access this, but I'm seeing every single day now women that have been diagnosed with breast cancer that don't have access. They're not offered those tests. So yeah, as much as those tests are available, they're in many cases reimbursed by the healthcare system. They're not being used, they are not being offered. So, I think there is also a need for patients to be empowered, but that's a bit of a buzzword. Like, oh yeah, empower the patient. But how can you empower a patient? It's complicated to just, be diagnosed with breast cancer, face all what's coming your way, and then be ready to ask all the questions to your oncology, to your oncologist. So I think there is, a role for clinicians, but a role for patients, but also a role for us as the genomics community in advancing education, advancing awareness, helping people understand that this science is there to help. But maybe not all clinicians are ready. Maybe not every practitioner is ready to use it. We need to, as a community, as a society, start learning. And I don't pretend that we all become genomicists and experts in genomics. We have examples. We can have examples like you gave us with the egg, which is great. It's important to have basic understanding of some of those things, in particular to see what could be the benefit for you as a patient or for us as a society.
And the challenges that you speak of even self-advocacy is fine for some of us, and it's still challenging, but that speaks to the important role of patient support and advocacy organisations. Sean, you might want to just expand on that thought.
It screams exactly at what we're facing every day in organisations, in community support and advocacy organisations. Empowerment, it's knowledge, and without knowledge, how do you empower? And confidence and breaking down the barriers, levelling the playing field, it's all of those things. And it's not for everyone. But then I think what we've found is that people's outcomes are much better when they have someone, a carer, who can advocate for them through their journey.
Look, I think we're going to have to break for lunch, but please feel free to approach our speakers, very approachable speakers, at lunchtime and ask more questions. Lunch is just out behind us where morning tea was. We will be reconvening at 2:15. So please come in promptly and we'll kick off promptly at 2:15. Thank you, everyone.
¿Qué tal? Porque vi tu...
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you please take your seats as quickly as possible so we can get started on our afternoon session? Thank you, everybody. Please take your seats. Thank you. I'm John Clarkson. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at the Ontario Brain Institute in Canada. I'm also a member of the Regulatory and Ethics Working Stream here at the Global Alliance. And it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Phil Wilcox from the University of Otago. Phil is a quantitative geneticist and bioethicist based at the University of Otago in New Zealand. He has worked at the interface of Maori bioethics and gene technologies, where he has developed Maori ethic-based frameworks and guidelines for researchers. He also undertakes research on the genetics of inherited conditions in the Maori people. He has a broad range of research interests, ranging from genetic improvements in forest management practices to culturally informed methods for precision medicine. His responsibilities include overseeing all Maori content taught in genetics teaching program to ensure it is relevant and aligns with the Maori, as well as ensuring graduate attributes are achieved regarding requisite cultural knowledge and capabilities. Please welcome Phil Wilcox.
Ngā mana, ngā reo, ngā kārangatanga maha, tēnā koutou. Ki te mana whenua, no te whenua kei waho, he mihi, he mihi, he mihi. Te mana whenua, te iwi, ngā whānau, no te iwi Wurundjeri, he mihi. O hoku mihi ki ngā iwi momoia katoa, huri no te ahi te reirea, me ngā ao hoki. Ngā tangata, ko tai mai nei ki ko nei, o tēnei kōrero rero ki ko nei, mai te roro hiko hoki, tēnā koutou, no reira tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. A ko waiau, ko maumau kai te maunga, ko wairoa, ho pupu, ho ngengi mātangi rau te awa, tāki timu te waka, te whare rau o kahungunu, te whare tūpuna, nā te kahungunu, runga mai wahine ngā te rākai pāka, te aitanga maha ki ngā iwi, nā te rāka tō ngā te apatū, te whare rau te tāhinga ngā hapu. Good afternoon to all of you and to others online, either good evening or good morning. What I've just shown you in the pepeha, which is a traditional Māori one form of traditional Māori ways of introducing people to each other, are components of both my genealogy and where I come from, the environment that I come from. Does anybody recognise this equation? If you have done genetics, quantitative genetics, you will have seen that the phenotype is the sum of the genotype. And that is what we're looking at when we're looking at the pepeha that I've just shown you. Māori have many, many concepts of hereditary inheritance, and we incorporate those in our research that we are doing, but also to state that those concepts of inheritance are actually part and parcel of our everyday lives. In science communities around the world, Genetics is either packaged off into research environments like this, or clinical diagnostics, or breeding programs, or whatever. But in the Māori world, they are central to who and what we are and how we interact with each other. So I've done quite a bit of work in Māori spaces over 20 years. I think Alex said something, acknowledged about 25 years of work that I've done at that interface of between gene technologies and our communities. I also co-lead the couple of projects that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And John just talked about some of the university work where we're bringing in and teaching in STEM subjects, including genetics, as well as statistics, aspects of Māori knowledge, as well as Māori ethical frameworks and how they inform study design and co-design in our communities. And I'm also involved in delivering the Sing Aotearoa program, the summer internship of Indigenous peoples in genomics, which has been a very successful program worldwide, but first of all started up in the United States. And only a few months ago, the 6th program I'm aware of in Micronesia was held in the island of Guam. And they're also held in Australia, Canada, was, as I mentioned, started in the United States, as well as Aotearoa. So if you're not going to listen too much to my talk, because I realise it's after lunch and that's generally the time when people's attention starts waning. If you're anything like me, you feel like you might need to go and have a sleep. So I thought I'd give you the key message at the start. And that is that our ethical frameworks, that ethical frameworks of underrepresented communities need to be paramount when attempting to include such communities in in medical genomics research. And that's not just Indigenous communities, but other communities as well, including diaspora communities, and I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. And some thoughts that I have around that. And that co-design and relationships based upon trust, honesty, and transparency are essential if you're going to deliver benefits to those communities. And that doesn't get in the way of doing good science. It's not a dichotomy. And it also is more likely to ensure community outcomes. And one thing I would encourage people to do if you're considering working with Indigenous communities, it's not just to engage with the people, but also their ethical frameworks, as I mentioned, as well as their traditional knowledge. I gave you an introduction into one aspect of Māori one concept of Māori views on hereditary, or practices around hereditary inheritance. We have many, and those concepts are relevant in today's precision health environment, and we are actually looking at utilising that information. And I just noticed Mick Black, my colleague, is here today. We're co-supervising a postdoctoral researcher who's developing knowledge around how to calculate disease risk using Māori knowledge rather than polygenic risk scores. And the reason for that is that GWAS is far too expensive to undertake in our communities, even in instances when the scientists are trusted, which is not always the case. So I'll talk about the Māori world, I'll talk about health status and genetic conditions, some generic comments on Indigenous experiences of genomics and genomic scientists, and increasing participation. And how do we prioritize, and how we've done that by prioritising our Māori ethical frameworks and co-design, which also includes, as I mentioned, Indigenous knowledge. And I'll do a couple of examples. I'll talk in detail about the He Kākono project, as well as, if I get time, the Aotearoa Very Own project. And then I'll give some thoughts on working with diaspora populations. And hopefully by then I will be able to wrap up with just a few thoughts summarising where we've got to. So just a little bit of background. Māori were the original inhabitants, or the ancestors of Māori were the original inhabitants of Aotearoa, New Zealand, arriving around 800 years ago. Eastern Polynesian navigators, probably between 500 and 1,000 people, made that way over a period of probably about 100 years, from places like Tahiti, Tahiti, Rarotonga, Aitutaki, other places, and possibly Marquesas in Eastern Polynesia as well. They brought with them Eastern Polynesian languages, they brought them with Eastern Polynesian culture and traditions and knowledge. After that original settlement period, Māori culture, the classic, what ethnographers refer to as classic Māori culture, began to evolve. And by the time British colonists arrived in the early 1800s, after people like James Cook and Dumont d'Urville and their colleagues arrived in New Zealand in 1769, the first Europeans to really notice the place, we had this period of colonisation. And so that colonisation period really began in earnest in the early 1800s. In 1840, when it was realised by the chiefs of the various tribes around the country that there needed to be some kind of agreement with the British Crown, they signed this thing called the Treaty of Waitangi. And after that signing, there was an influx of British colonists to such an extent that their numbers soon outnumbered Māori in terms of the population. After that, military dominance, and once that military dominance occurred, then there was a substantive number of negative colonisation experiences, which I'll allude to in a minute. So Māori today, there's over 1 million people with Māori ancestry, over 900,000 in New Zealand. My joke used to be there's 100,000 in Australia, I don't know why, but my daughter just recently moved over here. When she told me what she was being paid for in terms of the salary, I found out why. So there's about 170,000 Māori in this country as well, so a significant diaspora population. And those Māori, the 170,000, like my daughter, like her relations and my relations, keep close contact. It's only a three-hour flight from eastern side of Australia. So essentially they are really just the same as the New Zealand domiciled population. So over 1 million Māori alive today, people who identify as such, going through a period of cultural renaissance. Because of the numerous breaches of the Treaty of Waitangi, there's historical grievances, and there are settlement through litigation, formal litigation processes with tribes, and that process has been going on since the mid-1990s. We have a strong Māori presence in health and primary sector. We have something like about $70 billion worth of assets, generating around $10 billion per annum to gross domestic product in New Zealand. Our contemporary health status, I won't go into this, I don't want to be accused of excessive deficit framing, but it is true to say that in general we're a much poorer health, we have lower life expectancies, we have many unmet health care needs, and a range of heritable conditions, mostly in the polygenic disease category, but as the words say here, overrepresented in a whole bunch of various kinds of conditions, many of which are due to environmental effects arising from colonisation, some Mendelian conditions, and for those conditions that occur in those heritable conditions that occur in Māori, there are many ancestry-specific etiological variants, either at loci that we don't know about yet or have only just discovered, or specific variants in known loci. So, unfortunately, there's been a laundry list of very negative very negative experiences that parallel our negative correlation experiences of gene technologies and gene technologists. And I've got a list of them up here. I don't have time to go through them, each and every one of them. But what I will say is that they parallel other Indigenous communities around the world in terms of negative experiences. And so what are those common themes that arise from those negative experiences? Researchers are prioritising their own professional goals, helicopter research, when people come into a community, get the samples and information that they need, and then they leave and never return. This on rather than with, which is kind of like why I'm talking about this in terms of with our communities. Lack of reconsent, especially regarding legacy samples, and Azure talked about that when she was on the panel this morning. And a loss of transparency and community control, including the publication of inappropriate narratives without prior approval. And some of the most notorious examples of those negative experiences I showed were exactly that. And very little use, if any use whatsoever, of Indigenous ethics. And so there's this lack of partnership, there's a lack of mutually beneficial outcome, win-win outcomes. And so this term, coined a long time ago, I think it was by Deborah Harry originally, biocolonialism, but I came up with a different term, which was a play on the term next generation sequencing. We heard all about how wonderful next generation sequencing was about 10 years ago. I call it next generation biopiracy when this sort of research is conducted in this manner. And those negative experiences paralleled a whole host of negative experiences of Indigenous peoples in westernised nations, loss of culture, lives, land, language, knowledge systems, education systems, and legal systems. I mean, that's really, the term genocide has sometimes been used, and that might be debatable, but it's almost as bad. So we conclude that mainstream ethical frameworks, the standard ethical frameworks themselves, are inadequate for working in medical genomics with Indigenous communities. The good news is that there are a range of frameworks that have been developed in for various Indigenous peoples around the world, and there's even a paper here that's a comparative analysis of Indigenous research guidelines, comparing different guidelines from different places and spaces around the world. I said this a few weeks ago at the Human Genetics Society of Australasia. Global problems require local solutions. That underrepresentation needs to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis and in appropriate rather than an inappropriate way. For us, it includes what we call tikanga, our Māori ethical frameworks. So I'll talk about that for a second. Tikanga is the term that refers to, and I've got some quotes up here, the cultural norms that govern behaviour, Māori customs and customary values and practices, a means of social control, and a normative system, and the customary practices or layers of culture developed by Māori communities and individuals informed by common cultural values and concepts. Some of those concepts I'll talk about in a minute, but tikanga frameworks are becoming increasingly visible outside of the research space in New Zealand. This is a picture that I took, and you can tell I took it because it's a crappy picture, that has these particular values that are written there, like kind, manaakitanga, pono means being honest. It's not that thing that you look at the internet at night and when no one's watching. Positive, whaiwhakaro, and community, whanaungatanga. So under each of those values, there's a set of guiding behaviours that are acceptable in that particular space, and guiding behaviours that are not acceptable. And this was when I went to get an X-ray in a hospital nearby. So in essence, our tikanga frameworks are underpinned by these cultural concepts and values, as the words say here in a report that was senior authored by Maui Hudson that I was part of. Māori cultural concepts and values that are fundamental to Māori engagement with research on genes and genetics. And so some of those other values that are important, Māori, the life essence, mana, kaitiakitanga, the guardianship. So those cultural concepts are intrinsic to our way of being, of viewing and living in the world, and they provide a basis for describing the cultural logic that underpins engagement in a culturally appropriate manner. In our frameworks, we see those values that I mentioned previously, as well as some of the others. Tapu, something that is restricted, taonga, something that is of value, as well as other things like tika, what is right. Tikanga is the plural of tika. So those are the things that are right. There's another term and I'll pronounce the word, it's not a swear word, the word is whakapapa. In some dialects, it is hakapapa or wakapapa, and what that means is essentially genealogy and the stories that go with our ancestors. And so as Māori, we have somewhere between, not knowledge of, but somewhere between 30 and 40 generations of our ancestors, as well as the stories that go with them. Whakapapa is recorded both orally as well as pictorially on our carvings, as well as these things, the carvings on people, the so-called tattoos or tāmoko. These represent whakapapa, and my whakapapa in particular. So we've taken those values, we've turned them into various guidelines for research with Māori communities. One that some of you will have heard of, people will know Maui Hudson, the guy on the lower right there. We developed the Matieta guidelines for genomic research, and we staged those guidelines. We basically split the guidelines up into values that are important at various stages of the research process. For example, kawa, which is around how do values get put into action? What type of relationship are you looking for? These are questions for researchers to answer. Can our tribes modify the focus of the research? If it's consultation, they can. If it's not consultation, then it's not. So if they can't, then it's not consultation. What principles inform the research, etc., etc. For governance, and governance is particularly important. I'm just pulling out some examples here. What governance or arrangements in place, and how can we as Māori be involved in the governance of samples, research information and genetic data, as well as the narratives that arise from the analysis of the information. So I'll talk about the Kākono project, or the Aotearoa Variome. The goal of that was through DNA sequencing to clinical standard, about 1,000 people that we've recruited through community engagement. We'll develop a database that consists of the variants that occur amongst those that we observe in those 1,000 people, and make that information available to clinicians and diagnosticians, as well as in the fullness of time for appropriate research to be undertaken. We started in 2018. We had to use these guidelines to actually put together our study design. And the first thing we did was set up a leadership group. The term ropu means group, so it's Māori-led. So we have a group that tells the researchers what should be done. Researchers will provide advice or provide designs around how data are to be analysed, collected, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, it's the leadership ropu that has the final say on what should happen. And we developed prospectively the consent procedures, what our priority setting would look like, and and our data handling agreement. And crucially, because we were looking develop something that was broadly applicable across the country, we had to collect across multiple different tribal jurisdictions, which meant that Māori health providers, that the term hauora Māori means Māori health providers, were to do the recruitment for us, because they already had the established relationships and confidence of the tribal entities within whose traditional boundaries they operated. We utilised this thing called whakapapa, and I'll show you how we did that in a second. And most importantly, the individuals retain the ownership of their own data, and they only approve the use of the data for the production of this resource. The leadership ropu was originally chaired by a former Minister of Māori Development in a previous government, so that showed how important this particular initiative was in his mind, as well as in the mind of many other Māori. And Huti Watson has subsequently taken over the chair role. And she works for a Māori health provider, and one that we've had other partnerships with in terms of genomic research. The roles of that governance group to lead the conversation with communities, and to make sure that we had a rational basis for the work that we were proposing, and that rational basis wasn't just in terms of a Western medical model. It had to pass judgment according to Māori health, at least one Māori health model, and I'll give you examples of those in a second, and provide interim governance of the resource, as well as oversight of external communications and data analysis. So when Mick and I and others are looking at, talking about the data analysis and working with Stephen Robertson, who's the other project co-lead, our members of our leadership group who are present in those discussions as well, because some of them have background in statistical analyses and data science, as well as Indigenous data sovereignty. So, as I mentioned, our study design, therefore, was primarily informed by tikanga, and we've partnered with 5 Māori health providers to undertake recruitment. We also talked to another 2 Māori health providers who chose not to be involved, but also those Māori health providers have a role in the leadership rōpū as well, so that there is accountability from the researchers to those communities those groups that have been working in the communities. We developed detailed benefits cases and implemented the principle of Māori governance over Māori data and genomic resources, as well as the narratives arise, and co-lead in the science delivery side of things as well. Now, we can come up with a whole range of possible benefits. I'm not going to go through these. People have seen these in the context of other communities as well. There's nothing new there, perhaps with the exception of dispelling of racist stereotypes when you can show a physical basis for a condition. As well as clarifying sort of some of this, making things spiritually safe, that a condition is not the basis of some kind of thing like a makutu, which is kind of like a spell, or black magic, if you like. We also developed a framework, developed a benefits case using the whare tapawha model, which is a well-used Māori model holistic model of Māori health, developed by this gentleman on the right here, Sir Mason Dury, and it's used extensively in our health system, and it's a holistic model. So it talks about physical health, emotional, spiritual, and family health. Now, again, I won't go through all of those things, but the key point here is we developed that benefits case within this particular framework, and our leadership rōpū looked at it and make sure that they sort of that it was tika, that it was right. Things like having formal contracts with our Māori partner organisations, the data remaining the property of the individuals who participate, no secondary use, and permanently anonymised, and permission use of the resource within an auditable platform to monitor use. And I want to shout out to Wyeth Wasserman and Nadine Caron. Nadine is here, you heard from this morning. The Silent Genomes team that we've been collaborating with, they've been developing that interface, and through our collaborations we've been able to utilise that and implement our version of it. And examples of how you can work internationally as researchers, but maintain your integrity in your respective Indigenous environments. And then a whole bunch of particular protocols in our laboratory around how we were working with the DNA samples themselves, and the development of standard operating procedures at the Garvan Institute here in this country, who were generating the information under contract, and we own the data, not them, just in case anyone has any questions about that. When I say we, it's the participants. So the use of whakapapa information, the genealogical component of whakapapa is referred to as tātai or kawai, and it just acknowledges that there are traditional methods that whakapapa information was generated and validated, and so that's reflective of Māori intellectual and scholarly traditions. So we felt that because we had confidence in those traditions, that information was relevant. And so we were able to talk about, or we were able to find from our participants, find out from our participants what tribes they belonged to, what names of the waka were that their ancestors arrived in Aotearoa on 800 years ago, as a measure of diversity in our database, and ask the question, does our database reflect the diversity inherent in Māori today? So various waka landing sites throughout the country. On the left-hand side there, on the right-hand side are the contemporary tribes, or the names of the tribes in current times, who occupy the spaces as pointed out in that slide there. Now, Ben Rangihuna, who received an honours degree in quantitative genetics, his Master's of Quantitative Genetics a few years ago, he worked up those data. And what we were able to do is compare the variome representation with a 2013 census. We didn't use the 2018 census because it had problems, particularly with Māori information. So we compared it with the 2013 census, and by and large, apart from overrepresentation of Ngāti Porou, it reflected the relative distributions of the various tribes around the country. Perhaps underrepresentation there of Ngaitahu, which is the tribe that dominates the most of the South Island. So we felt that was a reasonable, our sample is a reasonable indicator of the variation in terms of ancestries, recent ancestries that occurs in Aotearoa. So where are we at? We're in the process of implementing the clinical interface. We were talking to Wyeth yesterday about that. In terms of the data analyses, we've undertaken variant calling and about to undertake admixture estimation and things like that. And it's already in use by diagnosticians via this clinical pilot. And one example of how Indigenous genetics can actually benefit non-Indigenous peoples is this example here, which is a variant, a non-synonymous substitution, a glutamine-to-glycine substitution in a gene known as COL5A2. So it's one of 33 genes used in terms of evaluated in terms of cardiovascular conditions, and it's implicated in a syndromic vascular disorder. And some of you will know this stuff better than I do, so I won't go into any etiology or the pathology of the condition. But what we found was that this particular variant, Blueprint Genetics, and some people here will be using their services, classified this as likely or possibly pathogenic because it was in very, very low frequency in predominantly European databases. But we found that it was in much higher frequency in our variome database. So I'll go back. And therefore we were able to, after some discussion and convincing Blueprint Genetics, and if you're from Blueprint Genetics, you're most welcome, we'll send you our invoice soon, we were able to inform them that in fact it was likely to be a benign variant. And there's plenty of examples of that where Indigenous communities or underrepresented communities, their information actually improves the diagnoses, I should say, of non-Indigenous communities. So, and one final comment about our study design, we had to go through, the University of Otago runs a consultation process with subset of the local tribe called the Ngaitahu Research Consultation Committee, and they made this comment that the committee considered the research to be a core focus for Māori health and wellbeing, and excited to see how Te Mataira, that's our ethical framework, was implemented throughout our research project. There are many other examples. I've got a list here of how tikanga has been used to inform study design. The Rākei project, if I have a few minutes to talk about that, it involved the development of a computational platform as well as generation of information from pharmacogenetics within our Ngāti Porou community. And we used we had a community co-design approach to develop this project. And it was basically a pilot to determine how we might merge these various sources of information in a manner that was safe, secure, and culturally acceptable, respects data sovereignty, but also undertakes the data generation in a manner that's appropriate. We had a whole bunch of researchers involved. That's the primary care arm of the team. And we formed a co-design team with tribal members who then rephrased the narrative around the project in terms of tribal histories. And that work was led by Rhonda Tibble here, who's a known expert in Ngāti Porou history and culture. So I won't go into that in any great detail, but to basically recast and using metaphors to describe a waka, a double-hulled waka, which is the sorts of canoes that arrived in our country and brought Māori, the original Māori inhabitants with them. These are the names of ancestors. These foresail, the foresail and rear sail represents the male and female. The two hulls represent the science world and the Māori world. And it's that kind of recasting that was really important to enable the socialisation of that project. We recruited 152 participants, genotyped them, and then returned the results back to our Ngāti Porou partners. And something like 50% of 152 participants received a prescription that differed to the normal prescription. And so further work has been undertaken by Te Whetū here, who herself is related to the Ngāti Porou tribe, and she's working with Martin Kennedy, as some of you here will know. I just want to shout out to Karen Meager and her team as well. We've developed a knowledge exchange project with Karen's team at UC Santa Cruz, where they're developing generating long-read information for us and training our researchers, including myself and Pan-Genome Assembly, and in return, advice and experience from introducing Indigenous ethics and knowledge in bioethics classes, et cetera. So I'll come into a few key lessons. Governance needs to fit the study design and the goals of the project. That means that some cases it's tribally based, then sometimes trans-tribal. The study design and conduct, Māori concepts of risk and benefits are paramount. You need a range of Māori skill sets as well as science skill sets to deliver, and hopefully people with skill sets in both worlds as well. This chain of trust is fundamentally important. We had communities trusting the recruiters who had trusted the Indigenous researchers, such as myself, who indeed had to rely on trust from our non-Māori research team members, and everybody needed to be aware of how fundamentally important that chain of trust is. It's hard to establish, but it's really easy to break. And allyship, I won't go into too much more about that, I'm out of time. Just want to say a few words about working with diaspora communities. Diaspora communities often disconnected from their cultural heritage, but their ancestries are inextricably linked to ethnicity, and harm can be done if the frameworks of those communities, those ethical frameworks that incorporate that ethnicity is not is not engaged with in some kind of meaningful way. And ideally research should be undertaken where the culture is strongest, and co-design can be undertaken to minimise harms and learn lessons and knowledge from those communities that still hold it. I've already probably said most of this. These are my key messages. I want to acknowledge a few people along the way, particularly Stephen, Hutti, people like Mick who's here, as well as the Silent Genomes teams and our awesome community recruiters. And in the Rake Ora project, which I mentioned, there's a whole host of people, including Chris Print, who's here today, as well as Claire Rye. And I'm sure any of them will answer questions about the project, should you have any. And I wanted to finish on a Māori proverb. Mā te whakaatu ka mōhio Mā te mōhio ka marama, mā te marama, ka mātou, mā te mātou, ka ora. What that means is essentially through listening comes awareness, and thank you for listening today. Through that awareness comes understanding, and through understanding comes knowledge, and then through knowledge comes life and well-being. Coiera, I'm done. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you feel enlightened. Cheers.
Thank you, Phil. I think we have time for a couple of questions. So let's start off with the first one there. Whakapapa plays a significant role in the I can't even pronounce these things. How do you integrate traditional Maori frameworks like this with modern genomic data?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Whakapapa is tapu, by and large, so the information that's generated needs to be respected, and that restriction that tapu implies needs to be incorporated in study design and conduct. So that information, what I've shown you is about as much information as we'll ever release. Once we, what we have consented for through our formal consent process is that after a number of years, I think it's 5 years, the whakapapa information will be deleted. Because all we really need is that summary level of information, and of course it's also restricted because of the anonymisation process.
Okay, let's look at the second question there. That's what we just did. First one there. How do you address concerns around data sovereignty, particularly the hesitancy of Maori communities about the export of DNA data?
So no individual's DNA information has been permissioned to be exported anywhere. So it remains in the University of Otago. The only information that will actually be accessible externally, and that's under fairly strict conditions through that people have to apply for access for, including clinicians and diagnosticians, is to the actual database itself. The individual data will be held by University of Otago and not released, except to the individuals who actually own it.
I'll finish off with one more question, and this one was something that was talked about earlier, and that was the issue of trust. And what have you found was the most effective way to build trust around issues?
Thanks. That's a really good question. Over time, I have developed sort of tried different ways. I've talked to Māori communities about gene technologies. I've consulted with them on behalf of the research projects I've been involved in. I've studied that interaction, and I've even represented my own communities in Ngāti Kahungunu and Ngāti Rākai Pāka and all of my wahine in regard to science applications of various science projects and research projects in our communities. What I've found is that we always start with acknowledging Māori knowledge, Māori concepts of hereditary and inheritance. And the fact is that we have many concepts that are a defining feature of who and what we are. They're not packaged off into clinical diagnostics, research, or breeding programs as it is in the mainstream world or the dominant culture in our country. So to start there, acknowledge that as geneticists, we are par excellence. We have good knowledge, and that knowledge is the basis upon which we wish to build this work, rather than try and imply that there's not that knowledge, or ignore it, or somehow in the conduct denigrate it.
Sorry. Well, that's all the time that we have. So let's give Phil a round of applause. Thank you, Phil. Our next session is on the changing face of genomic technologies. Khalil?
Thank you, John, and thank you to Phil for representing my homeland. It was wonderful to see the work that he's doing, supporting those communities. My name is Khalil Lawless. I represent Illumina, and I'm a proud supporter of the GA4GH and the work that they do. And it's my privilege to be here as the chair of the session. The session is the changing face of genomics technologies. We will have 4 presenters of 10 minutes each, and then a 20-minute Q&A, where I'll ask them to rejoin me on the stage. Please, if you have questions for the presenters, put them into the Slido, and we'll be able to address them during that Q&A session. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, which will be Professor Joseph Powell from the Garvan Institute. Please come and join us, Joseph.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I thought I would just start with a little bit of background of context for those of you that don't know me. I'm not a clinician. I am actually a statistical geneticist by training, but my research group has been very heavy users of cellular genomics technology for quite a while, and I've had a role in developing a lot of the access to enabling technology in this space, in Australia in particular. And as we've sort of gone through this journey of the sort of development of cellular genomic, both technology and the application of it, there's been a kind of an awareness of, well, one, the basic research has been phenomenal. There's been a lot of, just enormous insights that have come from it. But it's identified, a series of opportunities where we can translate this into clinical practice, for the betterment of our healthcare systems. But of course, in doing so, there's a series of barriers and roadblocks, and we've come to the point where we started thinking how we can, as a community, help advance some of these applications, but also what we can do to overcome some of the roadblocks to align with practices that have been well established in the what I'm going to refer to as bulk genomics community. Okay, so I feel like this slide's not really needed for this audience, but the point I wanted to make with this is that, genomics now extensively used across our healthcare sectors in many countries, but the majority of these applications are using assays that are derived from generating information from large numbers of cells, normally an average content. And in many of the cases, these applications, the bulk-based approaches are going to work perfectly well. There's no need to evolve that. But of course, there's opportunities to potentially improve some of these applications, and of course, a series of new opportunities outside of these current ones where genomics that's resolved at the level of cells can make additional impacts. Okay, so I appreciate it's a very diverse group in terms of backgrounds, and so I very much apologize if this is patronizing, but I feel that there's kind of a sort of a de facto slide you have to have in cell genomics of these hundreds of these analogy examples. My son's really into Lego, so I quite like this one. But the general approach that we have with cell genomics is that we take a tissue biopsy, and traditionally you would take that, you would, for want of a better word, right, mash up the cells, generate the average content. So that's the sort of standard classical approach. When we generate information at level of cells, we're of course generating that genomic information, whether it's DNA, RNA, epigenetic, proteomic, resolved to level of cells. And then of course you can see differences between cell populations and within populations and so on and so forth. And then there's a series of, yet another frontier of a space of spatial technology, which is really piggybacks on a lot of the standard approaches in anatomical pathology, where we take tissue section, embed it, section it, and can align deep genomic information with the standard, low to mid-plex imaging data to provide context around how cells and their genomic profile sits within the local microenvironment. So just to be a little bit more specific about some of the ways in which this can, have benefits, is if you look at cancer panel testing, so the standard approach would be to take obviously a tissue biopsy, which is going to contain a combination of malignant and non-malignant cells, generate a genomic profile on that, and then use computational techniques to infer, somatic mutations that have, hopefully actionable readouts from them. If you generate that information at a single cell level, so single cell DNA sequence at that tumor sample, of course you can separate malignant, non-malignant cells relatively easily. You generate the same information content in that you would develop the somatic structure, but you have that at a level of cells. And so for every cell, you can then reconstruct the evolutionary development of that cancer for that patient and how the clones have evolved over time up to the point of that biopsy. And then moving forward across the sort of lifespan of that patient's journey with potential relapses and resistance treatment, you can use the inferences around the development and evolution of clones to align that with understanding relapse and, of course, different clinical outcomes. So when we started thinking about this, we started putting together some ideas on where there would be low-hanging fruit within the clinical application space where cellular genomics would make a potential impact, and of course the way in which we'd have to think about the barriers to put this into practice, and put these thoughts together in an article that was published late last year. So I won't read through each of these examples. If anyone's interested, there's details in a paper, but where we go into, I guess, the discovery biology and then hopefully how these things can be used, in a clinical translational setting. But these sort of applications, I think, have a sort of thematic grouping in that they have similarity of essentially not disrupting the current sampling and biopsies of samples. And already there has been existing research, not just on the discovery biology, but also the sort of the feasibility and implementation of those approaches in the clinical practice, i.e. they are solving some form of clinical unmet need. And in most instances are currently in some form of clinical trial or feasibility study. So related to this, we've been looking at how cellular genomics has been used in clinical trials globally over the last few years. And perhaps no surprise, genomics is used really extensively as some form of direct or indirect readout. But in the space of the cellular approaches, we see an enormous increase year on year, so roughly 300% increase in the use of cellular genomic technology in clinical trials over just the last few years. And this is across a range of different indications, so obviously development of diagnostics and response evaluation and so on and so forth. But I think just gives an idea about the opportunities of aligning this technology suite into current clinical trial management. So, of course, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, and there's a series of, I would say, relatively important practical considerations, more importantly, that we need to think about as a community to be able to help remove some of the barriers of this adoption. And there's obviously, this is not an exhaustive list. I guess I'll just pick the ones which keep cropping up as particularly relevant as we move out of research or research-adjacent labs into clinical labs. And the first is obviously around sort of tissue acquisition and the processing of that from a biopsy into something that would go into molecular tests. It's obviously very different when you don't want to mash up the cells and just capture the DNA or the RNA. And then, of course, the library prep as well. We need to think about ways to automate that, scale it, multiplex it, reduce the costs, reduce the human handling components. And then, of course, there's efforts that can be made in standardization of these workflows, both computationally and alignment to data governance frameworks. I think it's fair to say there's relatively significant efforts both in the biotech sector and the research sector to solve some of these challenges. And in many cases, if I would have to give this presentation a year ago, I would have had a slightly different outlook, but the field has moved surprisingly quickly. So recognizing some of this, one of the things that we've started, we've just launched, led by the Futures Institute at UNSW, is a collaborative centre across Australia that brings together a series of academic institutes, both MRIs, universities, clinical partners, both in public and the private space, and then biotech and pharmaceutical partners, to help solve some of the challenges that we see, some of these barriers. I won't read through these in the interest of time. But the things that we're particularly interested in working on are looking at the ways in which we can simplify access to the technology, particularly in what I so often refer to as this full stack system. So for clinical sites or preclinical research projects that don't necessarily have expertise across the space of experimental design through to the bioinformatics, let alone all the sample prep. We obviously are very interested in supporting and developing the accreditation systems that would get these things into the clinical space. So obviously that's in Australia, that's NATA accreditation, and of course different in different jurisdictions globally. And a particular interest in training the workforce, particularly the clinical workforce, around the opportunities. And this will be largely in partnership with some of the peak body groups and colleges in Australia. And then, of course, we have to solve a few challenges around data standards and governance. I think this can largely piggyback on what is done, has been done in the broader genomics community, although there are a number of nuances that would need to be applied in the cellular space. And just to sort of leave with the areas where we sort of feel that the support in the community will be best met, we want to try to support the advancement of clinical trials and the adoption of this type of technology as an adjacent readout that's valuable. Obviously, the support of feasibility studies and the development of new diagnostic tests is a particularly interesting area with spatial diagnostics. and feed into the ecosystem of early stage drug development, which is another area in Australia that is relatively well served with infrastructure and capabilities. So I'll just leave you with, I guess, a few calls of what we see as opportunities for the community in this space. I think it's fair to say that the research sector is really mature. It's a very rich vein of minerals to dig into, but we also need to not just assume that every single piece of biomedical information has some clinical relevance. And so identifying opportunities and the particular low-hanging fruits where we can push as a community to adapt those systems are particularly important. The preclinical space is definitely the largest challenge, I think largely because the technology has a series of important implementation challenges, practical issues and logistics that need to be overcome in alignment with accreditation. And of course, with any kind of new test or new genomic test, bringing together the clinical implementation community and the patients to, I guess, get their engagement and support and advocacy for this is also particularly important, alongside building the relevant data standard governance frameworks that are particular to cellular genomics. And finally, this is basically not, my view is largely not possible if we don't do this in a partnership structure. So that's partnerships between research organizations, particularly the clinical implementation sites, let's call it pathology sites, and of course the biotech sector that will help develop the technology to solve a series of solutions. So with that, I'll finish up and thank you all for your attention. Cheers.
Thank you for that, Joseph. I'd like to call up to the stage Dr. Eimear Kenny of Mount Sinai to present our second presentation of the session.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Khalil and Arwa and the organisers of this meeting. It's actually my first time to Australia, so I also want to thank the traditional owners of this very beautiful land and give my respect to elders past and present. So when I was asked to give a talk in this session, the first image that came to mind looked something like this, which is really meant to evoke where I think we are now in the landscape of technology, where there is a massive, rapid evolution of genomic and other omic technology that is going hand in hand with a massive, rapid evolution in AI and machine learning, and the ways in which AI and machine learning are really integrating into technological advances and then what we do with that technology. And I'm a researcher in a health system in New York City, where we've been doing research at the interface of translational research and also implementation science, and really thinking about how we're going to evolve paradigms of clinical care for the diverse patients we serve in New York City. And New York City is very diverse in very many ways. And our health system serves about 4.2 million people, New Yorkers, in the city. And we have been doing research, genomic research, really driven by the establishment in 2006 of the BioMe Biobank. We now have a bigger program called the Mount Sinai Million, recruiting patients from our health system, representing that diversity in the acknowledgement that the genomic research databases that were out there in the world weren't really representing the same folks, and that we might learn something in the biobank that we could produce that would benefit our patients. And these days, this data, like many health systems in many places in the world, is increasingly linked to data that's not at all collected for research. It's really collected for clinical care. But it is increasingly being digitized and made interoperable and accessible for researchers so that you can start to think more broadly about questions that you can ask. And this is also in the context of investments into a compute ecosystem and compute data that's served up for compute ecosystems. So we think these days that these biobanks are not only for research, which is very active, mature, field, but also thinking about these biobanks in driving advancements in clinical care, particularly in predictive genomics, and ways that we can do that appropriately that will best benefit our patients. So to give you an example, this is just looking at two extremely well-characterized genes underlying monogenic forms of hereditary breast and ovarian cancer, the BRCA1 and 2 genes, in the patients in our biobank, in our health system. And we can see that those who harbor a pathogenic variant in one of these genes across our diverse populations within New York City, we see a very different prevalence in different populations. So, for example, we're actually a Jewish hospital. There's a large proportion of the Ashkenazi Jewish population in New York who come to our hospital, and unsurprisingly, we see a very high prevalence in that population because there's 3 known founder variants within Ashkenazi Jewish populations. But we also see similarly high, not quite, but similarly high prevalence in other populations and quite low prevalence in other populations. So, for example, we see a very different prevalence in Hispanic Latino populations in New York City from Central and South America versus from the Caribbean. And we see that these differences in population prevalence, why they don't really affect the risk in your lifetime of having a HBOC-associated cancer. So it's 25% for everyone, no matter who you are. We do see that there's differences in who gets screened in our health system. So if you're Ashkenazi Jewish in our health system, you are twice as likely to have been screened genetically for this risk variant. And these days, we start to think about using this information beyond just the sort of traditional prevalence and associated risk models into more AI-driven models like multimodal foundation models. And for this example, this is just showing you the kinds of ways we're thinking about integrating data, not only the types of data that we can access through our health system, for example, digitize histology or pathology, and the types of data we collect in our EHR, for example, relevant labs or relevant family history or imaging, and using things like large language models to do this, but also the kinds of omics data we're generating now for our patients so that we can start to integrate that. And very importantly, and several people have mentioned it in this meeting, the social determinants, so the context of how these variants are being expressed and are penetrant in populations. And we're doing that because we want to push further into understanding information that will really start to be clinically relevant and help guide care in a more nuanced way. So we're thinking about things like penetrance prediction, or not just for disease, but disease reoccurrence, and also, for example, expressivity in what anatomical site a disease is more likely to occur for patients, and ultimately get into strategies for precision treatment recommendation on the basis of this information. And while this innovation that's really data and technology driven is happening at the health system side, there's also massive innovation on foundational resources that we're using in these systems, and one of them that we will hear about actually in this session today is about the foundational human reference genome that we all use to variant call, which is the first step in using genomics for any type of prediction. I don't think I need to make the case to this room why it is important that we update the reference that we've been using for the past 20 years. For those of you who were at the HPP Connect session yesterday, you will have seen this, but for those who don't know, there is a driver project as part of GA4GH, which is the Human Pangenome Project, which is a new project seeking to bring together groups who are developing pangenome or pangenome references around the world, one of which is the US-led effort, or a US-led effort, federally funded by the NIH, called the Human Pangenome Reference Consortium, or HPRC. And you probably know that HPRC released a first draft of a human genome reference containing 47 graph-constructed genomes. This was back in 2023. That year, several other groups released efforts from different places in the world as well. And as part of that effort, in addition to the technology advances that are really evolving, a lot of the effort has been to develop advanced tooling and tooling ecosystems and standards that can be used not just by the HPRC effort, but by others and through community building around the world, and now hopefully more formally through HPP. The HPRC effort is open access by nature. That means that all the genomes assembled, TTT genomes assembled, will be made available freely online for anybody to download and use. And these data, in addition to all the tooling, which is open source, may also be useful for those who are doing pangenome efforts that don't choose an open access model, who may have data access control or even private models. So just to show you a little bit how far we've been able to come in terms of covering genomic variation in this project. After the release of 47, we went ahead and selected more genomes for the next release, which is, I think, 2025, and then finally the phase 1 release will be 350 genomes in 2026. All of these are from the 1000 Genome Cell Line Repository collection and optimized to select cell lines from that collection that will contribute maximally covering genetic variation. And so we can look within how we're doing in that objective, not just by looking within the 1000 genomes, but the types of resources particularly that are used in clinical genetic testing labs, for example, NOMAD, where we show that we're covering over 99% of single nucleotide variants in that resource within this human HPRC. Likewise, for research purposes, we can show in biobanks like all of us, similar coverage of common variants. Now, of course, we can't do this in isolation. We really have to understand the ethical terrain of what we're doing and be very interdisciplinary in our approach, working with people who have expertise not just in ethics, but also in clinical applications, also in community engaged research, which we have done. And these types of projects, they often have unique considerations that are atypical when you think about research, because really it's not a study. This is a research resource. In fact, it's a foundational research resource. And we had many conversations about what we should be considering, including complex situations like the increasingly complex nature of federated data sharing that's happening around the world and the different data sharing models that are out there, and really what's come through in a lot of those conversations, not just for this, but also when we're thinking about multimodal foundation models that include lots of different data, is that transparency is foundational and very critical. So the HPP project, as mentioned, is really at a critical momentum and growing. And Heather Lawson is here in the room today, who's really spearheading that along with Karen Miga and several others. And the objective will be to work together as a community of researchers around the world who are building these resources. And no matter what models these resources are being openly shared or not. And also, in addition to the types of tooling and tech standards that we need to develop, also the type of education, training, and even infrastructure building that may be needed. So I'll finish up by just thinking about some of the challenges that face us, not just in research side, but as we start to think about accelerating how we're bringing research into clinical care and in genomic medicine and genomic health. These are thinking about things in relation to the pangenome, but really could be in relation to any type of tech that we're developing, which is who benefits, what is the sovereignty of data, who owns it, who's making decisions, how we can develop meaningful partnerships, not just within research community, often across different communities, who will gain financially or otherwise, knowledge-wise, from a resource, who will have access, who will have first access to the resource, and at what cost, and are we doing things potentially that are inappropriate or may cause harm. So with that, I'll just acknowledge everyone who is working on the HPP and HPRC, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Kenny. As our third speaker for the session, I'd like to introduce Dr. Jianjun Liu, fondly known as JJ, among the community here, representing the Genome Institute of Singapore. Please join us.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I want to thank the organizer for the opportunity, and truly great pleasure to be here. I just realized maybe my talk a little bit too technical, because I realize everybody talk about mainly the policy, and my is actually probably driving too much down to the details, technical details. Sorry about that. And can we have my slide? Oh yes, right. Okay. Yes, today I'm going to give an update, I would say, about our effort on generating Indian reference genome. This is part of our effort to create Asian reference panels. And this project was actually funded one of the several long-read projects under the National Precision Medicine Program in Singapore. And I do want to highlight this is truly a collaborative work, and my collaborators I highlight here. So for the little bit background, so what is a reference genome? It's basically a sequence database that presents a typical example of a human full sequencing. Okay, and they are using as reference because there's probably three main activity functions. First, you can use as a map. Every time you do a sequencing, you just come and read, come with the analysis. You want to know which part of the genome it's come from, human genome. Yeah, this reference will allow you to map back to the human genome to tell you where they come from. They also serve as the standards. Every sequence of samples, you want to know what kind of variants the sample carry. You always compare to this sequence to see that, okay, how it's different from these standards. They also use it as a catalog. There's all these functional information elements, all this is actually cataloged on this reference. I don't need to highlight how important the reference play for all the biomedical research and also clinical application. So, the first, human reference genome was generated by the Human Genome Project. Everybody know that. But they are not perfect. Since then, they have a continuous effort to improve it. And currently, there's two major efforts doing this. One is called the T2T. Basically, this particular project is really aiming to generate, to end-to-end the human genome sequencing to be as accurate as possible. This is really drive down every single base of the human genome, right? But at the same time, there's another in parallel effort called the human pangenome reference. That's a highlight in the talk. Basically trying to see it's not sufficient to give it one perfect example of each human. We do need including genetic diversity information in the reference, because there has to all be demonstrated with such diversity information can really empower and improve downstream analysis. Unfortunately, currently the Asian reference are still underrepresented in this international effort. I think Singapore population, although it's very, very small, can be a good place to provide such information to fill this gap. This is basically the paper we published a few years back by using the first 5,000 genomes generated on the Singapore's National Precision Medicine Program to demonstrate that the diversity of the Singapore population, presented here on this PCA, presented by the samples in black, and really capture the vast majority of the genetic diversity show up in the Asian population on this diagonals from East Asian all the way to Central South Asian. You can see single population really capture, the virus. So that's why we argue, that Singapore, population can really help to provide, information that are currently underrepresented. Of Asian population. It's actually, there is a large sequence effort going on in Singapore. It's really trying to, aiming to eventually to sequencing 10% of populations, about 500,000 people of Singapore. And right now we're close to finish the phase 2. There'll be 100,000 genomes down. Then after that, there will be a third effort to run to sequencing the rest of 500,000. However, remember it was that all of this effort currently still using the reference genome, HG38, the one just mentioning it. This is a really single Caucasian individual. So there is a need to create, a reference that can really, support this effort focused on the Asian populations. That's why we are launching this project, really trying to generate the Asian reference, and we are going to do the two steps. First, we're going to follow the overall strategy has adopted by the international communities. Look at the first one to do the T2T, you deploy a reference genome for Chinese, Malay, and Indians. After that, with all this information, scale sets we accumulated, we can work on another one that could include 100 genomes and with at least 30 from each ASCO group to generate this Asian reference. So this is what we're going to do for the, first. We are currently working on the first genome. We choose the Indian will be the first one to work on. And you can see how the different data set has been generated. We follow the currently the practice adopted by the communities. Basically using hi-fi to create the backbones and using ONT ultra-long to build scaffolds, and then using other data to try to polish it and trying to make the improve the quality of the reference. So this is basically, the output of, the novel assemblies. You're looking at, using both of, incorporated both of hi-fi and ultra-long read. You can see we use both two different assemblers. We basically choose the best, outcome of both assemblers to basically to build the initial, the reference, right? Then for some of the genomes, yes, you have a chromosome level, a contig, but for many, they still have multiple contigs from this particular chromosome. And then we use, basically Hi-C or by the interaction information to see, how can link them up, and become a one chromosome. And we managed to solve some of them, but there's still few contig we cannot resolve this information. Then we use CHM13 kind of as reference to to line them up and build the so-called chromosome level scaffolds. Yep, in the process, then you have the breakpoint, right? The column when you link the two contig together, you really don't know what sequence between the two. You know they are next to each other, but we don't know the sequences. So you refer to them as a gap. Then you need to fill the gap. So then you have to tell, first of all, is a real gap, is it real or not real? Because maybe the two contigs should be connected to each other, and assembler just, for whatever reason, fail to do so. Then we do, to do that. That can be easily determined by mapping all your reads generated sampling back to the sampling to see whether, it's supposed to be a gap there or not gap there. Then by this way, you can see, yeah, some of the gap is not real. So just occasionally supposed to be connect, the two contig into the single ones. But there are definitely some real gaps. Then the question is, well, how are you going to do it? How are you going to fill it? Some gaps will be easy, right? And you can basically look at the reads, do the alternative assemblies, trying to see whether you can generate or fill the gaps. But sometimes most of these can be using strategy. We can fill all of them and do this, right? And using this gaps to close it. And then the next thing is, well, you basically talk about polishing it, because every reference you need to must have arrow there. Everybody know that. How do you capture the arrows, basically to identify arrows and correct for that? The identification of arrows are usually relying on remapping or reads back to your reference to see, well, if the assembly is perfect, this process should not reveal any kind of variation, because your assembly are totally consistent with your reads, sample to do that. And if you have a variation, then there's something wrong, and on the on the reference, and you have to confirm it, is how to resolving and correct for this. They're involving, some of them can be easy because sometimes you have a base on the reference, but all the reads give a different a base, and they are consistent. It's called homozygous variance calling. Then in this case, you have to replace it. They call the easy one. They can be actually automatic process, do it very quickly. But a lot of situations where even the read itself is not totally consistent. Then there will have a manual called manual process review all the reads to make a kind of a human judgment call that what is the real most likely accurate base for that precision or multiple base basis. Yeah, by through the process, you can see you can dramatically improve the quality of the genomes. Yep, and then you have the term we talk about. We need them aiming to telomere to telomere, T to T, right? Are you sure you have all the telomere? That's why we do the analysis. You can see that the de novo sampling itself process is not really all automatically generate all the telomere. And we're still missing some of them. Then what to do? How do you find the missing one? So then for this, we use all the existing so-called complete telomere sequence available. It used as a kind of a bait to pull out of all the telomere-related reads from our data, and then do the de novo kind of sampling, something, generate consensus, and using all these telomere and things and patch back to our sampling. By doing this, we basically show that we do have the scaffold have reached to the telomere sequence on both ends of the chromosome. So that's where we can claim they are really to the D. Does not really claim whether you can get a full length of telomere sequence. Those are different stories. Then you can see this is basically a kind of a short, say where we are, how good this reference now. You can see the qualities, length. And I think compared to other published, reference genome, is either equivalent or even better, right? We do, using trio structure, meaning that we are not only generate, when you have a sequence, you also have the information from the parents that will really help us to do the phasing, because we talk about deploy genome that really help us to really bang the reads, and then you'll be able to generate, the kind of a haplotype or chromosomes scaffolds by using this parental information. Then we also, for sensitivity check, after we download this, ask questions, does it really work on the Indian genome or not? That's why we do that? Yes, sure. This is definitely an Indian genome. We have not figured out, we just do very rough estimation about how good the centromere region sequencing, but we haven't really checked all qualities, how the centromere constitute, how different from other centromere sequence has been published. Yeah, with this short presentation, I hope you can tell you the full result in the near future, and then we hope we can start the the project to generate 100 genomes so they can contribute to the the world effort to generate the human genome project. And I do want to acknowledge the fundings from the A-STAR as well as Precise, the manager office of the Singapore National Precision Medicine Program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JJ, for your insights. As our fourth and final speaker for this session, I'd like to invite Dr. Alan Rubin from Melbourne's very own esteemed Walter and Eliza Hall Institute to join us for the final presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak today. So today I'm going to tell you about another different genomic technology, and that is multiplex assays of variant effect, or MAVs, which are a type of high-throughput functional assay that we can use to assay different variants. So when we do one of these high-throughput functional assays, we usually start with a target sequence, and typically that would be a protein coding gene, although this can also be done for saturation mutagenesis interrogation of promoters and enhancers and other types of elements. But if we think about, we have a single gene that we've picked out, and we want to know what do all of the possible missense variants or all the possible single nucleotide variants in that gene do in a cellular context. And so we can start by creating a library of genetic variants, and so we can create these DNA molecules where each one has one variant in there. There's many thousands of different unique molecules, and then transform them into a cellular population where each cell expresses exactly one of these variants. And so now we've got a complex population, and we can compete them together in some sort of functional assay. So the simplest example would be cell growth. And so we can see the cells will grow at different rates depending on the function of that variant. So if it's loss of function, the cells may not grow. If it's normal function, the cells will grow fine. And then we can use high throughput sequencing to sample the population before and after the assay. And then we can use statistical approaches to count up the reads and assign a functional score to each one of these variants. And we can get something that we call a variant effect map, where we can see there's this heat map where every position here is a column. That's every position in the protein. Every row is an amino acid that's being mutated to, and the colors of the cells are denoting the functional score. Here, blue is loss of function, and red is potentially hyperactive. White is normal function. And so there's a lot of structure in here, and you can get a lot of insight into the biology of a gene and biochemical mechanisms, possible interaction surfaces, other things like that by looking at these data. But also from a clinical perspective, every single one of these cells is now a variant that we've measured experimentally that could potentially be used for variant curation, variant classification, which is what I'm going to talk to you about more today. So we can also do many more assays than cell growth. So there's a whole host of different things. We can look at molecular properties, like things that are cell morphology. We can look at fluorescent reporters, and Joseph talked about some of these cellular-based genomics technologies, and we can marry those to this and see how we can move forward. So in order to try to make sense of all the data, we've developed MaveDB, which is the community-driven database for multifunctional data, which is a project that I lead jointly with Doug Fowler at the University of Washington in Seattle. We launched it in 2019. And it's an international team, so Estelle and Nick are based in Melbourne, and they're here at the meeting today. And then we also have developers at the University of Washington and the Brotman Beatty Institute of Precision Medicine in Seattle here. And the database has really grown a lot. So now we have, I think, over 7 million variants in the database. So this is just showing you the growth over time. The green line is the total number of variants. The blue bars are the number of gene assay combinations, and the shadowy bit is what would happen if we projected until the end of 2024. As you can see, we're still growing a lot, and we've got a lot of interesting data in the database that we're looking to share. The data set's diverse, but it's mostly human, and in fact, we have a lot of important clinical genes, including genes that are on the ACMG secondary finding list. And for some of those, we actually have multiple data sets that look at different assays, which provides a lot of interesting opportunities for analysis and interpretation in terms of thinking about what do we do when we have different potential readouts on the same gene. So if you were to go to MaveDB and you could see what's in our web interface, we have some automatically generated visualizations. We have like a histogram of scores. We have this variant effect map. We have link outs to other data resources. Down here, there's actually a link to the UCSC Genome Browser, which is a track hub that Melissa Klein set up for us, so you can actually go and visualize the data in the UCSC browser. And then we have a variety of other sort of text-based and contextual metadata about the assay, publications, things like that to help people interpret it. And this is the interface that we've developed, which is primarily targeted at researchers, so people who want to upload or download an entire data set, in particular people who are generating this multiplex assay data themselves. But one of the things that we've really been focused on lately is to try to figure out how do we get these individual variant measurements into the hands of people who are in a clinical space who want to use them for variant classification. And so we've developed a new interface to share the data for individual variants with a lot of clinical context associated with them. So we have some different data visualizations here where we're classifying the different variants in terms of whether the researchers have decided that they're functionally normal or functionally abnormal in terms of their class. We can also assign strength of evidence for some of these variants by calibrating it with independently assessed variants from ClinVar or elsewhere. And so we can say, this is strong evidence or supporting evidence or so on for pathogenicity. And so this is something that we're looking to continue to develop and roll out. And the reason why we think this is so important is that if we actually look at the number of variants of uncertain significance that we see, so this is data from ClinVar, and we're looking at only missense variants. So you would think that's coding stuff, it's like the easiest stuff to interpret, we know what it does. It is overwhelmingly VUS, and it's on this runaway trajectory. So we really need to do something else to bring some more data to bear to help solve these problems. And we hope that these multiplex assays and also improved variant effect predictors that may be able to be validated or based on the multiplex assay data can help us solve this problem. Now, we've heard a lot today about equity in genomic medicine, and so we thought, well, maybe because we're doing this kind of unbiased saturation mutagenesis, that this will be able to contribute to this in some way, so we can help out from our field. So if we look at the number of variants of uncertain significance in these 3 genes, BRCA1, P53, and PTEN, fairly well studied. We have high quality multiplex assays for these data sets. And we look at VUS in Nomad and all of us, we can see there's a statistically significant overrepresentation of VUS in people from non-European-like ancestries. But if we add the MAVE data and we recurate all of these variants, not only do we reclassify the majority of variants, but the difference between these two population groups completely goes away. So we hope that this can be a way in which we can contribute to these efforts around equity. One of the things that we're doing also is we know that if we can't expect the clinicians to use the data if they don't feel confident using the data. So we've also been developing training workshops to increase the confidence for the variant curators. So this is work that's being done here in Australia by Rian Villani and Mandy Spurtle's group up in Queensland. And so this is just showing you a survey of people asked to rank their confidence in using functional assay data, and it's very complex. There's a lot of heterogeneity. People don't always feel confident in applying it. So if you look before, a lot of people are ranking it at 0, 1, but after they've taken the training course, their competency and confidence goes way up. And so this is something we've been doing with HCSA and ASDG, and this course has actually now been run for medical students in Europe. We're running a workshop at Curating the Clinical Genome in Hingston next year, so this is something where we're leading this curriculum development from Australia and exporting it to the rest of the world. Now, of course, we want to get the data in the hands of the clinicians so that they can do the work, and so we've been really relying heavily on GA4GH standards, both adopting them and also driving them ourselves so that we can take the MAVE-DB data and then use the Global Alliance standards to share them with the world, including with the Shariant platform supported by Australian Genomics, ClinVar, and others. We've already adopted the GA4GH verse standard to map our genetic variants, and it has actually allowed us to preserve the provenance of the original variant that was tested in the assay, which may be a non-reference identical allele, and be able to connect that to a variant in HG38, which is what the clinicians actually want, and preserve that context. And then we've been developing new models for as part of VA spec, so we can represent the functional score and then actually these different levels of interpretation where people actually really want to engage with the data, like what's the functional class? Is that a normal or an abnormal variant? And then if we do have a functional evidence code like that would go into the ACMG rubric, is this strong? Is this supporting data? Is it moderate? And so on. And so we can represent it at all of those labels in a structured way and package it up so that it can go into other information systems via API. And so we can really push the data to where the clinicians already are, because one of the pieces of feedback I always get when I talk to people in this variant curation space is that they really do not want another website to go visit. So sort of our journey with Global Alliance here is, I went to the plenary last year in San Francisco, and we had some exploratory conversations with Larry Babb and Alex Wagner and others. And then I went to Connect 6 months ago in Switzerland, and we kind of worked out the big idea. And now the model has been released as part of VA spec, so we can start implementing it in MAVE-DB, and other people who may want to use the data can consider implementing it also. And so with that, I'd like to thank the many people who are involved in this work. The work has been supported here in Australia by the Medical Research Future Fund, and then we also are part of the IGVF consortium and receive additional funding from NHGRI to enable the clinical translation here. And finally, a shout out to the Atlas of Variant Effects, which is an organization that we have developed an international grassroots organization for everyone who wants to generate or use these data sets. And everyone is welcome to join, and we've got quite a few Global Alliance members there already, and we would love to have more. And with that, thank you for your attention.
Right, if you haven't got your questions into Slido, now's the time, or go and upvote the ones that are your favourites, and we'll happily have the panel address them. So I think the first question that's coming through at the moment is for Eimear, if you're willing and ready. As biobanks and genomic data become more accessible, how can we ensure ethical data usage, particularly regarding financial gains, and access to resources, and ensuring that contributing communities then experience equitable gains from those research outcomes and products that get derived from that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's one that we discuss a lot with, at Mount Sinai we have a genomic stakeholder board who help us since the inception of BioMe, and with other programs outside of BioMe that are ongoing at Mount Sinai. I think actually that's probably the topic that comes up the most. And I think that one thing that really helps guide this conversation, so the conversation is actually at multiple levels, because it's not just who gains financially from a discovery. It's like what defines a discovery, who owns that discovery when data is coming from patients, right? I think that there's some of the strategies that we have discussed to return benefit to patients, not financial benefit, but clinical potentially benefit is we set up a program to return results from patients, which was something that was really not just with our genomic board, but within qualitative research we did with communities in New York City, was something that was very much wanted. This started out as a research biobank. There was no return results built in, but we established that program in 2019 so that if there is information about patients who are participating in research that could be medically relevant, that we have a process now to return that to patients, and then also guidance about medical recommendations for that and options for treatment in our health system. So that was one example of something that was really informed by discussions with patients. The question about who gains financially from discoveries, we've had very transparent conversations. Often that's the health system themselves, because they have a financial stake in any discovery any researcher makes using the data. Almost never the patient who contributed to the research.
Thank you. Second question here, I think, is a general question, but probably more for the pangenome people, or the reference. Maybe JJ, you could address this one. Given that it will take a long time to move clinical laboratories from using a single reference genome to being able to use specific reference genomes for different ethnic groups, is there a working group exploring the best practices for how to implement some of this, and best practices in mapping pangenome graphs and alignments back and making that transition from HG38? And is GA4GH a part of that?
Okay, I can comment on the technical question. I think probably should ask question how to migrate from all the HG38 base result to the new panel, new pangenome reference, right? Instead of backwards. That's my view on this, right? Because HG38 has a lot of errors, gaps, missing sequencing. Not all the information you gain from the pangenome reference will be able to map back, because that's the problem. That's the reason we generate the new one, because the old ones are not perfect. So I think that our question should be how the community to create very good tools. They can be able helping people easily, to migrate their data's result from based on 38 into the new future pan genome reference. That will helpful in my technical view on this. GA4GH participating on this. I think I should.
Yeah, I think GA4GH expertise participation will be essential for this, particularly the work that is being done thinking about standards on the clinical side. We had a great productive meeting with folks who are from the RUSE work stream on sort of the more consenting side, who's in these resources. I think it's critical. I think there's low-hanging fruit to think about. The resolution of complex structural variants in very medically important genes, I think, would be something that is certainly something that may be attractive for folks who are thinking about early adoption of such technologies, but the path is complex to get there.
Absolutely. Well, we want to drive up that diagnostic rate and increase the usability of the data. I'm happy to see my own question as the next one that's upvoted. So I wanted to ask a question of Alan. Will MAVES help to address some of the gap in our ability to interpret VUS pathogenicity, or whether or not we can act upon that information, particularly in understudied populations where we don't have a good handle on the distribution of variation in that population?
So I think the answer is yes, especially in compared to lower throughput efforts to generate functional data, which are based on the things that are seen in the clinic. Obviously, that carries with it all the sort of bias around the people that are getting sequenced or the people whose variants are getting data generated for them. But because we are generating data for all of the variants at once, that means we're prospectively profiling variants that may be very rare or private or common in underserved populations. And so I think that having the data there as soon as the patient shows up with the variant is going to really help across a broad spectrum of individuals, particularly within understudied populations where without a saturation approach, there probably would not be functional data generated for those variants that may be common in some of these populations.
Do you think the strength of that evidence will be enough to be able to make clinical decisions on?
I defer to my clinical colleagues in the room, but as I read the sort of the ACMG AMP guidelines, I mean, you can, if you have strong evidence from a functional assay, and then you have strong evidence from a highly regarded variant effect predictor, that can get you to a classification in some cases. So I think that we'll see how things continue to develop. But I think it's going to potentially be very valuable for those genes where we have the data.
Just continuing on, Alan, if you don't mind, the next upvoted question is also for you. It was more of a technical question about some of the data that you presented, in particular the blue and red functional scores and what they represent.
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember what exact data set that slice is from, but the short answer is that there is a wide variety of different assays that can be performed and that have been performed. Some measure protein stability, some are based on click chemistry, some are based on visual phenotypes, some are based on cell growth or cell survival, various specific enzymatic activities. So it really depends, and this I think is one of the challenges with translating the data into the clinical arena, is that you have to essentially make a decision, like, is that functional assay appropriate for a given patient or given case, a given variant? And so I think it is all of these things: how quickly the cells grow, something molecular, different experiments. It is everything. And so one of the challenges that we face, running the database and trying to figure out how to communicate this information is being able to concisely represent that. And we've developed and now published minimum information standards that help describe the assay and the various experimental protocol steps that have gone in there that will hopefully help people kind of make decisions about the suitability of an assay for a given use case.
Can I just ask whoever's managing the Slido to pull up in green the question that was there for Joseph Powell? Is that possible? Yes, pause there, thank you. Joseph, If you can also share your insights, I think we'd like to know how far away are we from having not just deep insights on an individual sample or an individual study participant, but population scale cellular genomic data on different types of tissues outside of blood and serum, and what sort of approaches you think will be needed to scale that?
Yeah, that's a kind of interesting question. So I guess it partly depends what you refer to as population scale. The statistical geneticist in me thinks about it really as in cohorts of data large enough to look at the relationship between genetic variation and cellular readouts. And there's been substantial efforts to do this in blood, as the question is referring to, from my own lab included, where we have cohorts of, we up to 10,000 individuals with single cell and WGS data relatively shortly. Outside of that, I mean, it's really a bit of a patchwork quilt. There's community activities to, in the various cell atlases that generate data on often hundreds of patient samples, but often without aligned genetic information. So there's cohorts in neural and lung tissues and so on and so forth. The approach that we have similarly been thinking about has been to use stem cells as a model, and they have a few advantages in that we and others have developed technology to scale these studies, and then you can differentiate those cells down particular lineages and get the same sort of experimental design you'd have with blood or PBMCs with differentiated cells. But of course, that is still a model system as opposed to using primary cell systems for that.
Thank you, Joseph. How are we going for time? Have we got time for any more questions? We've got a couple more minutes. Okay. Well, what's the next top voted question here? I think it's another question for... Can we go back to the top, or is this already the top again? Because we've done the first question, second question. So that's, I think, for Alan, another one there. As MaveDB expands and encompasses more than 7 million variants, how do we ensure the accuracy and clinical relevance of the data, especially when incorporating it into clinical decision making? I think we've addressed this a little bit already, but I don't know if there's anything you want to expand on there.
Yeah, well, I'd say there's kind of two things going on. So one is that MaveDB is and will remain a data warehouse where we don't want to apply a lot of really stringent quality filters around the data that's in there. We would rather just be able to have a venue to share the data openly. And there's so much heterogeneity in terms of the experiments that are being done that it's really difficult to apply any kind of one-size-fits-all quality measure in the first instance anyways. I would say that we do want to be fairly conservative in terms of which of those data sets we make available for clinical translation. And I think that one of the ways to do that is to evaluate the data sets where possible against variants that have already been independently classified. Because if your data, and that's a lot of how the strength of evidence calculations work, is if your assay correctly separates independently evaluated pathogenic from benign variants and it gets most of them right, then that probably is telling you that your assay is clinically relevant. And so that's kind of the short answer as to what we do for variants for data sets or genes where we have many fewer independently classified variants. I think that's a challenge for the field, and I would welcome anyone to come and tell me what your ideas about that are.
Thank you, Alan. Eimear, if you don't mind, I'd like to jump back to you with the question that's third there on the screen. What future directions do you foresee for genomic technology, and how might they further transform the healthcare practices? So a little bit more forward-looking in terms of emergent technologies. Would you be able to comment on that?
Yeah, so it's a little bit depends who you ask at the moment, but I think almost every answer would have something in common, which is integration. So it's genomic technology integrated either with other omic technology, genomic technology integrated with AI. I think we're having an evening session next on that topic. Integrated with clinical data or public health data, and really trying to understand how the sort of integration of data gets us to better outcomes via, for example, prediction. I think that that's that's sort of a common theme that we're hearing currently about what the next 5 or 10 years is going to look like. I think we should expect that there may be successes, and there's already integrative models and that are starting to look very promising, but also a lot of failures, things that won't work particularly well or not ready yet. So it's a good idea, but data is not there, or the tech isn't there yet for success. I think we're going to see a lot of automation. So things that we spend a lot of human time today, in 5 or 10 years, humans won't be doing that. And I think we have to take care. We have to be really thinking about the same issues we currently think about that impact who gets benefit and who gets outcome. These are going to be, as these systems become more complex, these are going to be then amplified in complex ways. So we have to have good ways to adjudicate these systems and to hold the systems accountable to things like benefit and things like justice.
Wonderful insight. I'd love to expand that question to other members of the panel. I don't know, JJ, if you would also want to comment on what future directions you see.
I think it's cost. I have to come down. It's always the trend, with certain new technology is so expensive, but I think, as a community, we do need to work harder and to make the whole genomic technology affordable. So that is important for all the population to be able to benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We work hard on that one too. I think we're at time. Okay, we'll wrap it up there. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. I believe we have an hour break now before we return for the AI talk show. No? Oh, it's only 15 minutes. Okay, yeah, sorry. I think I had an hour today though. Okay, quick break then. All right, and then we'll come back. 4:30. Okay, everyone back in here at 4:30 or I'll be in trouble.
Already, there you go.
It's actually like to the point where
and so
really
yeah, it's automated, right? Yeah.
Everything's just glazing out.
God, those lights are something, aren't they?
I know.
Oops, my mic's on.
So
this was so interesting.
Screens for the questions, they would just be on the ones behind us.
Yeah,
They show up here as well.
Ideally, they'll show up on there, but whether they will or not, I don't know.
Right.
So,
Jeannie, stop talking.
Yeah.
All right, what time is it? It's 4:54. Okay, we're just about ready to start, I think. The doors are closing, that's usually a good sign. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the macarons. So thank you all for coming back for this last session of what I imagine has been a very long and intellectual day, and we plan to keep standards equally high. My name is Bianca Nogrady. I'm a freelance science journalist and author, and I'm really delighted to be here for this final session looking at the use of artificial intelligence in genomics. And I think the previous session has really nicely set the scene for this conversation. I acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, pay my respects to elders past and present, and to all First Nations people here today. I myself live on Darug and Gundungurra land in the Blue Mountains. So I'm joined on the stage by three very capable people to partake in this, I guess, free-flowing conversation about AI in genomics. To the far side, we have Professor Jeannie Marie Paterson, who's Professor of Law and Director of the Centre for AI and Digital Ethics at the University of Melbourne. She's also an affiliate researcher with the Centre for Excellence for Automated Decision Making and Society and a member of the Commonwealth Government's Temporary AI Expert Group. Professor in the middle, Professor Enrico Coiera is Director of the Centre for Health Informatics at the Australian Institute of Health Innovation. A foundation professor in medical informatics at Macquarie University in Sydney. He's trained in medicine, and thankfully he also has a computer science PhD in artificial intelligence. So we do actually have an AI expert here, although he doesn't actually want us to know that. And finally, Professor Daniel MacArthur is Director of the Centre for Population Genomics at the Garvan Institute of Medical Research in Sydney and the Murdoch Children's Research Institute in Melbourne. He's Professor of Medicine at UNSW Sydney and was Coordinator of the Exome Aggregation Consortium and the Genome Aggregation Database Project. So please welcome to the stage. So I think we'll start by actually setting the scene for what the landscape of AI in genomics looks like. So Daniel, if I could start with you, can you tell us a little bit about what you see in your area of expertise in terms of how AI in all its forms is being used and why it's being used?
Sure, I mean, AI technologies, and we should say up front, one of us is going to have to figure out how to define AI at some point in this conversation. I'm looking at you, Enrico. But AI technology is really a powerful in any situation where you have sufficiently large amounts of labeled data that you can use to train a system, and then you have complex decisions that require pulling together lots of different data to help to make those decisions. In the context of our particular area of interest in genomics, which is particularly around improving the diagnosis of rare disease, there's a whole bunch of problems that fall into that category. We have things like, and we've heard a number of those today, we have calling genetic variants, which requires distinguishing true variants from errors. We have variant annotation, which requires looking at lots of different types of data to figure out what impact a genetic change might have on the biology of a gene or of an organism. We have synthesizing evidence about that variant potentially being causal, extracting information from medical record data. All of these are really critical to the process of making a decision about whether a particular genetic change in a patient might actually cause their disease. And so in each of these areas, currently there are really extensive manual processes that are used to make those decisions. And in each of these areas, I think there is a real opportunity for transformative change through the introduction of these technologies.
So in your day-to-day work, does any of these AI technologies, do you use those?
I mean, again, it depends to some degree on the definition. I mean, many of us would argue, I think, that we have been using something like the things that we might call AI now. We have been using machine learning in, for instance, the context of variant calling for many years, and that has it's extremely powerful at distinguishing true and false variant calls. But the more recent iteration of AI, particularly these large language models that many of us are now using in the context of ChatGPT and others, those are now something that we see as very powerful in the context of things like evidence synthesis. And we have a project working with Microsoft Research and the Broad Institute and Victorian Clinical Genetics Service here in Melbourne to think about ways that we can use those large language models to synthesize evidence in a way that would make it easier then for an expert variant curator to make a decision about whether a variant is actually causal or not. And I think that's really the pointy end of what will be a big wave of these technologies moving into multiple aspects of the process.
So Enrico, sorry to hit this. Please tell us about your PhD in 30 seconds, otherwise known as, how do we define AI? And I know that's a huge question. How would you define?
I would make it even broader than you. I would say that anything that is an automatable decision is AI. And so when I started my PhD in 1852, I'm older, it was something where AI was not machine learning. It was basically you would formally represent the knowledge, and then the EKG machines, for example, interpret using that sort of technology, and that's still a kind of AI. But you're right, today AI is moving fast. It's mainly machine learning, and everyone in the last 18 months is obsessed with large language models. But that would be to misunderstand the breadth of AI and the power of AI. So if you're new to the field, large language models are extraordinary, but they are one tiny piece of a very huge discipline.
So in your work, more in the clinical setting, how do you see all of these AI technologies in their broadest sense? Where are they having an impact?
To me, it's been in routine use for more than 20 or 30 years. So laboratory medicine, automated interpretation, most imaging, that uses CT, MRI has AI in there already to assist with image capture and markup. I've mentioned ECG machines. So that's been around for a long time. And you're right, I look at health systems and health services in the broad. And the first group I think about are patients and consumers, and everyone carries a smartphone, and everybody's social media feed is already AI curated. We already know that, for example, if you're interested in anorexia and you go to YouTube, the algorithms will feed you more and more anorexia videos, and that creates all kinds of problems. So AI is already driving the behaviour of the patient population, and we need to know that. That's far removed from the clinical coalface. The other big change, which has surprised me enormously, is the arrival of these large language models, ChatGPT, and we used to worry about diagnosis, treatment selection as the main problems that AI can solve. Now, if you go to see your GP in Australia, there's a good chance they'll use a digital scribe. So I don't know if you've heard of scribes. Basically, the GP looks at you, not the computer. The machine records the conversation and generates the clinical notes automatically. Very exciting, totally unregulated, and unevidenced. So apart from that, no problem.
Which brings me, I did notice recently that apparently ChatGPT is now being used to write legal notes and summarise cases, which I thought, well, that'd be an interesting effect on the billable hours. But from your perspective in the kind of legal ethics space, how do you see AI emerging in a good and bad way? I guess what's exciting and also scary for you?
I mean, I think everything about AI is exciting. It's an exciting time, and the sort of movie representations of AI as some sort of terminating robot are getting further and further away, in my opinion, as we understand more and more about how AI is integrated in everything we do. I think it's coming closer to us as a greater understanding. I think that's really good. I think that we're also aware of some of the risks around AI, and those are internal risks where we have sort of erosion of privacy or biases or discrimination through AI. And then the external risks, which are the risk of, data breaches and hacking by bad actors. And that's probably what keeps me up at night, not the type of AI that we're talking about here. But increasingly all these things are being regulated because lawmakers have gone, oh, actually this is here now, we should write some laws, we should work out if there's gaps in the laws to deal with these sorts of questions, because it's not far away. Almost everybody is using AI in their workplace, and a lot of employers don't know they're using AI in the workplace or whatever. So it's a time where people are exploring, but also regulation is coming, I think, so to speak.
It's probably a good time for a pop quiz. Just in the audience, if you knowingly and deliberately use some form of AI, whether that be machine learning, ChatGPT, any of these tools, put your hand up. Wow. So that's most of the room in some form. Our AI overlords are here, clearly.
No, but they're not our overlords. It's really important, actually. Sorry to interrupt you. They're not our overlords. That's our choice. They can be our overlords if we want to, but at this point in time, AI is very much a tool, and we can exercise choice about how and where we want the AI to be used. And actually, the clinical medical field is a really gold standard example because it's really well regulated. What's the sort of grey zone is where it's not the clinical field, as you spoke about, and the apps and the other uses that are happening. But we still control those. We're still humans. It's just still technology.
I feel like this idea of data sovereignty has been a consistent theme throughout this conference, and I'm really interested in that intersection, what you have to say about the intersection between data sovereignty and AI, where we're generating and analysing vast amounts of data. How do we reconcile, particularly when it comes to First Nations data and information, genetic information, how do we reconcile that with this black box technology where it can be seen to essentially gobble up everything that's out there, but potentially in an untraceable fashion, provide us with this information that doesn't necessarily link back to the original patient or individual who provided that data? What is that intersection looking like at the moment? Maybe Daniel, do you want to?
I mean, fortunately, I don't know that AI fundamentally changes a lot of the topics that we've heard talked about today. The types of protection and the models around data governance that, for instance, Alex Brown spoke about this morning, these are exactly the types of things we need to have in place, independent of exactly what analytical system we're going to be using to take that data. I mean, yes, it's definitely the case. We should not be pouring our data off into OpenAI's models so they can build better models without being very careful about how we share it and how it gets used downstream. But it's already the case that we would have to be very careful about how genomic data would be shared, even independent of that. So I think, there are some newer aspects. It's tempting sometimes, for instance, to give more data to these tools because they do perform better in those situations. But I think most of the guardrails that we need to put in place are things we've been talking about for quite a long time.
Do they work? Are they working well? I'm just thinking about some of the presentations that were at the poster presentations, and there was talk about data passports, about GA4GH, that idea of sort of data encryption. And I guess this is getting into privacy terrain, but again, and it also touches on consent, that with something like, again, AI, where the data can really disappear into a very large collection, are we adequately recording consent, or are we adequately acknowledging consent and sovereignty, though, do you think? Do we have the right tools to do that?
I don't know if we can make a blanket statement about it. There's definitely still places where we're not, where we need to do a better job of collecting the right consent, of making sure that data are being used downstream. But by and large, our community is pretty conservative about the way that we approach these questions. There's relatively few situations, I think, where individual level genomic data is being poured out into situations that are fundamentally inconsistent with the consent that's being collected. Mm-hmm. And that's because there's a whole infrastructure of ethics committees and other approaches to try to reduce that risk. Yeah. So we still have plenty of work still to do in a variety of places, and I'm not saying we should loosen restrictions by any means, but I don't know that we're in a terrible place right now in that space.
I'm interested in the idea of bias, and again, we just heard the presentation earlier about the idea that there are so many populations that are simply not represented in these large-scale databases, or underrepresented at least. And we know with AI, bias goes in, bias comes out. How is that playing out, do you think, Enrico?
I might raise the notion of algorithmic sovereignty as one way of explaining it. So data sovereignty is about controlling our data, and algorithmic sovereignty is about controlling our ability to build models that represent us. And if you talk about large language models, for example, we don't have any control in Australia over that. I mean, Meta and Facebook and Google do it for us. And so you could already argue that we've given away sovereignty of, the raw materials and engines of the future at the moment. So it's one thing to curate and be, have good practice around the data, but by giving it to somebody else, and it's almost like, we export the wool and import the cloth, we're exporting the data and getting the algorithms back. So there's a strong argument that we need to focus on using these technologies locally. Maybe there needs to be an Australian genomics multimodal foundation model that we build that represents this population and this distinct character. I don't know.
Yeah. So about the issue of bias then, in terms of whether we're actually creating a bigger problem, we're just amplifying this existing lack of diversity that we have. Is that an issue? I mean, is AI going to make that problem worse, or does it make us confront it and force us to make it better?
What it does is automate it at scale. So if we have a problem, then it's going to become manifest more quickly. I think what you say is right, that this is a community that seems to me that has its act together and understands the issues. But that doesn't mean that the people in industry, for example, who build these algorithms have the same sensitivity or willingness to do the right thing. So I think it's much more than just getting this community to do the right thing. You really need to think about what happens next.
And the bias issue, will be an issue because of the data that doesn't exist. And that is an issue, as we've heard about multiple times today, that is a very real issue that we as a community still need to face in genomics, is that I think we look after the data that we're generating pretty well generally, but there are many communities that are not represented where we don't yet have paths towards bringing them into the data. And I think AI does provide an extra sense of urgency for increasing that inclusion.
And I guess the opposite side of being underrepresented, not quite the opposite, is where perhaps you have a very small group of people whose genomic signature is unique, and there's a risk of privacy risks around that. I'm wondering if, Jeannie, could you talk a little bit about how well we're managing the privacy issue and that sort of security issue when it comes to the use of genomic data in AI?
I think that medical research institutes handle data quite well. We don't hear huge data breaches in those organisations, and also I think those organisations might not have it right in terms of inclusion, but they know, and this is not an excuse for ignoring certain populations, but they at least know that that's an issue, and are talking with Indigenous populations and peoples about cultural sensitivity around data and how research around genomics can proceed while still being culturally appropriate, respecting Indigenous data sovereignty. I think research institutes probably are aware also of very small populations in data that may feel exposed and sensitive. Again, I think where the grey area or where the difficult area is outside that research community. And I'm not saying, university research communities are the best in the world, but as you say, they tend to be focused on research tasks, tend to be motivated by, the best interests of their researchers and their populations. But there's a whole lot of stuff that's happening outside that. People can put their, they can pay for a commercial genomic test, and they put a bit of something in an envelope and send it off and get it back, and they're told that they're 6% this and 7% that. Where does that information go? Right? I can tell you where that information goes. Gets packed up and sold to all sorts of people, including insurance companies and whatever. I think actually, without taking the pressure off researchers who obviously need to still focusing, what we need to be thinking is about this sort of unconstrained use of important personal information, including genetic information, genomic information, which we don't know where it's going, we don't know how it will come back to, and how that will be used for pricing insurance or making decisions about healthcare or whatever. There's this whole field that we don't necessarily focus on, but is rolling away on its own, I think. So we need to keep our eye on the the internal game, but also that external game, I think. Yeah.
Which is interesting because the impression I'm getting is that actually, at least in the Australian medical research area, we're doing okay. That we're perhaps we haven't made some absolute clangers.
I think we're doing okay, but. And I'm a lawyer, so just discount everything I say because I'm only. I mean, lawyers like to talk about things, but they don't necessarily know about them.
Never happens to academics.
But my observation is in the Australian research scene, we've got lots of pockets of research that's happening, but it's still quite hard to join all those up. And it's also hard to, some of that research can be moved forward, commercialised, extended, and that's hard too. So I think researchers are doing a good job, but I still think we have trouble joining it all together, moving it forward in Australia. And you're quite right, we're kind of dependent on big commercial providers as well for cloud, for compute, algorithms, whatever. And I think that also limits what we do, because when we ask people what they believe in, that's patients and consumers, they believe in research, they want research to happen, but they don't want their data to be sold and commercialised. At some point, that's a bottleneck, I think.
And one of the challenges, isn't it? It's not just the data, so the algorithm actually can allow you to rediscover the raw data.
Yeah, absolutely.
So people think, well, I'm protecting my data, but you can use the algorithm. But off your data goes and can be rediscovered. So,
absolutely, yeah, that's right. The leaks aren't always where people think or the sharing happens in ways we don't know. Yeah. That's exactly right.
There's an interesting question around data access, and I think I've heard it in a couple of places, this actually getting data, enough data, and of the right quality, that the actual data pipeline with which we would feed into these algorithms is problematic. For example, that that there's no standardization. You talked about that there's kind of these things aren't connected up. How is that being addressed, or is it a problem in terms of actually getting the right data, getting it in the right form, being able to access it broadly, divisions between the accessibility of public data versus private data? How is all of that playing out in terms of being able to maximise the potential of AI in the genomic space? Don't know who want to dive on that one.
People are looking at me. Okay, that's fine. I think this is exactly the focus of a relatively new consortium that we were just funded to take on a couple of months ago, and we'll be kicking off in earnest early next year. This is the Australian Alliance for Safe Genomics and AI in Rare Disease, or ASGARD. Yeah, great.
Nice.
The ASGARD consortium, which also involves Enrico, will be looking at building data sets and frameworks that allow us to think about, as new AI or advanced analytic technologies become available that could be relevant to the diagnosis of rare disease using genomic data. We want to make sure that we have the right data sets in place that have not been used in training those models, so we're not biased in our assessment. We want to make sure that those data sets have enough diversity in them, that they're representative of the Australian community, and that we then have robust frameworks in place so that as these new tools come out, we're not sitting there waiting for this validation process to occur before we can roll them out into clinical practice. And one of the nice things about that alliance is it involves not only research groups around Australia who can help us to think about getting those data sets and frameworks together, but also some amazing clinical labs, particularly the Victorian Clinical Genetics Service and South Australian Pathology, who can then help us get these well-validated tools into clinical practice and actually test them at scale in thousands of patients. Yeah. So I think that the way we will learn how to do this properly is by doing it carefully with the right guardrails around it, but actually just learning by doing with the right people around the table.
Is there a challenge of access that increasingly this sort of information, this data is being held by private companies, and perhaps they're less willing to share? Is that an issue in terms of even just being able to get enough data? And I guess this alliance will hopefully address that. But
it is, though. It is, and there's one area where our community is at fault, which is we give away so much of our scientific results in the form of academic publishing is a system whereby academics basically give away the fruits of many years of publicly funded labour to a bunch of for-profit publishing organisations who then lock that away behind paywalls in a way that then prevents the reuse of that information in a whole variety of ways. And that is something I think we as a community have continued to empower, and we need to figure out AI again helps to reinforce the fact that we have given away so much of the tools and resources and findings that we as a community have produced And we are, as a community, we need to figure out how to fix that. We cannot afford to keep giving away our data to for-profit publishers and
I
let
think
them
they're
control
now
the
using
keys.
it to train.
Exactly.
Taylor and Francis using it to
Precisely.
train ChatGPT.
We as a community should be figuring out how to use that data, not profits, not profit-making companies with 40% profit margins using our data our data and results to bring those results in.
I think it's a bit of a clarion call. Revolution is coming.
Yeah, that's right. Let's burn it all down. Yeah.
Enrico, in terms of the, again, accessing patient data, clinical data, what are the challenges that you've sort of experienced or that you see in terms of being able to get a nice data pipeline into these algorithms?
So my focus is much more on electronic record data, and our challenge in the past has been the quality of the data, and also the fact that it's not interoperable. You can't lump it all together. One of the weird side effects of ChatGPT and the foundation models is that we're much less troubled, because when you have literally millions and millions of documents, it sort of munges out. That's a technical term. The noise. So we're getting a lot of signal from large volumes of data, and so the more phenotypic-based stuff, I think, is getting better. This is probably heresy to everybody here, but one of the things I'm starting to think about is what is the role of standardization in a post-AI world? And the answer, if you think it through, is that you won't need to standardize as much as you did in the past, because the AI itself will do the matching for you. So you can today ask ChatGPT to try and merge or two different documents or sets of ideas or terms. It'll do the matching. It's got an implicit ontology inside it. I used to say to my health informatics colleagues, Google is not standard compliant, but it seems to work. So there are places for robust standardization where you get efficiency, but I think for a lot of the things we're doing, we might be surprised in 10 years' time that we don't talk about standards in the same way. So that's a bit of a shock for me, and I have been yelled at by my colleagues for saying that. So.
But it will never be able to read doctors' handwriting. Maybe.
The other thing I was going to say is that we talked about digital scribes before, so I can imagine that you're having quite a personal conversation with your doctor. The doctor might choose to write 2 or 3 sentences that are appropriate only and keep the rest private. If you've got a digital scribe, that whole conversation has been captured and stored somewhere. So we are creating larger volumes of multimodal, voice, speech, cameras in consulting rooms. All those data were not captured before, and I don't think we understand the implications of doing that. I can see great good coming from it, but I worry about the other consequences.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting observation. A colleague of mine has done quite a lot of work on transcription in courts, actually, which is not dissimilar. And the first issue is that even so voice-to-text transcription using foundation models or generative AI, it still carries biases and is not as accurate as we think, because obviously words take meaning from context, even in spoken language, which is something that generative AI models aren't good at. They're simply doing their best with the information we have. So we can get biases, not necessarily biases on the basis of protected attributes, race, gender, so on, though it might be, but biases in this is how conventional English works, and anything that's outside that doesn't get properly captured. And one of the things we've also found in the legal sphere is that generative AI is really good at summarising documents, but it's hopeless at chronologies. It can't, if you give it a bundle of documents with different dates on it, it can't actually sort them into order. So I think we need to be cautious about the potential of that particular technology, because it can do so much so fast. We can easily not lose control, not so much losing control, but we can make lots of errors before we realise that would happen. And that's, again, is a space that's unregulated. We're very focused on medical research. We're very focused on sort of clinical trials, but those spaces where we're casually using technology, we haven't even begun to look at yet. So I agree with that. We just need to think in our use. And do what you were saying, just be careful in how we use things like generative AI for tasks, because they initially can seem to perform well, but they at least in the law we found they degenerate quickly, like they're quite good at first and then they can go down, and they also can sometimes use the prompts for training data and regurgitate those, so you have private information shared all over the place. So yeah, all sorts of questions there, I think, about how practices change. But that's not to say bad, it's just that they're, of course I would say there's some also an academic, those are research questions.
There was an earlier talk that mentioned that patient willingness to share data depends more on knowing who is using the data and why. With this idea of informed consent, from anybody providing this data, do we need to actually be including AI, that this data might be used in an AI model, in an algorithm? I mean, is that a concern? Is informed consent need to adapt to AI?
So the answer is yes, and there are already moves afoot to make it the case. So just about a month ago, APRA, that's the regulatory body for most of the healthcare professions, released guidance on its common code of practice, and it said you must obtain informed consent for the use of AI. You must be transparent that AI is being used, and you must provide the option to not use AI. So that's in the regulator's code of practice for all clinicians that are governed by APRA. Same thing was said by the College of GPs, where scribes are so frequently used now. So that's very clear that you cannot stick a piece of paper at the front door of your GP practice and say we'll be recording and transcribing a conversation. You need to have a conversation about that, and that would malpractice not to do that based on these documents.
And there's also law reform coming in that's just been announced that would say that if you're using automated decision making, which is not always going to be transcription, any automated decision making has to be disclosed and explained, and increasingly I suspect the next tranche of reforms will be upping the consent for those processes, so absolutely.
How might that work in your research in terms of including that in a consent process?
It's a good question. It's certainly not the case at the moment that it would be baked into most research studies. I think as we think about what broad consent means in this setting, often that does actually cover the use of genomic data in a variety of settings that I think at the moment would probably encompass AI under most situations. Whether that then requires a special call out or exception, I don't know, and that seems like it's something that's going to need to be tested with participants and by ethics committees. Does it require a special call out in that sense?
I think going forward it will actually.
Yeah, that's probably right.
I actually think consent's often tailored by what are people's reasonable expectations. Yeah. What would people expect reasonably this information to be used for? They're happy for it to use to be research. People are worried about AI. We probably need to tell them, and in 10 years' time maybe we won't. I think consent is dynamic in the sense that it changes, not just for the patient but in what they need to know. That would be my view.
We've got some questions, which we'll go to now, even though I have many, many more, because I always do, being a journalist. So given the cost of training a basic modern sequence foundation model is greater than 100,000, and these models don't see diverse populations, how do we ensure, it's just disappeared. How do we ensure something about representation in whatever the rest of that question was? It's disappeared. No, disadvantage. How do we ensure it's not entrenching disadvantage?
I think those foundation models do need to see data from diverse communities. And so we've spent a lot of the day discussing exactly this challenge, is how do we end up in a situation where our models and our analysis tools do actually have access to the right types of data, but where that is then used in a way that is consistent with what those communities want, that respects data sovereignty, and that results in benefit that flows back to those communities. So I don't know that there is any answer to this other than to make sure that as the next wave, as future waves of foundation models are trained, that they do so following those principles.
There is the option of using what are called small large language models, which can be open source, and so you would still have to pay for the resources to put it together, but in a sense those technologies are being created exactly because of this challenge, not just in genomics but everywhere.
No, I think that's right. And people are talking about the idea of local small models for precisely those reasons.
Exactly,
I'm going to jump to that bottom one because I think regulation is an interesting one. What role do regulatory bodies play in the development and deployment of AI technologies in genomics and healthcare? I'm going to throw that one to you.
That's a big question. What role do regulatory bodies play? They play a big role, but I think the way to think about regulation is there's no, to use a phrase, there's no one regulator to rule them all. There's no one law to rule them all. We actually need an ecosystem of regulatory oversight. So there's different bodies that are doing different jobs in the regulatory system, looking at different aspects of it. Somebody else asked about those commercial genetic testing products. Now, they are dealt with by a different regulator than the regulator that would deal with clinical diagnostic tools, and that's a different regulator that deals with privacy in hospitals and healthcare settings, and there's a different regulator, again, for privacy generally. They're different regulators, they're doing different jobs, and I think the key is just to make sure that those regulators are consistent and coherent so that the people who want to comply can comply without sort of getting themselves tangled up. Now, at the moment, that's actually quite difficult because the Commonwealth Government has come out with something like 4 or 5 new regulatory proposals covering privacy, AI, children on social media, digital ID, which is biometric identification, and something else. I can't even remember what the other thing is, but there's so much change happening at the moment. There's lots of change happening with health ethics committees. There's a real challenge at the moment just to keep it all coherent and consistent, because that's the only way it actually works, and to hold our ground as Australia about what values we think are important. Australia, I think, is under a lot of pressure from tech exporting nations about the types of laws that we should have, and there's a lot of fear that's promoted, which is, well, if you regulate too hard, you won't have innovation in your country. I don't think that's true. We've just heard about innovation in our country, but we do need to think about the values that we also want to accompany that innovation.
So in Australia, the big regulator for AI is the TGA.
Right.
And
That's our Therapeutic Goods Administration.
Yep, that's right. And they, to be honest, they do quite a good job. It's a very good team in there. Very small. I was quite surprised that they actually take data that's given to them by industry that don't actually do any measurement themselves. They just take it on face value. And their whole model really has been what you might call pre-market. So here's a bunch of tests. I've done some trials. My technology ticks the boxes. Off I go. This doesn't work with AI because AI is adaptive. So the idea that I assess it now, it gets approved by the regulator, then it goes into the world and it keeps on adapting. So it's no longer the same technology.
And precisely, I just remembered what that other piece of reform was. It's the AI mandatory safety rails.
Yes.
So you're quite right. The TGA does a good job, but what happens after is really important, and that's what they're talking about.
And the scary bit is that we probably know how to evaluate deep learning models, which you can freeze and then do your precision, your sensitivity, blah, blah, blah. But large language models don't work that way. They will give you a different answer every time you ask the same question. So therefore, evaluation methods that we're used to using don't work anymore. The other thing is that if I've got an AI that will look for nodules in my chest X-ray, that's all it does. A large language model will do anything you ask it to do. So how do you regulate something that can work on all kinds of tasks?
I'll tell you, this is what they're talking about. And you're quite right. We have this thing called the EU AI Act, which was introduced this year. It was all written, and it was written on the basis of non-adaptive models. So it said, here we are, we've got it sorted. Then generative AI burst into the scene. And so they've got another process for generative AI, which actually basically says all the way up, down, all the way down the supply chain, up the supply chain, whichever you want to think about it. Upstream is the person who develops the model. Downstream is the person who deploys the model. So you have the model developed, OpenAI's ChatGPT. That's then somebody wraps that up in some other technology so it can be used by a physician for, I don't know, taking notes or whatever it might be. And then that's deployed in a hospital. All of those parties will have responsibilities in relation.
And so what you've foreshadowed is the arrival of clinical governance locally for AI. So we already know that AIs that get developed in country X don't work as well in country Y. It doesn't even work WA to New South Wales, things will fail. So you're going to have to adapt and localise anyway. So already hospitals are putting together AI clinical governance groups, and that's just the way it's going to be. And you're right, it's not just TGA, it's the Commission for Safety and Quality, the accredited. So it's a very complex, messy space. Good for lawyers.
Just so an example or speculation of how an individual's genomic data might be used against them. I mean, that's probably a very broad question that goes even well beyond the scope of AI, but we did sort of talk about that idea of having individuals or communities with a very sort of specific profile. So does anyone want to tackle that one?
I mean, one example that has certainly been on the minds of research participants for a long time and is just now on the path to being resolved is the use of genomic data in the context of insurance claims. And that has certainly, as we've been talking to communities, underrepresented communities about participating in research, this idea that their genomic data might lead to them having higher premiums or something like that has been a major factor in their willingness to participate. That has been a real risk in Australia because up until now that's only been protected through a voluntary moratorium from companies. But thanks to the work of Jane Tiller, who may still be here today, and many others in Australia, we now have on the way legislative protection that will actually stop that from occurring in Australia. So I think that's a good example, both of a place where real harm could be done, but also where an example where with the right amount of effort we can provide protections to prevent that from occurring.
I don't think that applies to 23andMe though.
You don't think it applies?
I don't think it applies.
The insurance companies could still use...
I think so. You don't think so? I'll take your word.
That would be interesting and bizarre. Yeah.
Now, we've only got like 15 seconds, but I'm still going to go with one more question. Yeah, well, this addresses what you've just been mentioning, the idea that infrastructure around risk management and not letting genomic data out into the wild, does this hold for commercial sources? So you think that those international organisations maybe are not held to that?
It may be different. Actually, I haven't looked at this recently, but the concern about 23andMe internationally is that it's a commercial provider, so it's not bound by the same ethical frameworks that would happen if you participated in a clinical trial. And there's quite a lot of opacity about the accuracy of their testing, but also what they do with it subsequently would be my comment. And your data doesn't need to be given to the insurer for the insurer to use insights about you as a cohort in pricing insurance is all I would say. So, but certainly participation in trials is not to be used for insurance pricing. Yeah.
I think we've run out of time. Oh, they're giving us another 30 seconds, but it's blinking at me, so I don't know if that's a yes or a no. Can we keep going a little bit longer? Okay. Well, all right, I'll finish up. Okay. Anyway, thank you all for participating in the discussion. Please join me in thanking Professor Enrico Coiera, Jeannie Marie Paterson, and Daniel MacArthur.
Thanks all.
So interesting.
I think that's the end of the day. There is dinner and probably drinks. There's no dinner, there's no drinks. I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. Ask Angela. Thank you.
Bye.